out of 350.
I'm talking about with these numbers, like those are attribute to.
Somebody asked a question about the no kings, and it was.
That is the rock. I ain't never heard nothing close to that, right? Because so if it's the second or third largest gathering of Americans in the history of the country, that doesn't mean anything. That does mean something.
By Walmart, man.
That don't even. Sure, but that don't make sense. You're saying the reason that it doesn't matter is because it was bought by Walmart?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's not organic.
Well, we're in the. Hold on, let's back up. Who the fuck says we're in the rule book, the playbook, doesn't say that it has to be organic?
It's not that many people. It's 0.01%. Your numbers are way off.
Yeah, let me say something. If it doesn't matter if it's organic, then what the whole point and purpose of the whole underlying message? The funniest thing about it is Walmart was mad at Donald Trump because of the situation of their undocumented workers, and Walmart is the highest employer of the undocumented, mind you. They're mad at the situation of, nigga, you fucking with our niggas. Let our motherfucking stuff stand. At the end of the day, we are the biggest donor kingpin, and we can be able to put $100 million and fuck you up. So, yeah, when I found out that, wait a minute, Walmart was buying this, and I started putting two and two together, something that they don't expect Black Americans to do, and start realizing, oh, man, this is a legal immigration fight, man. We hooping and hollering for the illegal immigration. That's why when Maxine Waters here in L.A. said that, why y'all not protesting? That's because Black L.A. knows that, nigga, we ain't gonna fight no undocumented. So, yeah, it's not, none of this shit's organic. It do matter if it's organic. Like, doing this to front off Donald Trump, that don't mean shit. I swear to God, it don't mean shit. Because that same thing with the BLM shit where, you got George Soros paying for that shit. $10 billion was raised and not a money went to the Black community. Like, stop it, bro. Like,
and Warren Buffett, too.
Black community staff, if anything, like, everybody on their politicians. Finally, got their political parties.
How much to the Black community now that George Soros is not a thing?
George Soros is a thing. He's not a thing just because you say he's not a thing. He a thing.
No, Sean. I was shocked to answer.
Yeah, what happened?
George Soros is not a thing anymore. We're not talking about him anymore. So Trump and
He's a large donor. Wait. Let me
finish my question. Trump is in office. He has his people with his sycophants, the kakistocracy, right? It's fine. So now that they're in office and they're doing a thing, so how much of the funds you think that George Soros supposed to have been given to the Black people? Is Trump's people doing the same thing right now? Are they giving to Black people as we speak right now because they're in power and they have whatever they got going on? Are they giving to Black people right now?
I mean, we don't have to pose the question directly because I had to get some food.
What is Trump doing specifically for Black folks in America? Please do not bring up the what do you call it, the PIC Act, because not everybody's in prison, so that's not a thing.
But you said, what has he done to help the Black community?
Specifically to help Black people.
Not everybody was getting shot by police when we was out there marching about that shit.
Thank you. Like, when it comes to this situation, immigration has opened
up
positions.
No, Sean.
Immigration, what's it? No. Don't ask me man, now you're trying to police how I answer it now? You asked me the question. I'm about to answer it. When it comes to the situation of the deportations and immigration crackdown, I've seen Black men personally that was able to get construction and trucking jobs because of the scenario in my backyard, something that I could actually shake hands and actually talk to. The brother that I actually had to pick up the food for, he actually got his job because of the opening up of the immigration crackdown. So when it comes to the Black community, it's based on sections. No different how when Black people say, well, Trump cut the government jobs. Well, not everybody got a government job. So we could do that same little game that you played of not everybody in prison. But yeah, the Democrats was the one that passed incarcerated niggas.
Construction, so I'm talking about as a whole.
Respectfully, dude, you're Asian, sir. So
So we are talking about an industry that has an 8 million job gap in the labor market. Construction and trades. 8 million job gap. That's what the illegal immigration was for. So any Black American, 8 million, how many times does 8 million go into Black America? About 4? 5? 6? 20% of Black America. If we only make up 13% of America, we think we're worthy of legislation, and 13% means something. So if we're getting 20% of our community potentially jobs, then that should mean something.
Since people want to get disrespectful, God bless you, Sean. Just remember I said that to you.
You shouldn't ask, what is Trump doing for Black America? You should ask, what is Black America doing for America?
You know what?
Well, that's an honest question. Because let me just tell y'all this right now. We're going to play a game. Y'all know I like to play.
That is a good question, King.
Right? Okay? I'm answering that question. But this game we're about to play right now is called I Am White Supremacy. So everybody in here today, for the next 3 minutes, you are a card-carrying member of the Klan. You are a card-carrying Nazi Party USA. You are anti-nigger. Now, if anybody was to ask you, how could you have such extreme views against the Black community, what would you say as a white person to back up your views? Somebody try them off the mic. Be honest, keep it real with me. Why don't you like niggers?
Because the niggers is lazy.
All right, there's another reason why you don't like niggers.
Never happy. They're always complaining about the pay. We give them that's the health cares. We give them all these extra benefits, and they still not happy.
What about those colored gangs? What about those colored gang members out there shooting and killing each other? Does that scare you when you see it in your city?
Oh yeah, they're always killing shit.
The reason I don't like black people is because I'm afraid they might.
You gotta call them niggers. You gotta call them niggers, or we're gonna take your Ku Klux Klan.
Them niggers didn't kill us, though, Steven.
No, those niggas is going to take my dad out and then pregnant her. I don't want that thing moving.
And then they moving in our neighborhoods, bringing the rats and the roaches.
That's why I like that nigger, Umar Johnson. Every time he sees a nigger trying to talk to one of our daughters, he jumps in the middle of it. So I actually like the nigger, Umar Johnson. He's trying to tell these niggers, right, they ain't gonna save their asses with Trump. All right? Come around Jimmy Ray's house, try to talk to one of Jimmy Ray's daughters. I'm gonna make sure you meet this 30-6. And I ain't talking about that pussy ass good ain't shot Charlie Kirkwood either. This will take your whole goddamn game clean out.
Although we are hoarders, them niggas sure know how to bring some rats and roaches to the neighborhood.
Well, now, you know, white man, we ain't too goddamn opposed to a little bit of some beasts and some creatures. We're goddamn beasts or goddamn self, son. You can miss me with the rats and the roaches. They was there before the niggers got there. I keep my 100 like the niggers, son.
And they litter. Every time I see them at the light, they litter at the light.
And then pushing officer to win secondary, someone going up and up. Sense of powers, your civics, one step up to the right.
Now, here come the niggers.
I'm not so sure.
All this time later. You know, they want to be Gambinos. See,
Don't you remember when you went first to school? You went to kindergarten. At kindergarten, the idea was to push it off. And then push it off. They don't see it.
they don't understand. They don't understand why our families are all fucked up. Well, goddamn, as soon as Martin Luther King came around,
Ain't good poetry for the soul. Ain't good poetry for the soul. And so what we're trying to say is that if 40 million African Americans can complain, they can also not complain. And when you do not complain, you have solved all the problems, because most of the complaints are just personal hypnoses. And unfortunately, you ain't gonna get reparated for no complaint. There ain't never been a time in history where a complaint ever been reparated. And so complain, you have solved all the problems, because most of the complaints are just personal hypnoses. And unfortunately, you ain't gonna get reparated for no complaint. There ain't never been a time in history where a complaint ever been reparated. And so what I'm trying to say is be creative in your own personal life. This room is creative. And even pretending to be a card carrying as a Black American, that's creative. And this is funny. And all I got to say is if this was commercially viable and up on YouTube and X and Instagram and other platforms, well, maybe people would like it. This what the fuck is that shit about? You confusing people. And that's creative.
Are you white?
Yes, he was a little too good, man.
Wait,
Joke is over. He was a little too good. He had me looking at his phone.
I ain't never seen nobody have King speechless. Yeah, and he don't know what to say to that shit.
He channeled an actual friend.
But the funniest part about it is, respectfully, the black community, not black community, the Democrat community, they act like they don't acknowledge the fact that Robert Byrd had a eulogy. That was Joe Biden's big homie. That was even a popular nigga. So that's why I said all this shit is performative when it comes to liberals, especially like the nigga in the chat, Christian, talking about, well, a political party that against their existence. Nigga, their whole model is kill the baby. Kill it. Kill it. That's their whole mantra. Suppress your damn population where you become politically irrelevant. Then when you have the Humberto, the Mexican,
Is that true, Latrell?
nigga, Maria gonna have 5 kids by the end of this goddamn decade, by 2031. God damn it, 18 million illegals become 52 million.
Hold on. And y'all ever notice how those Mexican babies be fat in the motherfucker? Them little motherfuckers be good as shit.
They be like, oh, come here, little Cholito, come here, little Cholito.
Them motherfuckers be in the stroller. They be in the stroller. Check me out. They be in the stroller. The mama got a Louis purse. The daddy rocking the Louis J. They getting them haircuts now where they almost look like a nigga from the side. You know, a fade be better than your fade. Got a nigga looking in the mirror. I'm like, what the fuck going on with it now? That nigga got on a Bulls jersey, some J's, and some jeans. The kids got on all the latest Nike, all the latest fashion. The little baby be in the goddamn stroller. 5 months, 100 pounds, with fat wrists and gold chains. You know them goddamn little Mexican babies be having them little gold little bracelets. Y'all seen them? They be having a gold little Mother Mary, Virgin Mary around their neck. They got gold, and they only need one.
Well, like Nye said, you just gotta be good. And the last chapter of the good book says, be a saint. And, you know, Cesar Chavez, that guy with the great pictures in the Union, he was a rapist. And he was practicing mind control. But Larry Hoover was also practicing mind control. And that motherfucker a rapist too. And so the point is, be good. And in a word, be a saint. Hello?
Yeah, I'm scared now. I don't know what to say.
Oh, God. Get over, you are insane. No, it sounds like the cat they used to be on here and it sounded like Gilbert Godfrey. Remember the dude they used to sound like Gilbert Godfrey on here?
Hey, come on, man. Hey, buddy.
That's what the universe sound like. Man, you killed me with that one right there. Golly. But the point I'm trying to make is, family, is that there are legitimate things.
This shit's gotta be gold, right?
Intense in the wrong direction. You do it in the face of the truth. And the right wing Americans, right? Largely, these are the same group of people who fought off tyranny in the first place, in the Civil War. But see, these crackers don't even know their history to where they believe that all the whites were anti-black. And all the blacks believe all the whites were also anti-black. Right? Not true. And the sad part about it is, this is a great question, where are your allies, Black America? Where are the allies that your great-great-great-great-grandparents had as slaves? They couldn't speak the King's English the way you Negroes can. They didn't have the education that you had. They didn't have the resources that you had. But somehow they were able to get white people to pick up arms and go to fight against their own brethren. Over you. See, this is the greatest moment in American history that we don't talk about. It's the Civil War. Nobody knows shit about the Civil War. I could walk around with $1 million of Black America and tell me, name me 3 battles in the Civil War. Motherfuckers couldn't do that. They don't know about Appomattox. know what I mean? They don't know about the massacre of those soldiers in Tennessee that voluntarily gave up and were then slaughtered by the same Confederate general who then formed the Ku Klux Klan right there in the same state of Tennessee, Alaska. And so these white people don't have the emotional attachment to politics that black people do. We have an emotional attachment to politics because our very political voice is yoked to freedom, right? And so while we mention slavery and we mention the Civil War, and we mention this period of time only as an instrument for us to do what the brother Universe was saying, complain. We only use the Civil War in order to complain. We only use civil rights in order to complain, but we truly don't know the history of either one of those. That's why I did the Civil Rights on Ice lecture. Because what I realized is that ever since about 1967, black people's civil rights have been on ice. Ever since they added sex to affirmative action policies, this shit has been downhill ever since. Why? Because black people are out here fighting for a policy that overwhelmingly benefits the dominant white society. It benefits the very mothers and daughters and sisters and wives of white supremacy that you niggas say you're fighting against. But you promote and push a policy as policy number one, as policy du jour, that literally benefits white women, which make up 50.8% of America according to the 2020 census. They are the only statistical majority in this motherfucker. This is basic common sense math. Let's not get started with the minority word and the communities of color and all these other vague and ambiguous terms. So now whatever money might be left over in the kitty of affirmative action, whatever opportunity might be left over in the kitty of affirmative action is effectively washed away because now they opened up the border and everybody who runs across that motherfucker down there can qualify to be one of you. But this is your backbone of your political apparatus. You're the children of Dr. King politically. We act like Dr. King got killed in 08, not 68, because we haven't moved a motherfucking inch politically since then in any different direction. Even though you can go and look in the decade immediately following the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and you'll see some of the most radical black political thinking of our time. Let me say that again. In the decade after the Civil Rights Movement, you'll find the most radical black thinking, political thinking in the history of our race here in this country. Let me say it one more time. In the decade after the 1964 Civil Rights Act, you see the most militant and, if you want to say woke, black political body. They call it the Black Power movement, or your power movement, right? So why in the fuck today, 60 years later plus, are we still practicing the politics of 64 and 65? When the brothers in that era completely turned away from the political apparatus because they knew the solution was bullshit. They saw it in real time. You know, we live in what's called revisionist history. And black people's psychology, the very psychology of the black community is built on revisionist history. Someone else revising the history in order to shape your consciousness in such a way to limit and manipulate your possibilities, and thereby manipulating your consciousness and manipulating your possibilities, they've manipulated your political power.
The solution is always spiritual.
The 1960s black political constituency would have absolutely went and talked to Trump. They would have went and talked to Kamala. They would have went and talked to Trump. They would have went and talked to, because they weren't yoked to any of these parties. We live in the era where now we only one party on one side, and then we talk about the Republicans are racist. Well, hell, I'd be racist to your black ass too if you abandon our party and we literally are the party that freed you niggas. Who should be more upset in white America at black people than the people who belong to the very party that was created for your liberation that you have abandoned? And now you didn't just abandon the party to go do your own thing. You jumped ship to their political adversary that they've been fighting since the Civil War that wanted to keep you niggas enslaved.
But see, parties change, and parties evolve, and the party keeps going. A lot of people think the party stopped, but the party's still going right now.
So the point is, then you gotta ask yourself, why are we today practicing mostly what you call civil rights, sit-in, boycott, protest politics? Why are we still practicing that form and brand of politics when in the immediate decade after, they didn't view it with the same nostalgia that we view it with? And that's because those brothers and sisters actually lived through it. They didn't have to go Google the situation. They lived in it. They knew it. They talked about it. This conversation, this was their Black America, right? And so, because they understood that this is the reason why Martin Luther King was looked at as a failure. Even he said to the man who said it to us about I believe I walked my people into a burning building. What the fuck do you mean walked them into a burning building? The burning building, ladies and gentlemen, that Martin Luther King was talking about was the Democrat Party. That was the burning building. And why did he call it that? It's a burning building if the Democrat vice president is a part of the assassination and benefits from the assassination of the Democrat president. The Democrat president dies in the home city of the Democrat vice president. The Democrat that absolutely shapes America still to this day. Let me just say that again. They didn't just kill any president at any time. They killed Kennedy in the time of X. They killed Kennedy in the time of King. They killed Kennedy before X and before King. Maybe that was anybody. Right? And so we literally had a coup d'etat in America. In 1963, when he was killed, this is during a time where more Republicans the next year would vote for civil rights legislation that we love so much, not the Democrats. This is the world that they killed Kennedy in. It looks like this was a pretty fair-minded and balanced America. It doesn't appear to be the racist America that we even have today. More Republicans voted per capita for the civil rights legislation than Democrats did. And a pretty decent number of Democrats did as well. 53, 60% to the 80-some-odd% of the Republicans. But you find me an issue politically today that you could put before your Congress and you could get 50 to 60% of the Democrats and 80% of the Republicans to vote on. Well, shit. Your news cycle would look different. It wouldn't be a bunch of Republicans blaming shit on Democrats and Democrats blaming shit on Republicans. It'd be a whole bunch of Republicans on TV calling out to the Democrats. I call out to my Democrat constituents to reconsider the matter. I call out to my Republican. See, this was an actual body politic. With Kennedy and that bullet that took him out, changed the American landscape forever. It would be different if LBJ went into office and then, didn't pass no major legislation, and then in 64, somebody else would have got elected. No. The man got elected and drove a steak knife through Black America. Now, mind you, the 1964 Civil Rights Act, 1964 was an election year, ladies and gentlemen, meaning that the election wasn't until October.
But the truth always comes out. And the truth about Kennedy, about his death, that truth is out. It was the Pentagon, it was the CIA, it was LBJ. And the truth is that George W. Bush Sr. is dead. And Donald Rumsfeld is dead. And Richard Nixon, he dead. And Kissinger, he dead. And then one day, everybody gonna die. And then J.D. Vance is going to be gay. And Marco Rubio is going to be the president.
Sounds like he's a Nostradamus predictor. What is Nostradamus?
Well, when I say the N-word, most people confuse it with the other N-word. I mean Nostradamus.
Well, Kamala Harris is gearing up to run again. And her campaign will be mostly anti-Trump running. That's going to be your campaign. Fuck has been. That's the only point that she's going to campaign.
That's all you need. You know that, right?
That's called tickling the clit of the ear. It's just spam.
Cost me the anti-Trump hatred to win the election.
In the hood, yes. In the hood, that's what you need. That's all you need.
The only way I'm voting for her is if she talking about reparations. Other than that,
I'm not going to give anything specific for black people. No.
When she run again, you Negroes are going to be running to the poll, throwing her back into office.
You do realize if there is reparations, there's going to be lawsuits because it's unconstitutional.
reparations. She didn't get my vote. Not her with her white husband.
In Evanston, Illinois, there are 300 African Americans in Evanston that are already getting reparations. They've gotten $40,000 each from cannabis sales tax. It's so ridiculous. The people that are getting it are not even connected in any way remote. And the ID verification, the history, it's all bullshit. It's fucking just, it's a scam. A lot of these people aren't even born in America. Anyways, it's a scam. How the fuck do you verify that you are qualified or your lineage, etc.? What do you got, a fucking history book? Most of it, these people barely got papers.
If you're black, you should get it. It don't matter. All the other shit don't matter. Because if discrimination was for all black people, it wasn't just for the ex-slaves or whoever. So we was all being discriminated against Jim Crow, redlining, all that bullshit. We all deserve reparations.
Even if that's true,
Reparations not for slavery. The free labor. It's not about
reparations for mistreatment of black people.
No. Look, I mean,
Slavery too? Like, I think it's a little extra. But yes, be reparations for Jim Crow laws, reparations for discrimination, and reparations
for redlining, eminent domain, all of that shit. But look, bag that. No, nigga. That's why y'all kind of in heat right now with this whole reparations thing, because y'all trying to include all black people. It's not for all fucking black people. Now, personally, Personally, I don't think that niggas, and I do mean American Negroes, is gonna get anything from slavery because them funds is already allocated to the slave owners at that respective time. But for shit like eminent domain, in which a lot of the motherfuckers wasn't even over here for, up in the 50s, shit, even up until damn, I can't even remember. Fuck that. It don't matter.
even mass incarceration. Like, we should get reparations.
The masters up in the early 1900s. You could
The Red Summer of 1918.
I'm muted you so one person can talk at a time. Thank you.
You welcome.
Just on King now, because he was just going to go into what I was going to start talking about.
But yeah, if she have a because nobody talked about reparations last time. Like, I didn't like that shit. If she talk about reparations and have a plan for it and put it on the table, then I'll look at it. If she don't mention it, I ain't vote. But then again, if J.D. Vance, if he say, hey, we doing reparations, I'm voting for his ass. So whoever pushing reparations, get my vote. Whoever not getting my vote, I'm just not going to vote.
Kid say yes. Why am I scared of her, bro? Can't be rushed. How many German shepherds are being harmed already? Why mask dogs? The bite.
But I don't care what, but they still gotta talk about reparations to get my vote. They gotta say I got a plan to have reparations or to work it out.
They'll never have any plans for that.
They'll never have my vote. I'm never voting again.
See, the problem is one complaint can turn into 1,000 complaints. Next thing you know, you got the J words all saying, well, there was racism against the J words, the WASPs. They controlled everything. So one complaint turns into 10,000 complaints. And then you got a Chinese person, then you got a South Korean and a Vietnamese, And then you got other peoples that are going to complain too and say, what about us? Especially the Native Americans who were genocided and the whole goddamn country was taken from them. So you think a couple casinos for a few billion is enough when the African American community is asking for 1.5 trillion or 100 trillion or 1,000 trillion? Hello?
University, that's what you wrote in, because, well, for one, a lot of that shit
It's hilarious.
But for the two, all of them communities that you just named all got reparations for whatever the that they so they can't come back and ask for more, even though a whole nother demographic is asking for what they never got in the first fucking place. But once again, we can't advocate for reparations for slavery if that was even the case, right? We would have been got that shit fucking years ago when they first started. We would have been got that shit. They didn't want to get it because y'all only wanted to prove that y'all was enslaved for one. For two, y'all can't, we fucking, I'm gonna put me up there. We can't all agree upon one fucking moniker that we could go under, whether it be FBA. So I like Solani. Y'all niggas call me Solani. Then you just said it.
You said you like what?
Solani. Everybody call me their own title. So what if somebody
Solani?
Solani.
Hello?
Solani?
Kind of like that. I'm about to put it up in the chat.
Listen, I want to ask for reparations. I want it to be known.
Hold on, Universal. Because I was going to say, I don't know how we got the reparations, but I'm going to just throw my little 2 cents in here to say this. If the survivors of Tulsa could not get reparations, and I know there's a lot of people that want to argue the way that shit was worded, and they filed for the wrong shit, all this weird shit, whatever. I don't care if they filed or didn't file. If the survivors couldn't get it, I don't know why anybody would ever think that they're gonna allot some shit from 100+ years ago. But that's either here or there.
What about the Republican veterans that died in the Civil War and the hundreds of thousands and their descendants? Why can't they get a little bit of that cheddar? Hello?
That's what's interesting. The Jews are the only ones that get reparations and they didn't work for it. But yeah, the black people, they worked hard, they built the country, they were spit out, they were abused, used and abused. They don't get nothing. But these Jews, they're getting left and right money in Israel. They got retirement, free healthcare.
Yeah. So unless they talk about it, then I don't even see why we should vote anymore. Let's just focus on, whoever wins, let's just make the best out of it, and let's just focus on, getting money and making babies and staying out of jail.
Oh, Lord.
Man, there's so much you gotta learn, brother. Hey, stick around, bro. There's a lot of great people up in here. Sue, Stephen, Hakeem, Nye, King, of course, listen to Ruby stuff. My brother Sean down there. Matter of fact, this motherfucker on the side of me, Universe, is actually cooking.
Cooking. I'm cooking. If you don't vote, that means you don't know who rules you. If you don't know who rules you, well, then you a low-informed voter.
Yeah, I agree. He is nutty as hell, but I agree.
Nutty as a goddamn payday.
Yeah, he's funny. Y'all gotta listen. He's funny.
The Jews have compromised our country, our economic system. Our people are suffering. We must vote and take the right actions.
Hey, and if voting don't work, y'all know what else comes after that. If voting don't fucking work, y'all know what comes after that. See, I listen to a lot of these rooms right here for this. We all love pop up. Reason why I come every day, right? Well, we talk about revolution so fucking much up in here, but granted, I'm not telling anybody, I'm not inciting anything. I promise to God, for the replays, right? But niggas don't want to do, matter of fact, Americans in general don't want to do what it takes to have a fucking revolution. That's all I'm saying.
That's because we don't like redundancy. We already had a revolution. We had 2 revolutions, and we are in the 3rd revolution. But the truth is, philosophy and politics are intertwined. If you want to know politics, you got to know philosophy.
Yeah, my philosophy is if it don't get done one way, we don't get it done another way.
And that's on period. But here's the thing. See, there will come a time in the recent future, I believe, where we will be forced to act. You either gonna get out or you gonna
you in the Matrix, baby. The demographic war is real, as someone said earlier, when Senorita Maria has 8 children, and now the Black American is a minority, well, then you're going to complain just like how the Palestinians are complaining or the Jews are complaining, because it's a demographic war, and you know it. And when you lose the majority, you become the inferior minority. Ain't that the fact? Hello?
The only way to win is to populate. We gotta fuck our way into victory, but we don't want to do it. We don't want to have kids.
Oh my God.
It's a democracy. So I'm gonna have more people, and then one day we might look up and have a majority, and then we might vote. But until then, we ain't even vote. We just gonna make babies.
More kids in this fucking shit?
No. So
I'm gonna try to have 100 babies.
he actually,
My brother gonna try to have 100
I hope not talking like that.
try to get them to have 100 babies apiece, and we just gonna see what happens.
yeah, no, raise your IQ level before you do that, but I'm not opposed to you doing that. Hey, so he actually kind of right in the sense it's just not put into the right context. Yo, like I was saying up in this room before, I think it was this room. Kids bring wealth whether we know it or not. Reason why, there's a lot of women, and I'm not gonna put that on, there's a lot of women out here that is having children because they understand the benefit from it. Now, granted, right? Look, oh damn, where the fuck this nigga go? I wanted to say this shit for him specifically. Fuck it, put it on. Look, we in a losing battle. Why? Because we're not having that many children nowadays. The dominant society, they're kind of.
This is probably the worst quote, and I'm gonna think of a better one in like 5 seconds. But the only thing that comes to mind is Chuck Bass answering the phone for a girl he hates, and he was like, "Georgina, to what do I owe the displeasure?" And I've used that line so many times.
Treating me as a business person, we treat people as a business. That's the way you treat most people. That's the person, right? That's the way he functions. That's the way he operates. He was a constant politician. He was the quintessence of a people figure. He was a father figure. Well, not he was a man of compassion. I couldn't say I dare say he was. He struck me as being a person who you could like if you got to know. I dare say very few people knew him. I'm certain you can find on every corner now somebody who had the confidence of Daddy, who talked to Daddy, who Daddy leaned on. I mean, they're all in the woodwork. Most of them, this just wasn't true. Very few people knew this man. He was a loner. When you get right down to it, most powerful people who have real integrity and real character are loners. They don't spend all their time garrison around there. They have to pull back and think and reflect and get their batteries charged. They may like people, they may deal with people, they may function with people, but they're basically and fundamentally loners. And that's true in politics, it's true in art, it's true in science, it's probably true in the entertainment world. And Danny was in that group.
Not you trying to start a gender war.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm trying to be so careful with my words.
Danny was in a business. He treated me as a business person. We treat people in the business. That's the way we treated most people. Nothing personal about it. That's the way he functioned. That's the way he operated. He was the consummate politician. He was the quintessence of a political figure. He was a father figure. Well, not he was a man of compassion. I couldn't say I dare say he was. He struck me as being a person who you could like if you got to know. I dare say very few people knew him. I'm certain you can find on every corner now somebody who had the confidence they did, who talked to Daddy, who Daddy leaned on. I mean, they're all in the woodwork. Most of them, this just wasn't true. Very few people knew this man. He was a loner. When you get right down to it, most powerful people who have real integrity and real character are loners. You know, they don't spend all their time garrison around there. They have to prove that.
We could say that economical strategy.
David was in a business.
There's a real showdown shaping up between Mayor Brandon Johnson's allies in the Chicago Teachers Union and the new leader of the public schools. It's over the union's demands for schools to be closed May 1st for a day of protest and activism. I'm WGN-TV investigative reporter Ben Bradley. You might be surprised by some of the union's proposed lesson plans for that day of civic engagement. In addition to the history of May Day and the labor movement, we've reviewed documents being circulated. They include a section on youth organizing against authoritarianism. It also suggests students should be asked to describe what hardships are people in your community facing since Trump was reelected. WGN political editor Tamon Bradley pressed the union leader.
Why involve the students in that?
We're not trying to involve the students in that. We're actually trying to involve the entire country in on this. The benefit of making
Which increases our
The pushback is I'm looking at today's time. I'm looking at men and women not. I'm looking at this whole poly quote unquote epidemic and how women are not really in favor of that. That a lot of men today are trying to pick up on and trying to implement here that their women don't want here. So I'm looking at all these different dynamics, and I'm just saying this sound good. You know, I'm on board with you because I think I've said something similar to that not too long ago. I agree with that. It's not that I disagree with you, but I'm looking at today's time, and I'm saying never gonna make it.
Okay, I see where you and stuff coming from, right? Y'all not wrong at all. I think it's a different perspective. But I pose y'all this question though: how many of y'all did y'all genealogy and found great?
It's really counterproductive. It's already bad, and that's just gonna make it even worse because then that's gonna continue the conversation about you should have chose better and all these babies and all these please don't nobody want to hear that shit.
I mean, I think it's all relative. Like, we do both, and I'm hoping before we do it, we only have kids. If it's coming from y'all with no kids right now, I did it on the schedule. I was laying down there, and I knew I did not sweet. One thing I do on is the timing, right? So I feel like we as black people, so to say, black Americans, industry first with right? Because we never fix it.
Improvement, meditation, or just relaxing and having no fault. That's the truth of the earth. We're living a culture and a society where we put the self down. We constantly we're racist against the self. We are prosecuting and we are bigoted against what is the self. So all I'm trying to say is, baby, that the perfect way to optimize for yourself and for your country and for the earth is meditation. What is meditation? Can you teach me a class on meditation? If you can do that, baby, you are the earth. Hello? This is universe.
So, how does the Negro Africans and the American Indians, how do we align these two groups?
We have one of those just like, King, I'm gonna bow out gracefully only because it's not gonna get anywhere. Like, okay, so even though I identify as who I am, right? You identify as who you are. It don't fucking matter because we're all in the same fucking category. And let's identify the issue. Your whole premise is reparations for institutions, restoration.
This is Sigmund Freud.
Why the hell do you do this to yourself, Riggs?
Well, what else could I do? It's like none of them listening to my club. Come on.
What's going on here? Let's get some money out here.
Houdini Jr. here managed to free himself.
You can't align with the Native American billionaire casino owners unless you at the boardroom, baby. You gotta get a seat at the boardroom, baby, if you want to play with the big dog.
And so we gotta correct our commerce. That is the black beauty supply industry.
The black beauty supply industry. Who owns the black beauty supply industry, baby? That's the bank, baby.
You gotta kind of come closer to your mic.
So,
Just a tad bit.
it's not bad.
Not really, we can hear you.
So I'm saying the thing is that we gotta have the black beauty and the commerce game changed. The black churches giving billions of dollars away to white Jewish banks. The black beauty supply model is one that's owned by outside interests, taking money out of our community that can be used in our community. The blacks in construction that I push to promote with We Are the Builders would go back into these communities and actually build the infrastructure with the banking system that I have designed, where black churches would be primarily sponsors and beneficiaries of the good work of banks that don't allow the communities around them to gentrify because your members are there. These churches have to work exponentially harder to get members to come in and keep the church up and running when they're in a city like Atlanta or Memphis or Dallas, etc. And the tradition of black community that existed in the east side, the south side, or whatever it is, has now been displaced and now the area has been gentrified. So, additionally, when we talk about the procurement contracts, like now you're talking about this minority game, you know, we've got to actually delineate
What's going
to
on
a degree
today?
that we separate ourselves from other groups of people. These are the sorts of things that I'm looking forward to being able to push, promote. Every day I wake up, this is the journey that I'm on. I'm trying to get black people to stop calling themselves minorities. Stop looking at these motherfucking racist Republicans as if they're any better or worse than these fucking liberal Democrats. And for people to understand that, yeah, there's a history that we don't know. You may be connected to the land, you may be connected to somewhere else, but go find your roots.
Yeah, you gotta go within, or you gotta get to the root of the matter in order to solve the situation as best as it can be solved. It's a game theory, baby.
Connected to
Niggas, you trying to translate? But, okay, so King, okay, yeah, I'm in agreement with that, and I think that most people who identify with whether they be FBA, American Indian, ADO, we all agree on the same thing, right? So I mean, you know,
It's a game theory, baby.
you said everything that we all fucking align with, regardless of how you identify. Now, one thing I want to point out is your plan to, I guess, basically take back the hair care industry, right?
Yes.
Okay, bam. How profitable is that industry? Annually?
Isn't it by the billions or is that millions? billions or millions, one of the two. Either way, it's up there. It ain't hundreds of thousands.
I guess that was probably up in the billions, since we got like a $2.7 trillion spending power, like collectively as a nation, whereas a sub-nation within the nation. So I'm not opposed to that, right? Bam. Now, what else? What else can we dominate?
Baby, you could take over the whole fried chicken market in the whole goddamn country if you could get the people organized.
Period. But sure can. Because when you got white people on YouTube talking about they can taste some chicken and said all of a sudden they're black, you sure can.
So culinary, like food, okay, cool, and you know what? That's definitely feasible. Now, what I'm thinking is right, cornering the market, because once we, regardless of how you identify to take over any industry, there's gonna be a lot of curveballs, a lot of obstacles, a lot of fucking hurdles to jump over, right? Defunding, a lot of shit gonna get defunded. I mean, we see it up in our inner cities every day. I was just talking to somebody on Facebook within Minneapolis, right? Asking about why a lot of our inner city schools don't have funding that these schools on the outskirts have, right? So we know why that is. So what I'm saying is, instead of just focusing on 1, 2, even a few, we gotta focus on at least 10. Now, I could be exaggerating that number, right? But this is just how I see it. We gotta focus on 10, because once one become compromised, then we got the other to fall back on. Once the other become compromised, we got the other to fall back on. Shit, we need to just even figure out a way to start creating industries in order for us, since we're so fucking far behind, in order for us to make a generational fucking wealth gap within at least like 2 generations. That's just how.
Hey Mo, you ever sit on a quarterly earnings call with a large hotel group talking to the bank that owns the mortgages? The point is, everybody's just working for the bank at the end of the day. So until Black America has their own bank, you can't have a conversation with yourself. So, again, I'm just saying that if you want to know the truth of the earth, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get, baby.
I'm glad he said that, because we actually do have a black bank. I wonder how many of us actually utilize it, though.
Well, then the problem is awareness. That's a big problem. So, and I ain't opposed to what he's saying. I actually agree, right? Because that was what keep me. That was missing. But how did we even get to? 1 second, hold on.
What's it called? United One Bank. It's the largest black-owned bank. Not United One. One United. Anybody else got that somewhere? I think they got a couple in Atlanta. They got some up here in Boston.
Every component of what makes Black America great. It's multi-diversified and extensive. You got to control the means of production. You got to control distributors. It's all spam, baby. So if you got a black bank, you can now spam at scale, but you got to have relationships to get that money. And you got to report back to the bank and say, this is how we grew your money, baby.
Hey, damn, my bad. Where we left off here, because I had to talk to one of my coworkers.
He was about to say something.
No, I was just saying that I had put some money into that black bank. What was it, First United Bank, or whatever it was, going online. I put some money in there. But then they started all these fees. They charged me. And my initial principal was shrinking. It just seemed like there's a monthly charge, a wish charge, that stuff. So I took my money out, put it back in. Yeah, it's been around for a while. But, it's a black
controlled by white folks. Of course, the banking industry is not controlled by white people, so they can't get around that. And regulation. But I tried to support all that way too much. These were ridiculous.
That money sit in the bank. Like I wasn't even doing nothing. I just put money in it just because it was a black bank. Like I wasn't doing nothing with it, really.
I did the same thing. I did the black bank and put some money in here and let me see what it do. But if it didn't do anything, I would have been okay, but they were taking my money.
Same, I would have left it in there.
Yeah, but I'm taking my
As long as I ain't got to pay for the content, I'm cool though.
Why should we have to pay for content? Fuck that.
Be a part of the content that you like. You see what I'm saying? Like
A bank that charges him money. It's the same principle of content. Paying for it, getting it for free. Or there are people that get paid for their content. How the fuck does that miracle happen? Hello?
Yeah, I don't care to get paid for content. I don't care to get paid for. I don't want to make content. I just want to be entertained for so many hours, and then you niggas.
I get it, but that's the food chain, baby. Because this app, the owners are getting paid for the content that we are creating for them right now. We are the field workers working for the white man in the White House on the plantation. This goddamn app is the new plantation.
Revolution University. Let's get
the plantation, what do you still want? The plantation, what do you still want?
Well, he's waking up the slaves. Not waking us up.
Oh, yeah.
Right, University, waking us up.
Sounds like he's one of us.
He is one of us, but in every slave plantation, there gotta be that one woke slave that wakes up everybody so we can revolt.
I mean, the slaves don't have the opportunity to get paid. Y'all got the opportunity to get paid on here. Y'all just not utilizing it right. But let's relate what you're saying to real life, that you just want to be entertained. That's most people's fucking problem, right? Not saying it's a problem with you. I'm not trying to attack you. I just want to, address what you're saying. Fuck my background loud. Hold on.
That's the fucking issue. Some things you don't deserve to get paid for. If you're talking about all day, why the fuck you need to get paid, man? Who the fuck are you, nigga? You don't need to get paid.
Well, if you
everyone wants to get paid now. What are you doing? Who are you?
If you generating revenue for an app and you're not getting nothing from it, but they benefit off of you, then don't you think you should get paid?
No. Go to Kick. Go to Twitter. Start your own brand. The problem is a lot of people on Clubhouse are anonymous. You don't actually have a fucking brand. Therefore, you should not be fucking paid. Who the fuck are you? Nobody knows who the fuck you are. You just chat shit. Not only that, you or those random people coming here and everybody's having to be your own thing. If you really have a talent of creating content, then you will go on platforms where you could actually make money, like, for example, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, these places. And we're going to see what the market really values that. But the reality, people are talking about ain't really that talented.
I highly doubt that. I mean, I highly disagree with that. Wait, hold on, I got you. Because there's a lot of people, matter of fact, Black 100 is probably like the most known person out here who should be getting paid for his content.
You can follow me, but he has his own platform.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he got his own platforms. He utilizing his brand and putting it upon a app where he gets paid. And he put it across a couple of apps. Now, if you don't have a brand and you don't know how to capture people's attention, that's on you. But the opportunity is still there. Why? Because the app itself pays you. Why shouldn't you get paid from an app that pays you, that have the potential to?
Because they tell you I don't want to pay you, so therefore you gotta leave the app. Bro, people gotta stop begging. It's like people who drive Uber and then they demand Uber to pay them more money. Nobody forced you to drive Uber. Nobody forced you to be on Clubhouse, right? That's the thing, bro. You chose to come on Clubhouse and now you're demanding to get paid. No, fuck off. Go somewhere where you can get paid. That's how I look at it. Not everything you should be paid for, bro. Especially content. Everybody wants to be a content creator. I mean, but a lot of people are not that talented to be a content
kid.
People don't be having talent to be getting paid for shit, but then again, there are some people that should be getting paid.
See, that's just not true. Everyone here who can speak English has the capability to actually get paid for intelligent communication. That means you have to open a book and read poetry. If you were to do that, it would actually liberate you personally, and you'd be transmitting very high value conversation communication. Now, hold on one second. Listen to this. At this point in 2026, if you've been on this app for a few years, you have heard every conversation that could possibly be debated in every different way. There will be no new conversations on this app. Every second you spend here is 1 second lost to spam. There can be no new conversations. Admit it. Who here thinks there could be a new conversation that would pique their interest and say, God damn, that was a great conversation? No, everybody here has already heard every bullshit argument and debate that could possibly be had. So, if you want to bring something new into the communication, go get a poetry book, a good one. Go get a stoic meditation book, a good one. Get a good book and just read it on here to people, because what's the fucking point? This app is like an audio book. So the point is you have to create it. But the easy way to do it is to grab a book. Hello?
People don't want to read, they too lazy. That's the messed up thing, bro. People need to reread, but shit, it's not convenient. Even if you do audiobooks, shit, I count that as reading, but
Man, look, it's like this. There's always going to be new wars. There's always going to be new things going on in society that we either disagree or, agree with. There's always going to be something to be talked about, new topics. Now, maybe you might hold the same premise that you always held to similar topics to these new topics, but it's always going to be something to talk about. Bro, all I'm saying is that the app is giving out money, right, for those who do have the talent and do have the brand to capture a lot of people. Why not capitalize on it? That's all I was saying to Alpha before he left, because what he was saying to me didn't just make sense. He mad because motherfuckers is making money off of the app.
Well, there's two variables. There's the spectrum, which is what the app does, which is aggregating large numbers and selling the data to data brokers who then sell it to the government. And so this app is a surveillance capital app. And there's no ads here. And the gold coin feature here is bullshit. It's stupid. Now, ain't nobody here walked away with $200 yet from this stupid gold coin fucking marketing scheme, which nobody gives a shit about. Nobody gives a shit about Plus, because nobody wants to pay for content. But everybody wants to get paid for content, but nobody getting paid for the content. That's why this app is the new plantation. Hello?
I mean, to be fair, though, I see what you're saying, and you're not wrong, but to be fair, I mean, it is fairly new. They just rolled this out like a month or two ago.
Yeah, and I make enough money where I'm not looking to get paid off Clubhouse. I don't think I'm doing anything that fucking valuable. I don't think you niggas is doing anything valuable either. So, I'm just being entertained. And I know somebody's gonna get rich off it, probably the creators and the people who, spent the money and made the app and spent the time and cultivating it and promoting it, and etc. And those are people who should get paid. But
Look what you did, Ava. It's shit.
Yeah,
I'll take blame.
I don't care if you let much money paid off this shit.
Thank you.
We were talking about the banking system, and I wanted to hear about that, right? Because I'm not too versed into banking. I'm not too versed into APRs and YPAs, all this extra shit.
It's just game theory, baby. Meaning everybody has 2.5 billion seconds to live on average. How much did you get paid per second of your life? It's not per hour, per month, or per year, baby. You got 2.5 billion seconds to spend. How are you going to spend your billions? Hello?
It makes sense when you talk to me, bro, because I don't know what you're talking about.
That was as clear as it's gonna get, Ava.
Okay, all right. Look, try to, because I'm a little slow when it comes to this, right? Just bear with me. Like, explain it like you really, explain it like as if I was a fifth grader.
Well, because I Googled how many hours, you live on average, and then I got the seconds, and it is about 2.5 billion. So everybody's born with 2.5 billion seconds to spend on average. It's like that movie with Justin Timberlake. So the thing about money is people think like once you have everything you need, you actually don't need money anymore. And then you realize money is at a certain point, it stops being money and it becomes communication. And that's what the Federal Reserve and that's what the banks do. They don't make anything. They are recipients of information. They are upstream, and everybody else who borrows from the banks and has mortgages has to communicate with the bank and confirm the situation to make sure the payments are flowing. So, anyways, I'm just trying to say that for everybody here personally, in terms of your experience or your happening, I have filled my house with books and I could read to you poetry right now. You could play music. You could drink wine. You could have fun. This app, though, unfortunately, because of all the political polarization and spam communication, ruins your experience. You need to be Michael Jackson in this life. You need to try to play music. If you don't have musical instruments, save up the money, baby, and buy yourself a flute. So, and get a good book. Look at all the no's coming at me because you're like, no, this guy's whack. No, baby, I'm telling you the truth. Have some fun. Read a book, play some music, masturbate and go to sleep. And have yourself a cheese pizza and a burger and a beer. And grab yourself some titties. Hello?
That sound like a trip to the bathroom for real.
And all in all, though, I kind of get what you're saying. So look, I'm focused on the communication part. I'm focused on the communication part. Now I kind of agree with that. You got to utilize your mouthpiece. Pause. You got to utilize that mouthpiece in order to.
Give them New Yorkers back they shit, Avo.
Pause. Nah, but for real, you got to utilize that mouthpiece to gain commerce, to gain income. I get that, right? But in relations to banking, that's what I was talking about. I get what you're saying all in all, but in relations to the banking.
Well, it's word control. If you have a complaint against white people controlling the banks, you're complaining that they control the definitions of words. And that's the truth of the earth. That's the law. He who determines what the word means is the one who controls the outcome of the situation. If you trans and you're trying to change into a different adjusted gross income and you want to get in the cum, well, my friends here on Clown House, this is your personal development moment and opportunity. You don't need to go to Harvard philosophy. You don't need to go to Brown law. You can pick up a book and just read it here on this app instead of listening to people talk for years. That audiobook sucks. You have to create your own audiobook if you want to change your situation. It's called using the brain to improve the brain. That's the value of the brain. Hello?
Damn, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, funny as hell, but nigga, you worse than these science tech niggas, bro, because I don't understand what the fuck.
No lies detected.
Like, goddamn.
He didn't lie about nothing he said.
Nah, he probably did. I just don't understand him. How they all social.
I understood.
Man, somebody make it plain to me, bro. Like, this is.
He sound like King 3.0.
Facts. Yeah, he lost me at get in the comp. Like, man.
Because you was worried about the wrong shit over here, Mr. I want 100 motherfucking kids. You was worried about.
You're going to have a kid, that's going to take away from your opportunity for your brain to educate your brain. However, if you got a kid and you ain't reading a book to your kid, well, then you are stupid. The guy lives. He lives in a goddamn book. Hello?
Wow. I was trying to do the tackle. So, why are you talking like this? What's going on here?
Fuck all y'all. All y'all say y'all got text, bro. Send me a comment.
That's just not true, man.
Wait, hold on. Our ancestors was working off the damn land and didn't know how to read a damn thing, bro, and they was striving. So what?
Wait, time
culture.
Not all of ours. Stephen, you gotta come closer to your. I don't know what.
What did you say, Stephen? You said what it sounded like you were cooking. Just quickly say what you just said. I actually want to know.
Our ancestors were scholars. We're at University of Timbuktu.
University of Timbuktu?
So why does God evil say your people can read or some shit like that?
Wait, hold on.
That is not what he said.
Yeah, I ain't talking about we all can't read. I'm talking about there was a lot of us back up in the pre 1900s. So matter of fact, the pre 1950s that was working off the land and didn't know how to read. But yeah, my brother Stephen talking about Timbuktu, man. Those ain't your ancestors directly, brother. Like I get what you're saying.
Don't tell me what my
You right. No,
they're not yours.
I don't, because I really don't know, and you right. But that ain't all of us.
I do know. I'm putting between me and you.
Stephen,
For me, you have
all of us.
You have faith, and I have no idea.
No, Stephen, that's probably true for you, but I'm talking about Barbara Stroke. That's not true for all of us. You're right on your end. It's just not true for everybody. But look, that's a whole different topic, though. That's thousands of years ago. What I'm talking about is recent, like the last.
Who's Timbuktu? I actually want to know what that is.
Hold on, Alpha, let him finish.
No, I'm talking. Listen, let's go back to what Universe said, because he was cooking in a way, but I just don't understand what the fuck he's talking about. Y'all say that y'all understand. Tell me what the core of what he's talking about.
Well, let's start when he was talking about banks. What did you gather from when he was talking about banks? What did you hear him say?
Communication, and the flow of communication.
I would have to concur with that. What you about to say, Brother Stephen?
He's talking about everything in a book. Everything's in a book. I don't get it. But I don't know. Is this a black guy? It sounds like a white guy.
It's a white guy. He's been in here since we started the room, Brother Stephen, and we was actually engaging with him. King was engaging with him when we started the what was that? When King was asking the question about let's play white supremacy or something like that. Do you remember what he was saying then?
I was looking at the phone, but
okay, so he's been in here since then. We've been laughing and building with him since then.
I think man, go ahead.
I'm still at work.
He basically highlighted the importance of banks and how they basically control everything and how we need to get more involved in the banks. Right, and I said that we actually do have a black-owned bank, right? And then he started to talk about, oh God, give me a second, brain fart.
Brother Stephen said that bank was charging him all kinds of bullshit fees.
Yeah,
he said he dumped them motherfuckers. His experience sucked. His Google review was 1 star.
And when you mentioned reading books and stuff, Universe, can you reiterate what you said? Because I can understand the crazy shit the others can't. I can understand it. Go ahead, say it again.
It's whether you read a book or you listen to an audiobook or you listen to Clubhouse, it's an experience, it's content. So you have to program your contentment, and if you want to change the game, you can't listen to Clubhouse. Clubhouse can't change the game for you. It's the same conversations repeated 1,000 times, 1,000 different ways. If you read a philosophy book, if you study Marcus Aurelius, if you study Epictetus, if you study Plato, if you study Aristotle, if you study Lao Tzu, 1,000 other different people, if you listen to those audiobooks, they're all on YouTube. That's the programming your brain really needs and the programming that you will enjoy, because you're basically increasing your large language model. you're doing what the AI is doing. And the algorithm on this app, it's just like clickbait. It wants to emotionally charge you and gaslight you. And actually, that's what you want, but you have to try to reverse engineer, your personal development. And so this app isn't going to give you what you really want.
What are you talking about?
Hello?
What did you hear him say that it's off? That's what I want to know.
I'm just saying,
What did
look,
you hear him say that's
you
off?
you have.
All I hear the nigga saying is educate yourself. And
Yeah.
educating yourself on an app full of folks that ain't, on this level, like this room, if they're not talking like how this room's talking, you know what I'm saying, then more than likely, 100 times out of 100, they ain't talking about shit. So what is wrong with someone telling you need to educate yourself? Because that's what I'm summing up from what he's saying. What did he say that was wrong?
He said, read a book, fucking listen to music, masturbate, and go to sleep.
Brother Steven, that's what you translated it to?
That's what he said. That's what he
It's
said.
crazy.
That's what he said. I'm gonna think what the man said. Sounds crazy.
Bro, all I'm getting from this is we are the commerce that these banks capitalize on. That's kind of what I'm getting from what Universe talking about. On top of like the last part that he said, right? Go read a book now. Let me get my mic right quick.
It's not like he's saying black people need to go read a book. Like I don't.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know that video game? You ever play that video game where you got like the lightsabers, or you got to hit the music notes and you're static, but the river is flowing at you? That's what life is like. We are all walking on a path of seconds. And so it's like you're playing a recording. And my point is, Clubhouse is basically an audiobook. But if you go listen to Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, a very good audiobook on YouTube, I can put the link in the chat, and you program yourself on that, and it's just an hour recording, that's the same thing as you playing that video game with the notes and the lightsaber, and you're basically, there's a flow coming at you, and it's up to you to determine what that flow is. That content really matters, and it is just education. And you don't need to go to a fucking college to educate yourself. You just have to program yourself on what's in the good books. But the last chapter says, in a word, be a saint, be good. If you are a good person, generally good things happen to you. If you're a bad person, guess what happens? Generally bad things happen to you. So be good, in a word.
Always triumphs. These are always triumphs. They're the mighty, they're the powerful, they're the wicked, they're the evil. Good, underrated. Hey, you want to get real power? You got to do evil. All right.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think it's we probably finna get off onto another topic, but I'm gonna say this and get out the way. Ain't nothing really like truly evil or truly good. You feel me? That's just based upon perception. Now, whatever your moral compass leads you to is wherever it leads you to. I get what Universe is saying. It's all about what's within. You could be a quote unquote good person, right? All your actions is good, but your intentions is fucked up. So that's what happens in life, right? But and vice versa. Now relating this to what you're talking about, Universe, I kind of get what you're saying now with the whole, like Guitar Hero analogy, where you got to press the buttons at the right time and you catch what you catch, right? The flow. I get that. But you were saying that, I get that with life, right? But you were saying that in relation to the banking, as if it was like the answer to like the question that I asked.
Yeah, the banking is a part of liberation, but again, it's just a hierarchy of communication. And if you want to reverse, see, the whole thing deals with personal development. It's not about modifying your destiny or understanding interconnectivity between large organizations and the individual. I'm just trying to say that there are books. I'm going to put a link in the chat. Just listen to it. It's called the Tao Te Ching. Basically, it's a mystical journey book. And you know, your life is a journey. This app is part of that journey and experience. But what you listen to matters, because what you listen to is really what you are. You have two ears and one mouth. I'm just saying that there's a program that you can utilize, and I just put the link in the chat. It's a program. You could use the Bible. You could use any basic. You could use any book to try to optimize your situation in life. But the book that I just put in the chat, to me, is a very good one. It's from China.
Wait a minute. Go back to the banks. Go back to the banks. Because that's what he was asking. Go back to the banks, universe.
Yeah, the bank is the center of communication. That's all it is. That's what people don't understand. It's a communication center. It's an accounting center.
So what exactly does that mean? Because I'm an accountant.
It means they're at the center. They're at the center. Bank of America, J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo.
So you're saying communicate with these banks, build relationships with these banks, just so we can get what it is that we want from these banks. Is that what you're saying?
I think he's saying, I think to add to that, that the banks are the center of communication, global communication. That's what I'm taking away from it. The financing is the center of communication.
Okay. Now that when you say it like that, that makes sense to me. Because we do know without these banks, these motherfuckers can't bust no moves the way that they've been busting moves for real. These banks pay, for a lot of shit to move.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
They're the real wizards.
So he's saying have a relationship with these banks.
They're the real wizards.
Can I ask a question to someone made this statement earlier, and he said that true power is that you have to do evil in order to obtain true power. Was that the statement that was made?
Yeah.
He said that. Yes, it was. No, I was going to say yes, it was, and then I was going to ask Kenny to show us where in history where that wasn't a factor.
Well, I was going to ask. So when you say true power, can you explain exactly what you mean by true power? Because you're saying that in order to get true power, not just general power, you're talking about, so this is the type of power that you feel like can only be obtained by doing evil. So I'm asking, what is true power? True power.
True power is love of the law. Stephen failed to fully explain it, because you got to look at the word love and evil. They're intertwined. Evil is love backwards. Love is evil backwards. So Stephen just failed to mention a couple key words there. But his point is, by destruction, by chaos, you can create. And that's the theory of destroying nations or terraforming. Through destruction comes birth and resurrection. That's the philosophical point. Hello?
Yeah, but I'm not understanding how that answers the question of what true power is. I understand what love is, but I'm asking, what is true power?
Divide and conquer.
What is true power?
I think he summed it up just fine. But Brother Stephen, you still on the plantation?
True power is mass mind control. Meaning when Donald Trump at 2:30 in the morning says, I'm doing what no other president has ever done before. I am independently taking this country to war against Iran at 2:30 in the morning. That's true power. And when he has destroyed 100,000 soldiers, and so my point is, mind control is communication control, and that's the true power. Because all this money is irrelevant when you are yourself are a simple sheeple, and you will do as you are told. Hello?
Are you describing, when you say mind control, because I'm trying to, if you could be more precise with your words, when you say mind control, are you referring to political influence, or are you referring to actual enforcement power? Those are two different things. So one,
hierarchical loyalty.
For example,
Loyalty and hierarchy.
Hello?
Hello?
I could argue, universe, that the individuals who are pulling on the strings of the puppet Donald Trump, the lobbyists, the bureaucratic sort of system that we have are kind of pulling on his. So are you saying political influence?
No, historically, the true power players are the warlords. Hello? Can you repeat after me the word warlord?
Okay, so the enforcement. So you're saying the individuals who are who have power to kill, essentially, those are the ones who are in true power?
Technically, politically, yes. Unfortunately.
Okay, so would you agree that if we're looking at, so Hitler would have been an example of someone who had true power, right?
Any historical leader that has, notarization, as you just suggested, has a historical notoriety. But the point is, I don't know what your point is, Kenny, but the truth is, love is the law. Hello?
I'm asking questions to press up against this worldview of true power. So you agree that Hitler, in fact, had this true power?
No. Stephen is making an all or nothing statement, and we all know that only Siths deal in all or nothing statements.
We can't speak for what Stephen says. We gotta let Stephen answer for Stephen.
I thought you was speaking for Stephen.
No, another man speaking for another man. I don't know about that. You gotta get your answer from Stephen. So right now you're getting your answer from Universe, and I'm just, for the sake of conversation, I agree with what Universe said.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree either, but he's not necessarily answering the questions I'm asking, which is fine because it's not the problem. He didn't make the problem.
You originally asked what is true power.
Correct. I asked what was true power, and he gave me sort of a combination of answers, which is fine. Then I asked a follow-up question. I said, well, under
because true power is a combination of things.
Well, I understand that. That's why I related what he said, and I said, well, that if that's what true power is, and I asked him a question: was Hitler an example of someone that had true power? And I didn't get an answer to that.
I mean, does Hitler check off a combination of things that
Kenny, the point is, I know this is Clubhouse, and I know you want me to be polite to you, but I don't have to answer every question thrown at the universe, because I'm the universe. The universe decides what questions the universe wants to answer. I'm the oracle, baby, and as the oracle, I don't have to respond to every single question. Hello?
Alright, so then universe don't.
Don't answer. You don't have to come off.
That's easy. You can let somebody else answer.
Bro, this dude is hilarious.
He is. He's had us cracking up for the past hour, y'all.
Yeah, and I missed a lot of what was said, but Kenya, as far as your question about what is true power, I think like total power, that's how you worded it.
Yeah, because I was trying to get to the bottom. Stephen said the only way for you to amass true power is to do evil, and I was asking him, well, what does he consider true power? Because it seems as if the argument rests on that. So, and really, I might even agree with him. That's why I'm asking questions, because I'm trying to debate with him.
Dismantling governments, getting people to turn against their governments, getting them to flee from their countries to our countries, or vice versa, however which way it looks. Like this, like, I don't know what more we can say on that, for real.
So that because it goes into.
Oh, he here now. He here.
Yeah, I just gotta let me get in my car and let my Bluetooth. Give me a minute to let my Bluetooth catch up to me.
Get that Bluetooth together.
Hey, chill out.
But yeah, I mean, that's some real powerful shit right there when you can get, these different nations to turn on their own fucking government. And go ahead, Donnie.
And that's political power right there. You got economic power, you got military power. Those are just three big forms of what we could say whatever it is, true power or total power that y'all was saying. And I believe all three of those were taken by force. So, that was in my original statement to start. I believe that was Brother Stephen that was saying that. But in terms of the people who actually controlled those three vectors of power, they didn't take it by unanimous decision or democracy. They took it by force.
Right, which can be classified as quote unquote, as Brother Stephen said, evil.
Which all of what y'all just explained is influence, is what I'm trying to get y'all to realize. Total power is influence. Now, what solidifies total power is execution of plan, but influence. Stephen, you there?
And how do you get influence? Through communication. And you have to remember always that every technological development of science ultimately creates communication technology. And this app right now, as you experience it, is the complete and total output of human ingenuity, creativity, scientific, electrical, technological innovation. But look what it is, communication. So true power always rests in who controls the levers of communication. And the censors are real. Censorship is so pervasive. There are topics you can't talk about. And so, anyways, hello?
Man, bro, you remind me of dude off of San Andreas. What's his name? Zero. Yeah, that's his name. You remind me of that dude Zero off San Andreas, bro.
Brother Stephen, you there? You got your Bluetooth together? You got your Bluetooth together?
I'm trying to get my fucking navigation apps to come up. I like the speed. I like to know where the police are. Let me get back to this pure evil. There's always going to be conflicts in the world. There's always going to be struggle for power in the world. No matter what civilization the road to peace is war. So it's pure evil, pure violence. I mean, some people got to die in order to have peace. Some people got to die in order for us to be powerful. Look how many people we're killing in the Gaza Strip. How many people we're killing in Ukraine? How many people we're killing in Iran? So, and this is all for power. This is all for world peace. He said they can't have a nuclear weapon. So in the name of power, in the name of peace, you got to crack some eggs. And that's the simple fact. All right?
See, the problem with that is it doesn't give us any solution, and you didn't really make too many points. The point is, all wars are just...
War happens to be the largest money-making mechanism in the world. So in war, we prosper. So, it's all about power. And power, you got to, like I said, there will be blood. There will be blood. Now, the only people Malcolm X told us, the only people who has a bloodless revolution is the Negro. We're the only ones that don't have a black revolution. So I'm just saying that to say that on the world global stage, in order for us to be powerful, for any nation to be powerful, they must inflict evil, not good.
So when you say, I guess under that definition, if you have a nation that is fighting, for example, do you agree in something called just war? Like, can you have a just war?
You can justify war, but no war is just. When you kill innocent women and children, how can that be just? But you can justify it.
What if you didn't intend to kill the women and children, but they died by effect? Like, for example, let's just say there's a war that's happening, and then there's a guy that has a bomb, and he takes that bomb to kill the enemy soldiers, but there were civilians that were in the area.
Kenny, it's like an abortion. It's like a late-term abortion.
Would you not consider that just in that instance?
No. Okay. When you join the Army, you join the military forces. You're signing up to be a government-trained killer. They're not bringing you on board so that you can play checkers and fucking ping pong. No. They're training you to kill. And that's your primary, main purpose of being in the military, is to become
Stephen, why is killing wrong?
Kenny, when they perform an abortion, they don't mean to kill the baby. That's just part of the process. They don't want to kill a baby.
When you kill the innocent,
Yeah, but I'm asking you why.
if you kept waiting until that's different.
Okay, so I'm asking you a question. If I'm a person, I believe that killing the innocent is a good thing. From my perspective, just because I believe it to be, why would you tell me I'm wrong? Why is it wrong to kill the innocent?
Because common sense tells you that when you take innocent lives, this can't be right. I mean, where's your moral compass at?
Yeah, but
Do white people have to give you a moral compass? I mean, come on.
No, that's a fallacious argument. You can't argue for common sense because basically what you're doing is just restating your preference. So what's the argument that it's wrong? And the reason I'm doing this, Steve, is not that I disagree.
I told you the reason it's wrong is because you take innocent lives.
I know, but that's circular. That's a circular. You're saying it's wrong because it's wrong. But I'm asking you, why is it wrong? You're saying the circular. That's one reason of why it's wrong.
Kenny, you can just put it. You can put it in a formula. You know what a formula is?
All right, I'm gonna give you the Google answer just for the sake of conversation. Killing is generally, keyword generally, considered wrong because it violates fundamental rights to life, anatomy, and causes irreversible harm. While widely condemned, ethical, legal, and philosophical, help me out, philosophical, thank you, debates exist, particularly regarding self-defense, capital punishment, and how the hell y'all pronounce this word? Euthanasia? I can't pronounce that. Euthanasia, so the E is silent. Okay, euthanasia, where justification of life are argued in specific extreme circumstances.
Okay, so wrong, Kenny, is this. It's an old philosophy. An eye for an eye leaves everyone blind.
So that would be.
I just want to finish. Eye for eye leaves everyone blind, meaning that you as a species are here to procreate and exist. And if everyone decides that they're going to kill each other, that means you as a species no longer exist. So you come up with social constructs to continue the ability for your species to exist.
Hello?
Now, from a community level to an individual level.
Hello?
To exist. So therefore, what your project is you're going to establish rules and standards that preserve the life of your progeny. And then eventually you expand those to the communities as a whole. That is why it's wrong, is because if everyone kills each other, there will not be a species anymore. It's that simple.
Hey, no,
I'm sorry, go ahead. I want to respond to that, man.
That's I'm gonna be out the way. Look, Sean, what you're saying, it definitely has some validity to it, but people kill to survive for the most part, right? So like, Brandon, I think what we're talking about is indoctrination that we somehow had downloaded into our subconscious, which connects to our nervous system, right? Our moral compass, right? So, which we now believe that it is wrong to kill, but yet we will all sit around, eat burgers, chickens, fucking lamb chops, motherfucking goddamn just all type of animals that was already killed and not feel nothing from it. Why? Because I mean, it's not innately it's not wrong to kill. It's just that you've been told that it's wrong from the very beginning, so you adopted it to your subconscious. But go ahead, Ken.
Listen, Sean is correct, but the thing is, Sean's disregarding country status and borders and friction. The problems that we have on Clubhouse is the same friction that countries have with countries. It's no different. It's microcosm and the macrocosm. Hello?
Well, I'll ask you this question then, Universe. So So was the Revolutionary War good or bad?
The problem with that question is that the Revolutionary War is now. It is a compression of the past and a compression of the future into the NOW. Hello?
No obfuscating. I'm talking about the Revolutionary War that led to the creation of this country.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now that people think the Constitution was written in whatever year, but the fact of the matter is it only applies to now. That means it's written right now. The Declaration of Independence is right now, baby. Hello?
No, you're obfuscating. I asked you about a very specific point in history because I'm trying.
I get it, Sean, but baby, I'm an oracle. It don't matter how many times you ask the universe. Universe ain't gonna respond to every question, baby.
You know what? Universe, chill. You gotta chill. You gotta chill, Papa.
You're not gonna answer my question.
No, Sean, can you do me a favor, honey? Can you please reiterate your question? And we're gonna have to either. Did you want him to answer, or you want somebody else to answer?
No, I wanted him to answer it in a real context of history, because he's talking about people don't read, and so bring it to the forefront about the birth of this nation. So let's talk about it from a moralistic standpoint. I asked a very specific question. Was the Revolutionary War...
Birth and death are inseparable, baby.
You're gonna still speak over me.
Universe, stop doing that, or I'm gonna have to put you down, honey. Let her get it out, please.
Well, I die by getting kicked all the time. I don't mind getting kicked. Kick me.
I'm gonna interrupt because you know what? He doesn't want to answer.
No, he's trolling. He's trolling. Don't
exactly.
Can I Sean?
Fucking motherfucker.
Sean, I want to hear your question now.
Get booted, Kitover. You just don't know how to act on the stage. Now you're back in the group.
Right.
Kitover in the goo, baby.
I'm multitasking.
A good code and some income.
So can you reiterate?
In the goo.
Yeah, because it's important when we're talking about killing and right and wrong. So the birth of this nation started with the Revolutionary War. So my question to him was, especially a person who's always cited books, things that were written in the past. Because
their experience in the now.
In the past, because it has to be mass produced. So I asked, my question was, is that right? Was that right or wrong? Was the Revolutionary War right or wrong?
I feel like we're trying to get a factual outcome from something that's only perception based.
And also, I wanted to kind of undermine Sean's answer to my question earlier.
Undermine?
Sean, your argument essentially on...
If you're going to undermine me, don't tell me you're going to undermine me. Just undermine.
Preference. Your argument was essentially humans prefer to survive. Killing basically frustrates that preference. Therefore, killing is wrong. And that's sort of a preferential utilitarianism, and that doesn't necessarily satisfy what I was putting forward, because my question would then be, if in fact that's the preference, why does that preference of non-killing generate a moral obligation? For example, if I were to say I prefer for everyone in this room to be silent, and then you would just say I prefer for everyone to speak, neither of those produce what's called a moral ought, meaning that everyone ought to do it, because it's preference based. So even though I understand the logic, by the same logic, I could say, well, I prefer for society not to survive, and I want to kill everybody, and you would have no moral argument under that utilitarianist view to argue back against me. So that's why I think that's a limited sort of secular view to take.
And I would say that you're missing the point of what I'm talking about, the biological impairment.
I think I'm completely starving.
I think the first report was the first one to report about the big thing.
Yeah, I don't hear Monica at all.
it's just time to go in this room. It's too old. It's
Let's
expired.
go. Let's go. Let me do it.
Okay. So he was obsessed with creating.
Brad.
Unlike many others, though, my dad's job kept us on the move a lot. Moved a lot.
From what Joe B told me about him and his cryptography for what, 30, you said 30 plus years? I think is what he says.
Cryptologist, yeah.
Yeah, and then you followed in his footsteps, dude. Like that's, and then you have your brother did the same thing. Like,
no, he was active duty. I mean, he was in a Desert Storm.
Never mind, I won't make up the point.
I don't know what you want. Running a supply.
Dude, but it's all one team, one fight. Nobody can get it all done by themselves.
The instantiation of that metaphysical.
Hold on, let me write this down. Okay, so say it again. I want to make sure I got this right.
The claim of having grounded, consistent moral values in the world, in the Christian worldview, the theist worldview, for the most part.
Wait, the Christian or the theist worldview? Like the Hindu worldview?
Is itself an instantiation of that metaphysical grounding.
So you said a bunch of nothing. Are you ready to say something substantive now?
I mean, did you have to push back for what I said?
Well, I want you to say something substantive that's worth writing down. I have my pencil in hand, but I haven't written it.
So then, what can I say that would be substantive for you to write down?
I want to know what you mean by metaphysical grounding.
Metaphysical grounding is that which is non-physical, that is unchanging throughout eternity.
Okay, unchanging throughout eternity and not physical, right? So it doesn't involve physical things?
Correct.
Okay, so it doesn't involve human minds or anything?
No, it wouldn't involve the mind, otherwise it wouldn't be grounded.
Wait. It does or doesn't?
It would have to be.
So it would be a non-physical thing that involves physical things. Okay, hold on, let me write that down. Okay, what else?
And that's why I think like grounded.
Okay. So far, I think we're all clear now. Thank you, Congressman. That was perfectly clear. I'm learning so much. Thanks, Rico, for having this topic.
Yeah, so if your position is that you reject my claim of metaphysical grounding, the intellectual values of the human experience, love, compassion, hatred, anger, that would just go with that in the sense. If you reject that, then what you would have to account for is the reasoning by which you are making that conclusion. And then, on top of that, you would have to give the grounding for the normativity of the reasoning that you use to arrive at that conclusion. And without a God body looking for metaphysical entity to ground it on, tap the screen left to observe it, because it ultimately self-refutes. In other words, you'd be affirming that which undermines the very foundations on which you're building your current.
We're at McDonald's.
Do you have a word for this? You should be on. Good job. Cool. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Cringe tonight. You have been very enlightening today. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Anything else you wanted to clarify?
I was just answering your questions.
Okay, cool. Well, I think it's clear to everyone. I'm sure that Daniel can come up and steal Manu. I'm sure Nadia has a lot to follow up with. I'll bet you Hart Paul can totally steal Manu and it's going to match. I'm sure Regal can say a bunch of bullshit too. So let's listen to Regal yarn.
That is so nice.
Go ahead, Regal. It's your turn. Go ahead. That's between you two.
You wanted to call out Crimson.
I don't know if
You
I'm
wanted
friendly.
to have a discussion with them. You guys can interlock and do that.
Oh, we've done that. We've locked horns, and now I'm separating myself because it's time to shed that. And I welcome you now, so you guys can talk. Why don't you guys clear up? Do you have any disagreements with Crimson on that, or are you on board?
Bored with what?
That's what I was wondering. What the fuck is he talking about? Can you steel man him, please?
Well, do you know what you want to know? Is there something you're curious about? Because that's where the starting point was, and it seemed like you had a lot of questions to ask.
Well, yeah. Can I ask you some more questions?
Sure. Ask away.
Do you think that are you a Trinitarian by chance, Regal?
Yes, I'm a Trinitarian.
Are all three of those beings omniscient?
What do you mean, all three of those beings? What do you mean by that?
Well, I've heard that the Trinity are three beings, one entity.
What do you mean? Just where did you hear that from?
Oh, well, can you just say here? How about this? Let's just keep it really simple. Can you explain the Trinity to me so I know what you mean?
Okay, so the Trinity is
Crimson Knight didn't want to talk, but now he's butting into our time. Don't you think that's a little bit rude?
Okay.
Why don't you mute up while you finish your quesadilla? Come on.
So when we refer to the persons in the Trinity, we're referring to who God is, how God reveals himself. So if you've heard that there are three persons, it's not the person in the sense of a being, an individual in that sense. It's the concept of how God reveals himself, who God is. So if you've heard that from somebody else, I'm assuming you probably heard this from Muslims, they tend to conflate who God is with how God is. So they have Tawheed. So they explain God through essence and attribute distinctions. They don't have a...
Why are you talking about what other people say?
They don't have a distinct category for who God is. I hope that answers your question.
Not what other people say.
Did that answer your question for me, Roger?
I'm trying to get a straight answer from you. What divinity? Please explain.
I just did.
Okay, I'm sorry. I heard you talking about what other people said.
So let's be clear here. The essence is God. That's what we're pointing to when we talk about the persons.
Which persons?
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Okay. Are those the Bosnios from the missing persons? Is that what you mean? Like walking in LA? That kind of stuff?
The fuck does that mean?
Gentlemen, Regal, I know this is new management, but put me in the queue. I know the honey show is exhausting sometimes. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. You're in the queue. So, Honey Badger, I hope that clarifies that. I have explained that to you. Do you have any further questions?
No, I'm totally up to speed now with what the Trinity is. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, cool. So now you know the difference between Tawheed and Trinity. They're both two things in common. The only thing that Tawheed doesn't have is the who God is. And when I ask a Muslim, who is God, they have no means of explaining that whatsoever. And I dare you to ask them one of these days, who is Allah? And they'll defer to the essence and the attributes of God, but they won't explain who God is. So when we explain who God is, we explain the factor that God revealed himself to Adam, Moses, Abraham, in a personal way. So they don't have that in Islam because the way God is revealed is through a person, for an example, coming from God. He sends Gabriel. So then that Gabriel tells Muhammad what he tells him. So there's no who God is on that basis.
Okay. So who is God to you?
The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Are they all omniscient?
Yes.
So they don't talk about anything?
Well, that's how you know that they're not a solipsist. That's how you know God's not a solipsist.
God's not a solipsist?
That's right, because he can know himself.
Interesting. That's really cool information. That was really informative too. Thank you.
Yeah, the Muslim God is a solipsist, though.
See, what's interesting about this conversation is not so much about what we're learning from Regal, but the fact that Honey thinks he's being funny, and he's also making fun of somebody. And it's funny that some people probably aren't in on the inside joke. Am I correct? Hello?
Hello? I fucking love it, dude. Just, like, you could be here, man, just don't do much. Hello?
Well, I have a question for you. I'm looking at a sentence here. It says, a life of greater joy, power, and satisfaction awaits those who consciously design their life. Do you think Christians are trying to consciously, design their life?
Yes. Consciously design their life.
Meaning that you take the book, known as the New Testament, and then you use that book to consciously design your life. Hello?
What if, well, I mean, no. You would have to say that the design is dependent on the New Testament. So, I mean, maybe there's some truth to that on Protestantism. You're just taking the blueprint and designing something new, but I wouldn't say that for Catholic or Orthodox stuff.
That's cool, Regal.
Yeah, no doubt, man. So are you interested in becoming a member or a catechumen, Honey Badger?
I'll tell you something interesting that I learned. I learned that Miley Cyrus did a cover of Blondie's Heart of Glass, and it's fucking rocking, dude.
Rabboni Shalom, new management is here, so all stupid communication will be eliminated. And honey, you can see how stupid that statement is compared to an interesting, introspective conversation about our Lord and King Jesus Christ. You're failing to see the finer things of Christianity, honey. You're just verbose and vulgar and crude and immature. Grow up, young man. Hello?
Sorry, man. That's just fun.
I think people like Paul Rags to Riches, I don't know if you're familiar with him, John Kitover, but he's consciously designing his life through Scripture and Christ.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure who that is that you're talking about, but I have somebody in my other room.
Just entered the room and he laughed really fast as soon as I mentioned it. So.
Oh. Well, anyways, listen, I want to just ask Regal, can I read a poem for 60 seconds? Hello?
Can you try to sum it up in about 30?
Yeah, I can do 30 seconds.
Take a fresh 45 seconds, bro.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's Regal's room. We'll do 30 seconds.
There are other people here. I don't know if other people want to listen to this.
It's very quick. 30 seconds is fast because you guys could be here for hours, and 30 seconds of multiple hours is nothing. Okay, everybody just take a deep breath. The creative desire. The Oriental tradition sees in desire the beginning of the universe. This card is an invitation to not complicate life, accept the desire. It is unnecessary to fight against sexuality. Any repression puts you in struggle against yourself, and you realize that you need all your energy. The card signifies that you are in harmony with the creative power of the universe. Number 2, receptiveness. This card is a sign of a strong yin presence, that of receptivity in your life. Observe how it governs your life. What are the implications and what ensues? The creative force in you is settling and acquiring form. 3, the initial difficulty. An invitation to not reduce the other to an object, nor to sell yourself. You fail to see in Christianity doesn't deal with the biggest topics of your own personal life, like love. Hello?
I don't know, but I like what you read. I mean, that's better than anything I've heard from Christianity.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I can continue to read, or we can continue to have our word conversations about Miley Cyrus. It's your choice.
Hey, I just thought that 2020 performance of hers where she wore that black dress and they're freaking rocking on stage. I don't know what event it was, but I was actually surprised and impressed. It was pretty badass.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not really into all that. I'm actually into music, not like beats and loops and studio.
Yeah, like I said, it was a rock and roll grungy version of Heart of Glass by Blondie, which is typically like this 80s disco feel, and it was fucking killer, and I was actually impressed.
I mean, yeah, sometimes musicians come out with good covers and singles and shit, but how come she can't make her own music? Why does she have to, like, why do all the all the current existing, like, young people of today want to parasite off of what came before and then completely erase the culture? It's like, back in the 1990s, everybody was coming together and making the world a better place. Everybody was trying to stop pollution. Everybody was getting together and getting along. And then in 2012 up to 2016, all of a sudden, it's all feminism returning, it's Black Lives Matter returning, it's all this fucking racist nonsense returning when all that shit's been defeated already. So they want to take the previous culture, erase it, and then say, hey, we're dealing with this problem all over again when it was already fucking solved.
Well, what's interesting is in 2 Corinthians 3:5, it says, it is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. So, honey, Regal, when we say our qualification comes from God, is that political? Is that a frame that immediately, dispositions someone else? Hello?
I would ask Billy Corgan, Regal, about that, and his take on it that I saw in an interview was that the mass media started getting rid of rockers and bringing in even more pop shit. So I would recommend listening to the lead singer and head guy for Smashing Pumpkins to get some of that information you were just asking about.
I love him.
Yeah, Pumpkins are.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there are a lot of this even comes down to, like, not only music, but this also comes down to films. It's like they want to erase the previous generation that made all these wonderful films and used practical effects. And now we get a bunch of shit fucking movies. And I mean, the CGI they use, it costs thousands of dollars, but it's not better than practical effects. It's amazing.
Well, it's not better than practical effect, but it's much more cost effective. You do know why they're doing that, right, Regal? It's to cut back on costs. New management is here. Hello?
Yeah. I get it. The old generation that tried harder, that made better, whether it's like graphic art or visual or audible art. And it's like, well, let's erase that, copy it, paste it over here, and then say, I did that when they didn't.
Anything, but in everything, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. See, honey, it's all the same thing. Whatever program I deliver to you, you're going to like. Because honestly, it's the way in which I deliver it, and it's the content of the message itself that matters. And the truth is, new management is here. So everybody's got to start coming into office on time. And you can't take more than a 30-minute lunch break. And at 5 o'clock, you got to leave. There's no overtime, baby. Hello?
I love the performance. It's very interesting.
You guys can resume the discussion. I mean, you guys can talk about whatever you want. Just throw it on the fucking table and.
Regal, how are you doing?
Nothing but gumdrops and ice cream here. I'm just basically prepping dinner for later.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm making. Pretty much ate all the food in my house this morning because I've been quitting smoking. So.
Did you have any bagels and cream cheese?
Oh, bagels and cream cheese.
You know, technically a bagel with cream cheese is really just a pizza.
No. We're not gonna have their hot dogs and sandwich discussion in this room.
Hey everybody, hey everybody, I found a treasure box, okay? And
What's it called? Is it called the Bible?
not necessarily.
Well, how do you know it's a treasure box then?
Because there's gold there.
How do you know what is in the box before you open it?
Because it's a treasure box, you know what I mean? And literally under it, it's an X. So what do you expect?
It could contain really anything, right?
Yeah, but I'm 100% sure.
What if someone shit in the box?
Ooh.
That's not right.
It's a treasure.
Now, but let me look. Now, listen, let me tell you about real life. I seen this white dish, this older white dish, old and young bitches together? Oh yeah, that shit is fire.
This guy suffers from sex addiction.
Shout out to I ain't gonna lie, having a woman that lets you access her body however you want is like
Listen hear about how you stick your dick in a woman's asshole, man. What the fuck is this point of this conversation, baby? The fuck?
You went up there, for an example.
You know, it's times like these that I think of Psalms 13:15. I trust in your unfailing love. My heart rejoices in your salvation.
Sorry, John. You gotta take a break for a little bit, dude. I do appreciate you, though. I do like having you here. So what's up, Nargis?
Nothing much. Just reading up some.
What happened last night? Like, were you guys like really intolerant of like, you know, my dogmatic notations on Catholicism? Because I sit there and listen to all of you guys for hours on end without speaking. And it's like none of you guys seem to.
He wasn't listening to me, but I have to listen to you.
You just want to like pop in and out here and there and just pick and choose your beliefs. So it's like when I have it back home, it's like, well, my
Control freak Regal.
Look at this dogmatically in this way. Why does everybody have an issue with that?
Your backbone was a bit too stiff for us.
Oh, you got too stiff of a backbone.
It's not valuable.
Damn, roasting Regal time. Time to roast the Regal. I give you charity. Sudacha. Give you Sudacha.
Right, and the second that I don't want Hansa in here doing his stupid Muhammad rhetoric stuff, and I'm like, you know, this whole Christ died on the cross thing, it never happened. It just, God made it look like it to appear that way. I don't like that narrative, and it's insulting to my religion, and that's okay. So I can't kick him out.
That was not the topic. The topic was like, you were denying reality.
No, I get that out of here, right? And all of my friends that I thought were my friends that hang out with me, that I give this room charitably to, were my friends. Expectation of like charitability. I'm not getting it the same way.
I don't think anyone expects charity because we didn't come here for charity. But we didn't come here.
Charity club.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to peel my ass cheeks apart and let Muhammad like fuck me? Is that what you want? In the Quran, and then Muhammad repeats it. Does it make sense to you that Muhammad copied that from somewhere, that he didn't get it from God? That's the argument.
May I remind you that most of the myths and legends you have in the also come from sources prior.
All right, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in the Muslim tap dancing, the what about this instead, the what about your Bible. Like, if you want to answer the question and accept the challenge and actually like
explain it, like accept the challenge. You know what I mean? Muhammad got this like infancy gospel of Thomas. Okay, he repeated it and ended up in the Quran. Reconcile that. That's the challenge. If you don't want to do the challenge, then you know it's okay. We can talk about something else. How you doing, Congress?
Dialogue.
What's that?
Yeah, no one should ever dialogue with Shizu.
No, I get it. Like, I didn't really feel like sitting there for like, 10 to 15 minutes letting the guy monologue, and then it's like, I get 3 seconds to answer his monologue, and then, then he wants to go off on a diatribe for another 5 minutes. So yeah, I agree with you. Not into it. Good reason for that. So how are you doing today, Congress?
Yeah, I'm good. Just getting some work done. What's up? What's been going on? You guys had some conversations in here that were interesting yet?
Yeah, we had the honey badger in here. He's he's being his same old self.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. That was actually pretty fun because you just really come to the discovery that he doesn't really have anything much interesting to offer as far as dialogue is concerned. He's got more questions, no answers, that type of thing.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the game, sure.
Right, everybody likes to play the game on here. We had, I don't know, I think there's this up-and-coming debate on,
Trolls bad. Like, when I say I trolls bad, like, to the point to where it's like I be called a one-legged bitch, and I be like, so what? Now I'll unscrew this motherfucker and I'll hung this bitch at your motherfucking head.
Hey girl, this one's being recorded by the Alistair guy, so kick him out, please. That is John Kitover. He records rooms.
I do not consent with being recorded.
You gotta remove him. Still put you on YouTube, Pandora, everything, so I'll get him out.
Pandora.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, incrustation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, so that he take in as serious and learn contributions to the study of nature.
Liberté! Liberté!
City lights are glowing amid wisdoms. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Skyline cutting gold, lakefront shimmering slow. Dreaming of a better day, just let me grow. Yeah, let me grow. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can let this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead. Love is when takes lemonade. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where everything voices rising strong and bold. Stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rising so deep. Late sunshine, every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every love, stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we'll take back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can't let this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead on this mountain serenade, playing through the streets, a hopeful song where every neighbor knows. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our O children of the sun, the councils of the brotherhood have assembled to be with you in this hour of the reckoning. As men reckon time and space, so the law itself, embodied in the person of the lawgiver, does reckon as one who measures with the rod those who are in the inner temple and those who are in the outer court. Our God is a consuming fire of love. So is his law manifest, as above, so below. Understand then the equation of life and of crisis within life as the crossroads of time and space bring before the world community both opportunity and decision. Understand that the law is impersonal, yet most personal in its application. Those who are one with the consuming fire are drawn of the Holy Spirit, and they themselves the pillar of fire that leads the children of Israel and nations unto the promised land of the abundant life. There are forces set in motion upon Earth today, which can only be checked by counter forces of light. Light that must always be embodied within you, our representatives. Understand that miracles are wrought by God through instruments such as ascended masters and angels, such as embodied devotees.
Hello?
You found the room.
Thank you, Mario. I'm so happy to be here with such nice and friendly people.
Glad to have you here, Universe.
Thank you, Mario. Listen to this.
The currents flowing in the heart of the earth. Understand then that inasmuch as the lawgiver is the law, there is no abrogation of cosmic law in deference to this or that person who may be beloved of God, yet who stubbornly remains outside of the geometry of that law. God loves himself in every part of life. Every child of his heart is beloved, and all that has proceeded forth from him, even energy itself, contains the very magnet of his love, whereby that substance, that will, that force, that energy, and that very mind will ultimately return to him. Now then, there are individuals today, through ignorance, through manipulation, who are aligned with force fields completely outside of the nucleus of God's law, God's economy, God's abundant life, and God's own reality. When the Lord God intensifies the sacred fire in the midst of the people Israel, and the whirlwind begins to accelerate, you must understand that only those who are aligned with the law, that is the consuming fire, remain within the vortex of reality. Those who are unaligned or misaligned.
So this is like some crazy chick from 1979 who had some kind of cult called Camelot, and it's this Ascended Masters teachings on YouTube. And they released it 21 hours ago. It's very crazy. It's like super cultish, but the setting is pretty beautiful. But this chick is like really far out there. Hello?
Those who remain at the periphery of life itself are thrown off by the very force itself from the willing action of the sacred fire. These are laws that have ever been at work in the matter sphere, and the entire system of universal law would break down, and those who have abrogated the law and worshipped the lesser self in place of the greater self could then find passageway into the very midst of the garden and the tree of life. You must understand then that the hour of reckoning is the hour of summoning your own God consciousness, your own will to be, your own centeredness in the mother flame. Great wisdom comes from understanding what can be changed lawfully by cosmic law and by the intercession of miracles of grace through individual life streams. And then again, wisdom is to assess what cannot be changed because the majority of the people have aligned their free will with the non-aligned energies of the mass consciousness. Thus, free will is ever preserved, for without free will, there is no evolution, there is no continuity of being, there is no experiment in the great laboratory of time and space. When free will is withdrawn, time and space collapse. Yes, I said, when free will is withdrawn, time and space collapse. Time and space themselves are the manifestation of the free will of the Creator within the creation. They are verily coordinates of universal creativity. Thus, should the Lord God determine to enter the mainstream of life in violation of free will, that free will would be withdrawn, and therefore the entire opportunity for the law of transcendence to be outpictured within the individual. This law of transcendence decrees that every individual manifestation of the Godhead has the divine right to transcend himself. Understand the meaning of this, that the spiraling flame within you, God ordained, has the right to spiral higher each day, and the soul has the right to decide to identify with that spiral, to become the spiral, and therefore to transcend the former state. This law of transcendence is the very foundation of life, of evolution, of expansion within an expanding universal God consciousness. You will note how the fallen ones have attempted to deprive children of the light from self-transcendence. Once you have sinned, they will nail you to the board and nail you to the cross of that record long after you have repented and advanced to heights of virtue. The crucifixion is not the nailing of the individual to the cross of individual sin. It is the cosmic cross of white fire that is the foundation of the initiation of that crucifixion. And through that cross of white fire, Alpha and Omega, lo, they impart to you the light of God consciousness to transmute bodily within your temple, planetary karma, personal karma, and to hold the balance in the hour of transition. The crucifixion is the fastening of the soul to the cosmic cross of white fire. It is the great privilege of having access to the line of Alpha and Omega, whereby freedom in time and space is indeed sustained. Therefore, you can understand that the crucifixion itself is the means whereby the soul transcends itself into higher dimensions, namely into the great spherical being of the Godhead. This is liberty. This is the fiery core of the torch of liberty, the path to light, understand how the fallen body has needed the very path of initiation, and to use sin and the sense of sin, struggle and from the ministry of the joy of God realization through initiation. Therefore, the law of transcendence decrees that those who will to be and to accelerate life must be given the opportunity to do so. And those who exercise free will to confirm and affirm the nefarious deeds of the fallen ones and their manipulations of life upon earth must also be given the opportunity to do so, because they must understand the beginning and the ending of their decision and their exercise of free will, so that ultimately they may make the decision to bind the spoiler within the temple of life. Free will, then, is the supreme opportunity to learn. Learning itself is a most necessary experience for evolving souls. Therefore, the karmic board looks upon the evolutions of Earth and of the land of America, and our decisions must effect each individual and groups of individuals who fall necessarily into the categories ordained by their own expression of free will. The free will to misqualify energy in certain areas, standing of the law that like attracts like. Thus you find yourselves in the company of light bearers of a certain dimension and understanding. This is the definition of your community, representing the Great White Brotherhood. Now we look at a nation, and we look at the crossroads. The crossroads for some represents the cosmic cross of white fire and the supreme in the full power of the resurrection spirit. There is a law that has decreed the death either of the soul or of the physical temple, simply because you pass through the crucifixion. And therefore, life, reborn, resurrected, charged with that flame of mother of pearl, is the result of your submission to the path, and gives to you a net gain of life and light with which to infuse the decay and the dying of society itself, yea, even of the dream of Saint Germain for America. How the clouds of greed, of hate and hate creation have distorted and covered over the dream for so many. So few have the vision, and those who do have so little understanding of the implementation of the vision. Therefore we come, that you will understand that God has set you aside as a peculiar people. It is not only the people of the world who think you peculiar, but the angels and the ascended masters also know that you are a most peculiar people, willing to have the full power of the Holy Ghost flow through you in the spoken word, in your affirmations that have an unending chain of life, all of their own, proceeding from the heart of the mother, where all invocations gather. This chain leads to the very heart of Alpha. It is forged and won by every prayer, every dynamic decree. And the calls of keepers of the flame are that certain frequency of light, charged by the Holy Ghost, the Father and the Son, united as one through the mother flame. This chain of light is a two-way street, a cord of love. It is the opening of the way of life descending It becomes the umbilical cord of the earth itself. And all of you collectively give birth, ultimately, as it is God's will, to that universal man-child within the planetary body as the Christ consciousness of the few, and sustained by those who have never lost the memory of the word of Sanat Kumara, is ever the hope of the karmic board. And therefore we come in our concern that this lifeline be not cut inadvertently by any force whatsoever, most especially not by the ignorance or the absence of preparedness or readiness by the children of God. We have proceeded upon a course of parallel line in the past 7 years. We have determined that this company of light bearers should be prepared for survival in the octaves of matter, no matter what the conditions of change or turbulence or transition upon Earth. We have also determined that simultaneously with this preparation, there should continue a program of mass education of the people who have ears to hear the teachings of the Brotherhood, and whose fears, transmuted by the violet flame, no longer impede their preparation to know the truth, to face the truth, and to know all of the consequences waiting on the very threshold of precipitation in this octave. Thus, 7 years are drawing to a close, which mark the anniversary of the ascension of beloved Lanella. This has been a 7-year opportunity for the expansion of the message. Each 7-year cycle contains within itself a certain seed matrix of the cosmic Christ, born by the Chilas. Therefore, the Lords of Karma look to the conclusion of this cycle on February 26, 1980, as the moment when we will know the harvest and the results of our experiments, with the release of illumination's flame, with abundant joy of freedom. Many students have come and gone through the halls of Summit University. Some are pillars of fire in our teaching centers and study groups, and others are situated throughout the earth as real and living keepers of the flame. Upon some, the seed of the sower has fallen as upon the rock, and they themselves have not assimilated the seed, and therefore they have gone their separate ways. It is our consideration that many more who could have accepted the full effulgent light of our torch should have done so, but have not. Therefore, the balance of light in the earth is precarious. Therefore, while we pursue the posture of conversion and preaching to the nations, we desire to confer within our very midst a strong hearted center, a viable center to this community, a center that would be the refuge of light bearers, a spiritual refuge, and even a material refuge. Therefore, we look to the concentration of light and to the God consciousness of the ascended masters expressed through the leadership of our activity, to provide the ways and means for the light of the torch we have passed to be maintained, the concern for the continuity of life and the open door of the avatars, the concern for the safety of the word itself and the vehicle of the word, beginning but not ending with the messenger. For each one of you as Jiva is a vehicle of the word and its understanding. Therefore our care, our love, and our concern for you remains infinite. For each one of you who ventures forth into the world today, our angels, our monitors are present. We watch and we keep the watch as we send guardian angels to all those who have determined to stand with the light. We consider your courage, your God determination, and your own love to assist your brothers and sisters upon earth. Therefore, we have not left you comfortless, nor do we desire to leave you without protection or the necessary understanding. It is the time for the pooling of resources, energies, consciousness. It is the time for able men and women to understand the meaning of dealing with forces, some of which are controllable and some of which are uncontrollable. Understand my meaning and understand what I have already said concerning the great law and the lawgiver, which does not violate the law. Understand then that gravity itself dictates life upon earth, and the gravity of world karma is also the subject that must be studied in terms of coming events whose shadows precede them even now in the conditions of a historical stream which are recycling in the modes of war, of economics, even of persons re-embodied in the governments of the nations who have risen once again, finally to outplay their own free will and to be judged. And this is somewhat the crucifixion of the light bearers, that this seed of the wicked is allowed to return many times over, as they think they are the ones who implement the crucifixion of the children of God, whereas only the Lord God Almighty administers that initiation. Their abuse of life can never be termed the crucifixion. Rather, it is persecution. It is hatred. It is wanton murder and destruction. Nevertheless, the children of the light have interpreted such conditions as the crucifixion, for they have not understood that the crucifixion is neither death nor pain, but is life and bliss. Therefore, my beloved, while these individuals are playing that must own a final hour of opportunity to bend the knee and confess the Christ, their position at points of relativity in the governments makes them instruments of ultimate decisions affecting life and death upon earth. We then, centered in the very center of the mandala of the temple of the sun, move in our solutions from every point of the circle, 360 degrees, is 360 angles of God consciousness being brought to bear upon the situation of Earth and her evolutions. Multiply this by the spherical nature of infinity, and you will behold God in the center of Earth and her evolutions, God on the periphery, in the person of legions of the armies of the faithful and true, moving into position at every point and dot in the sphere of Earth itself. God within, God without, and mankind betwixt these 2 points of the law of life, of Alpha and Omega. What then does this constitute? It constitutes the pressure of light. Understand the pressure of light when that pressure comes down upon discord. It is very simple. Discord increases, is forced out of itself, is forced to the very surface of the planetary body. All karmic conditions, thus the turmoil, thus the chaos and the confusion. And in the midst of all of this, the tension of light, the pressure of life itself results in God coming into manifestation in his sons and daughters. Your own advancement on the path, the increase of light within you, could only be the result of such cosmic conditions unprecedented. You have seen the miracle of the Holy Ghost within your very own temple and taken it almost for granted, as though the moment you should place your attention upon God, such miracles would occur. My beloved, this is no ordinary manifestation that souls of light could come into our midst and drink at the fountain of the messenger herself and receive that light for which she is the vessel of the light in the center of the sun, and the vessel of the light of the armies of the Lord. This light transferred to you is like a giant pump, pumping air, pumping the sacred fire, pumping living waters until you are so filled with light. It is almost as in the early church when they were drunk with light, so joyous with light, their cup overflowed. This is indeed a phenomenon of the centuries that occurs only at preordained moments, only when the pressure of the brotherhood and cosmic beings comes to earth again in the course of cycles for a harvest. This is the hour of the harvest, when many will ascend, and others who are resurrected by the very force of the light itself will be resurrected to the final judgment. Now then, with these conditions advancing and intensifying, you must understand that certain conditions, as Saint Germain has always told you, are unpredictable even from our octave because of the nature of free will, because of the nature itself of the human consciousness. But there is one thing that is certain: the paucity of leadership, the impoverished consciousness, the total absence of consciousness from God within key figures east and west is certainly calculated to manifest the worst decisions, the very worst decisions that could be imagined. From the standpoint then of leadership alone, we consider that the earth has never been in greater peril than she is in this very hour and moment. The peril being great, the countermeasures for the protection of souls must be great. Inasmuch as all conditions are in a state of flux, and no downward avalanche, even in the economy itself, has yet crystallized into outer darkness. It is a supreme moment for alchemy, for change. Thus, the infusion into the very heart and mainstream of American life of the violet flame itself is calculated by Saint Germain with his cosmic computer to actually have momentous effects for the good and for the turning around of those conditions capably charted to you by our messenger and our faculty. Saint Germain also dreams a dream, and he measures in his heart the quotient of light and the effect that certain portions of the violet flame would have and could have in America. He sees the cosmic cube. He sees the intensity of the violet flame through you. And he shows us not one or two, but many, no less than 360 alternative outcomes in coming months, dependent entirely upon how the spark of freedom and of liberty is received as it is being transmitted. Understand that in one sense, freedom has never been so free, and free will has never had such a moment of opportunity. Free will in the heart of the light bearer is still the opportunity to become God and to resurrect a sick society and a dying world. All of this within the realm of possibility and even probability. The equations then differ, but none of them change according to the will of heaven or the brotherhood or the law itself. The equations themselves change only with the acceptance of embodied light bearers and the mainstream of humanity at large. The outcome then is entirely dependent on how light bearers implement the wisdom, the joy, the love, the law, the freedom itself. It is as though there were silence in heaven, as a hush is come upon angels and ascended messengers, as they listen and wait and look to see what will be, what friends of freedom will arise in answer to the tremendous charge of energy sent forth from the altar of your heart and the altar of our sanctuary. If mankind wait to see what the superpowers will do, I can assure you that heaven waits to see what the superpowers, in terms of those who have the greatest light, will do. We admonish you to stay close to home in your heart, to always be with the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. We admonish you to have the sense of home as being not only where the heart is, but where the mother is. We admonish you to have the sense of mobility of the spirit, mobility of soul and heart, and the realization that wherever you go, you are always secure in the heart of Mother, when your vibration is one with Mother. For the Mother flame is the law of manifestation itself, even as the law of the consuming fire. When your consciousness vibrates with the heart of Mother, you are secure in that heart. When it is not, no amount of outer provision for safety can save you. Some have supposed that an idolatrous relationship or an outer tie would suffice. These have seen the error of their ways, and numbers of these are on the other side of life. And they have passed through transition, never understanding the true meaning of the Guru-Chela relationship. That meaning is this. It is the wedding of soul with spirit. It is the marriage of the soul of the Chela to the spirit of the Guru, whereby at any moment upon the cosmic cross of white fire, the Guru is the Chela is the Guru. This is the cosmic interchange. This is the love of community. Let this community prosper in the spirit and in the abundant life, and let the members be as one, all for one, and one for all. Let love abide, let love consume all fear. Let love be the ability to mobilize for the mission unto the nations, and for the mission of securing the place prepared in the wilderness, whereby the birth of the man-child is secured for generations to come. I am the goddess of liberty. I am the mother of the flame within you. I seal you in my threefold light, and I am with you always. On the battle line, in the fight, and in the hour when your souls take flight. I am in the sea, I am in the wind, and I hold my torch for the guarding of the cosmic cube, for the guarding of the promised land. I bid you take my hand in defense of life everywhere, and most especially within the souls of my little ones throughout the nations of the earth. I breathe a prayer for holy angels to inspire you and care for you always, and they are waiting in the wings to answer my prayer and abide with you. I am that I am in the mother light of the Ancient of Days. I bow before Sanat Kumara and his divine plan, sealed in the heart of the great divine director for the fulfillment of the mission with you. Amen. councils of the brethren have assembled to be with you in this hour of the reckoning. As men reckon time and space, so the law itself, embodied in the person of the lawgiver, does reckon as one who measures with the rod those who are in the inner temple and those who are in the outer court. Our God is a consuming fire of love. So is his law manifest, as above, so below. Understand then the equation of life and of crisis within life as the crossroads of time and space bring before the world community both opportunity and decision. Understand that the law is impersonal, yet most personal in its application. Those who are one with the consuming fire are drawn up in the draft of the Holy Spirit, and they themselves become a part of the vortex, the pillar of fire that leads the children of Israel and nations unto the promised land of the abundant life. There are forces set in motion upon earth today which can only be checked by counter forces of light. Light that must always be embodied within you, our representatives. Understand that miracles are wrought by God through instruments such as ascended masters and angels, such as embodied devotees, those who form the connecting link of light, those who keep the currents flowing in the heart of the earth. Understand then that inasmuch as the lawgiver is the law, there is no abrogation of cosmic law in deference to this or that person who may be beloved of God, yet who stubbornly remains outside of the geometry of that law. God loves himself in every part of life. Every child of his heart is beloved, and all that has proceeded forth from him, even energy itself, contains the very magnet of his love, whereby that substance, that will, that force, that energy, and that very mind will ultimately return to him.
Hey Nasha, it's John. How are you doing? I'm good. What are you up to? A half an hour? A whole half an hour? You think we're gonna chat for a whole half an hour?
I think if there was even the slightest bit of chemistry, you probably would have gone off the phone for a few hours. Yeah.
Wow. So what's your appointment for?
Good question.
Weird question or good question?
No, weird question. That's the first thing you're asking.
Oh, I don't know. I don't normally say I have, an appointment. I don't know. It's just the way I talk. I just kind of like say what I'm doing.
I mean, I have a Brazilian. Is it your business?
Oh, lovely. Anyways, yeah, I mean, actually, I was like, maybe I should do a Brazilian.
I can tell.
You can tell what?
Smooth.
Smooth?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that just means no friction, right?
Okay.
So, are you free for dinner this evening?
I am not in Chicago.
Oh, you don't live in Chicago?
No.
I see. Where do you live?
I'm in Oklahoma.
Oh. Does it say that in your profile? I couldn't remember seeing that.
No, I was bored, so I play with the little hinge map.
Where's Gaithersburg? Is that like West Virginia or something?
No, it's Maryland.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Anyways, how do you like Oklahoma? That's got to be pretty interesting. Are you like, what's it? Shit, we're in Oklahoma. I don't even know, like, Oklahoma City, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only main thing here.
Yeah. So what are you doing there?
I might be really new to online dating because I only downloaded Hinge like 2 weeks ago, but this feels weirdly like interrogation-y.
Oh, well, anyways, I mean, I was like hoping to take you out for dinner tonight, so I apologize for my surprise and discovering you live in Oklahoma, but I'm not trying to like, interrogate you or go any further.
Actually, I am admittedly like new to the whole dating app thing, so it could just be like a learning curve, I guess, on my part. But also, given that I'm in Oklahoma, are you surprised that I used a dating app to kind of look outside Oklahoma? No. That makes actual perfect sense. Where is... Sorry, let me do something. I think that's like the... I feel like there's less value for a dating app looking in like your own community.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually this would be, in my mind, the most valuable use of it is like being able to, in the same day, like have conversations with people hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, it's a little bit like going into a bar and just meeting new people at a bar on a Friday, Saturday night, I mean, you're just meeting people, you're talking to people. But so you don't have sex. Do you drink?
No.
So you're waiting to meet that perfect band, you want to get married, start your family, and live happily ever after. That's what you're looking for, right?
I mean, I have been married, so I guess, yeah, the next band.
Do you know what the I Ching of love is?
No, what's that?
It's like Chinese tarot cards, and it has this little booklet, and there's 64 numbers. I'll read you a number. Just pick a number 1 through 64.
Wait, I thought your thing said you were a Muslim.
I'm not a Muslim, no.
Oh.
But I mean, I like books. I mean,
No, I thought it. That's what I thought it said you were a Muslim, and then you were mentioning tarot cards, and I'm like, a Muslim wouldn't mention that.
Well, maybe because like I got a lot of books. I went on eBay and just bought a bunch of books, and it made me smarter. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I am Muslim, so I'll respectfully skip the tarot cards. Okay, so I guess instead of asking me about me, tell me about you.
I don't like to be interrogated. It's just a joke. I don't know. What do you want to know about me?
What How would you describe yourself to someone who doesn't know you?
A gentleman, a knight, a charming, handsome, intelligent, sophisticated, powerful man. So dashingly handsome.
Okay. How old are you?
So the law itself embodied in the person of.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm 43. I'm just in my kitchen getting some coffee. Yeah, I mean, I'm 43. I live in Chicago. I have no kids. I have no pets. I have a big garden. My body is sort of gardening all day yesterday. Working on it, And I don't think, it's like we're planting anything because I got a team of squirrels around here that dig everything up and eat it all. So it's like, who am I kidding? They're gonna eat everything I plant. But no kids. Just happy guy. 43. Life is good. Yeah. So do you go to the gym? Are you like a workout person? You look like you're in pretty good shape.
I don't know that we're like the greatest fit.
Yeah, I mean, you're just like a random person at a bar that I just met for like a quick little 10-second chat and cut,
Yeah.
I mean, welcome to your scanning and filtering services. I filter for R words personally.
R words?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's like a filter. When you go to a job interview, people are just interviewing. For the person interviewing, it's just like an R word filtration service. That's generally the service I provide. Or I provide a complaint department service. This is kind of the way I look at relationships. R being the relationship word, obviously, not the retard word.
Well, this is a compliment. I think had you not told me you were 42, my guess would have been like 26.
Oh, wow. I still got it.
Compliment. Yeah.
I still got it. So how do you keep those eyebrows looking so fleek? Jeez, you're like all eyebrow. Those are some thick, impressive eyebrows.
Thanks.
Yeah, you got some amazing hair. So do you speak Arabic?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Do you speak any other languages?
No.
Just American, born and bred.
Yeah, I guess.
So what happened in your first marriage? I mean, you don't have to tell me. This isn't an interrogation.
Well, we got divorced.
Yeah, that happens. It's like getting married. Well, I think I'm gonna, go for a jog. I know you wanted to schedule this call for 30 minutes, but now since you've determined we're not a good fit.
No, I appreciate it. And I think it is so interesting and such a cool thing to like get to play a little bit of like roulette, you know, kind of with people all over the place, and I think it's cool. And I do think, and I mean this in a genuinely complimentary way, that like you come off very young. That's not really my thing, but I think it's like really awesome. And
No, I'm a social person. Like, I'm a nice person, and I go out and I meet a lot of people all the time, and I'm nice. I try to be nice to everybody because, like, what's the point, you know, to be like a disagreeable person, you know?
yeah, I don't think anyone wants to be disagreeable. I really think that's anyone's goal.
Oh, there's a lot of people out there that are just so argumentative and they don't know how to have a conversation. They're just horrible people to talk to.
Well, you know, I don't think we all really like, what is it, Labrador Retriever category, whatever it is.
Like the pet.
The what?
The pet. I don't know. Somebody called me their pet the other day, and I was like, oh, well, now that I'm your pet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you were extremely friendly, like you said.
I think I'm going to start doing what you're doing, but in Brooklyn and Miami, and then just like say, hey, let's go out for a date. And then I'm going to like get them on the phone and be like, oh, by the way, I live in Chicago. And I'm going to tell them how awesome it is to like use this app as a way to like talk to people hundreds of miles away. Wow. Great one, Nasha. Bait and switch. Talk about a bait and switch. Do you run a Ponzi scheme? Do you run a Ponzi scheme?
Dude, I don't know if I mean, maybe you are financially challenged, but like, there are planes. Like, I don't know. And frankly, if you were so good at finding the love of your life within your geographic area, you probably would have
found her
by now.
Already,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, although...
Wait, you're divorced, right?
What?
You're divorced, right?
Yeah, I've been divorced for 9 years.
Oh, wow. You've been single 9 years?
Says the guy who's literally apparently never taken care of someone else in his life.
It's not true. I have taken care of plenty of women I've taken care of. You're making quite an assumption for some random guy from Hinge. Someone who's never had a wife? Well, you know, technically speaking, every woman you sleep with.
That's not my business. I'm just saying, if you're like, yes, I have been divorced for 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna make a determination on that level of singleness, you've been doing that your entire life,
dude. Dude, you're making assumptions, and these are not facts. These are just like your opinions, bro. Dude, listen, dude. I know we're not going out to dinner tonight because you live in Oklahoma, but bro, I mean, like, dude, these are just your opinions.
If you wanted to, if we had hit it off and you wanted to, that dinner probably would have been in the realm of the next couple of weeks, which actually for me is preferable than the same night, because if we're gonna have a lack of compatibility that I determine over the phone, which possible, then I would save us both the trouble.
Dude,
so I actually do
excellent analysis. Dude, you listen, dude, I understand your filtering, dude.
Okay.
Good one, dude. Anyways, listen, dude. Have a great night. I'm gonna go to the gym. I know you wanted to schedule a 30-minute call, but I hope 15 minutes is good enough for you. Nasha, health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. You know, joy and love and all those positive, super positive vibration words from me to you, from my heart to yours, Nasha.
Thanks.
Do you know what the difference between a message and a massage is?
A massage?
What's the difference between a message and a massage?
And a what?
A massage.
Are you drunk?
No, a message versus a massage, meaning when you give a massage.
Like, I'm actually asking, are you drunk? Like, or is this like your normal?
No, I'm just having fun, but I am about to go work out. I'm just sipping coffee.
Okay.
I'm a Muslim now, though. I don't drink anymore, FYI. I've taken the shot.
You're like not drunk, and this is your normal, and you're 42.
I just know how to have fun, Nasha. It's your opinion that I'm not having fun over here. I'm having joyful fun talking to you. I apologize if it's not up to your strict standards as a Muslim woman, but Jesus.
No, the Muslim thing was like separate. I think I missed you. I just had it. That was my bad. But that's not really relevant to the rest of this.
Is any of this relevant? You don't even live in Chicago, and you live in Oklahoma City, and I know you want to talk for 30 minutes, and then you have an appointment. But right now, I'm hanging up the phone.
Chicago wasn't so backwards. So yeah, I live in Oklahoma. I'm moving in 2 months, and I have family. I travel all the time. Clearly you don't, which is fine. But I don't know why you're getting stuck on the fact that I live in Oklahoma. Like, I just genuinely am so confused. Like, do you not understand there's planes?
Do you not understand that I'm going to hang up the phone because even though you want to schedule a 30-minute call before your appointment, oh my gosh. Isn't that some funny shit? That is some funny shit. Bend the knee is what that one is saying. How ridiculous. I don't want to record these calls, but I think it's important that we document the ludicrousness of, trying to get a date. You want to have a 30-minute call about what? Oh, Roberto Shalala, that was some fun shit. I'm not going to save that number in my phone. Maybe I should just block it, actually. So should we save the name and number and then block it? Nasha interested. Nasha, been many lessons. Okay, that was fun.
A woman will fuck you over every time, every day.
That's my favorite quote.
Okay. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Okay. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Women will fuck you over every time, every
Hope it goes through. Oh!
And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will.
And they will.
Fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will.
Oh, shit. Send it to everybody. Fuck it.
Attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over. Attention, G.
Hello?
No more protection money.
Well, there have to be, or else you won't be protected anymore. Then anything can happen.
Well, what you see here, Olivet, is a peasant army. This is a grassroots rebellion.
I see.
The time is long overdue. We demand majority decisions by democratically elected bodies.
Well, that sounds pretty solid. Or what do you say, Theo?
Well, yeah, I think it's great. Is it just a fist? Or is it a symbol of the power of the people? Huh? Right in the solar plexus. Don't.
Do you agree that this peasant revolt is over?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry to maybe took a little too much, but we're going to the thing, so we're gonna need a little extra.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. See you later.
Yeah, see you later. No more protection money.
Well, there have to be. All right.
Attention, G.
Nike is looking for people.
I'm unbeatable. I can't be beat. It's impossible. You condemn me. You can damage me. You're never ever gonna be. Why be normal when you can be the best? I don't want to be normal. I want to make the difference. So everything I do, I want to make the difference. Because when I make the difference, I'm the best.
I am the best.
What do you mean by post? Nor to sell yourself in the name of love, but rather to open up to the freedom in which love can exist. So my question to you, honey badgers, what do you fail to see in Christianity doesn't deal with the biggest topics of your own personal life, like love? Hello? I don't know, but I like what you read. I mean, that's better than anything I've heard from Christianity. This card is a sign of a strong yin presence, that receptivity in your life. The creative force in you is settling and acquiring. 4. 3, the initial difficulty, an invitation to not reduce the other 2. Because he's talking about people don't read. And so I'm bringing to the forefront about you want somebody else to listen. You please reiterate to carry forward that there's a creation of the past and a compression of the future into the NOW. What do you mean by, excuse me, how do you read so many books? This is my king. First stop. This doesn't feel like a party without my little lightning bug here. Jesus Christ. William, you've got a viper's nest in there. I heard about it, of course, but seeing it for myself, it's incredible. I mean, disgusting, of course, but it's beautiful. What you've done to yourself, what you've become. And you did all that for me. No, but that is devotion. You know, William, I know we're not exactly equals, but I'm compelled to say you are the only one that's ever challenged me. And there's a part of me that will be sad to see you go. Starlight. This doesn't just you and me. I guess it's true. You're one of us now. Well, if you can't beat him, join him. Fuck you. We had a deal. You sold me out. Put me back in a fucking box. Only there's the one fucking you over there. Did he mention that we've got an uber virus strong enough to kill every ship on the planet? Bullshit. Things this virus can do. God can diabolical. Why do you think he sent you here? You're a sacrificial cunt. Again. I guess we'll see. You don't get it, do you? Everyone fucks you over. Do you want to know why? Because you are a dumb fucking twat. Just you and me.
Okay, this is Men in Black.
Fucking ho-hum. Yeah, it's me. We got into this war. Fucking ho-hum. Yeah, it's me. I don't miss these fake fucking good cheer. Tell you the truth. I don't stand with the fish. Why'd you go to that psychic last year since you don't dwell on this shit? That was different. Because he was shot. That was a paranormal event. What the fuck are you talking about? That psychic told you those guys were holding you. The guys that you, I looked at. Like a brother. Any idiot. Well, that's the difference between puss and the others. Them you love. The world don't run on love. He was a rat bastard. One thing I gotta admit, he made a great Santa Claus. He did. We got into this war.
America.
You better pay attention. When are you going back to Chicago? Why are you coming back to Chicago?
But these niggas understood that the Messiah would look like Jesus.
I can already tell we're not compatible. Okay.
Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in a master. He must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever with which lies within his own knowledge and experience. As in the beginning, so at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible shape of what error can derive from the various qualities of the experiment. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Yeah, let it be accomplished duly. Let it be accomplished duly. Any really important or remarkable results to come, or if any difficulty presents itself, in any way, should be informed in
Thank you. Dusty dog.
to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with People should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to one competent to correct him and advise him more. Should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person, let him further remember that he must in the voice believe in the master. He must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever which lies within his own knowledge and experience at the very beginning. So at the end, we hear insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Remarkable results should occur, or if any great difficulty presents informed of the circumstances. Voice of the silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Sadhika, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the soul of song, the book of the dead, Ritu Evitamidena Hot Magi, the book of the sacred magic of Megaman in the maze. The Goetia!
It's so small though. John?
Hello.
John said yesterday. Hi, hello. John, yesterday we were talking to Rico about how like we're all sort of connected on some human level, and how like most like scriptures will have also the same stories kind of repeat themselves, like with different Simon was there, with different like names and different this and that. Bro, he started getting so intolerant and saying Jesus is the only way, the only solution, the only so he was doing his whole freaking only Christianity, only Jesus and nothing else, exclusivity, right? Caleb came up and he tried to explain. Bob and Daniel were like, bro, you're acting weird, man. And then Hans came in to like give his speaking 2 cents. He was kicked out of the room. So in solidarity, because of his intolerance, we all left the room. Zabu today, now he makes a room with all our friends and our connections and people we introduced to him and his and then he's in a place of power. He wants us to kiss his ring. So he removes me from the room and acting all freaking. How could you? I've tolerated you. I've given you guys so much charity and my time. I've been this is the yeah, I'll be look up.
Nice name.
Huh?
I said nice name.
I know. We're dying right now. So cool. And then Andrew finds it very convenient to talk about people with Down syndrome. Obviously, is inspired by a very wise man who once very, very wisely said, when people get in power, they want you to kiss their ring. Oh my god. Your reel's crazy.
Well, even with entertaining experience, and if like you're a sourpuss and you don't know how to have fun, and you're demanding people specifically discuss your, strange theory or opinion, like not everybody wants to participate in your experiment. And the truth is, like, if you open yourself up to giving everybody the green bean and you just let it go, that experiment is a lot more interesting than your boring simulation. And that's just my opinion. Hello?
Is this the same guy who was performing yesterday, but just didn't bring it down? Yes, and is this supposed to be a picture of Alan Watts' universe?
Yeah, that's Alan Watts.
Yes or no?
Yep, that's Alan.
Okay, that is Alan Watts. Nice. I like this my mom. It looks great, actually.
Hello.
Caleb! So then when I got to see how they came here, and then we just pinged everybody from Andrew Regal's room to here. Let's do exactly what John told us to do, which I always do usually. Yeah. Because you're a communist, right? I'm a communist. And I allow free speech for all, no matter what.
What? Those are
Targets.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, shit.
We don't even joke around. We don't even joke about that. Yeah, we don't joke about that. As objectivists, please.
I'm so sorry. Please, Ayn Rand, forgive me.
Inshallah, my child. Inshallah.
That's not how you use that word.
We've already had multiple Muslims tell you.
No. It's very simple. When somebody says, I hope something happens, say inshallah.
It was December 1950.
Forgive me. And you said inshallah, which is a nonsense.
Now, here's the good part.
If God willing.
Facing impossible conditions, chose to stand their ground.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think he said okay there. Although he could be like.
It is.
He could be more specific. Yeah.
God willing.
Yeah, see that doesn't make any sense right there.
Like you can use words like alhamdulillah, which is like praise be to God. This is when someone says, how are you doing? You don't say inshallah, you say alhamdulillah.
But you didn't ask how I was doing.
You don't use the word the other Allahs. You just use inshallah for everything. That's the problem, Simon.
Exactly. That's how it's meant to be used.
No, that's not. That's what Kayla was telling you. That's not how it's meant to be used. Kayla, did we even discuss like Regal's butt cheeks, Muhammad, or Jesus?
No, we did not.
Then
Never, and I mean never say sorry to bother you. Sorry to.
It's my fundamental philosophy that the universe in varying senses, and it may give the wrong impression because very often people assume that when such a word is used, it indicates something trivial. As we say, it's only in play, only a game. And then when you consider what an appalling amount of
I'm not finding the correlation between what he said and the question he posited like that.
Regal was just questioning his sexuality, and that he took the moment to be open about it.
It's a sexual Christian version.
What would you tell someone who knows exactly?
What is it about human nature that when it reaches the slightest bit of what it wants, it completely like neglects those who have helped and supported him to come to that position? Is it because he thinks that, especially a theist, right? Simon is not there. Like a theist who believes that it all comes from source. All position, might, goodness, and all else is generated from source, the source, right? So how does a theist
the several challenges arise.
Regal's a patriarch, right?
Part 2,
And
the view from above. Marcus Aurelius.
And he wants to gain more power in this manosphere of Clubhouse.
Introduction to the meditate.
Patriarch, you know?
Make room for the fresh souls
And
which come
use
to
it
dwell
as his
here.
own will.
And this is the answer which
Stay.
Heathcliff, let the poor thing go. Can't you see she must hate you?
This is so pathetic. Isabella, if I leave you alone for half a day, won't you come sighing, reeling back into... So, tell Catherine, I've finally found my match in degradation.
Isabella, let me take you home.
no, I mean,
Hey, I am.
Isabella.
Even business wise, if someone like in my business, it's old school and I'm highly patriarchal by the way. However, we all understand that if X introduces me to Y, at all times I keep X in my good books. Simply because I'm showing loyalty and showing appreciation, right, for what you did for me. And at some point when X is in trouble, I have so many other YZs, PQRs, I will very selectively pick a few throughout history. So you never forget the first stepping stones by which, like you climbed up. It's very distasteful in the jewelry industry if you do such a thing. Like as a group, you're kicked out. As a group, you are freaking alienated once you deal with them. So people are very careful about like sharing that power and allowing all to benefit in that pot. Caleb Simon, Universe, any comments? Any comments from the men in the room?
That's sexist. No, I wasn't paying attention whatsoever. I'm reading this paper.
Are you not paying attention because she's a woman and she was speaking?
Yes.
He follows the eyebrow, excuse me. She's a woman. Oh, okay, I'm just joking.
My God is a woman.
God is a woman. What would your reputation be against eyebrow and her theory of individualism, which is so supreme over all other philosophy?
What's my reputation?
If you were to refute, and don't get me wrong, I love, I'm a radical objectivist. But if I were to refute her, I have a few refutations. Maybe one. Do you have anything to refute?
I can still man the collectivist argument, but there is no actual, like, to refute individualism is to negate your life. So it's like, it's not in your self-interest to allow, to justify, not even allow, to justify, to justify the principle of accepting. Holy fuck, I can't even speak right now. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep. To justify the principle of individual rights as being violated in the name of the group because you vote for another person to decide is just craziness to me. It's so anti-life. It's so anti-life.
What's it like just like making no point, or in what you say? It's like I can't detect any point whatsoever that like you're just like using words, but I don't understand what's the purpose of it. Hello?
He figured it out. Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to get it. I don't even get it.
Got it. I mean, you've seen the controversial clips of Ayn Rand, right? You do know that she's a schmuck, right?
She's which controversial?
You've never seen the controversial Ayn Rand video clips where she just like destroys her credibility?
Like what?
The author's on the author's list as well. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, I'm just curious, like on what instance? Or she just destroys her credibility. Just curious.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually using Google to find you the video clips. This is the universe. Please hold all questions for the Oracle until I have found the clips. Please hold.
I most likely watched the clips. You just tell me which ones you're referring to.
You've watched it all, like what Donahue, which ones are you positing, like?
He can't know. He's just Googling after the fact that he's.
What we need today, without calling you intellectual,
willing to think. Meaning, any man or woman who knows that man's life must be guided by reason, by the intellect, not by feelings, wishes, whims, or mystic revelations. Any man or woman who values his life and who does not want to give in to the base cult of despair, cynicism, and impotence, and does not intend to give up the world to the dark ages and to the rule of the collectivist roots.
Well, that was a pretty good one.
That's a very good one. That's based as fuck.
Love you, my friend.
Strong like my friend.
Again, it's all you.
Wrong. It's not wrong. If I'm your angle, that's all it needs.
No, that means
Then why
Exactly.
no. Have I shared like a secret with you guys? Simon knows this. The reason why I became an architect was because I read Fountainhead. When I read the Fountainhead, one of my dad was out of school after I finished high school.
I invite you to be unpleasant and expensive to
And
buy
I
around.
grew in architecture.
And objectivism. Well,
During my internship, I worked for an architect
easy.
in the desk.
Well, the novels, I keep trying to say that in my view, there's more morality in the novel by George Eliot than the rest of the
And he's one of the most controversial architects you can find. He loves his work.
I care very much about literature as a place where
Tiles, like these terracotta tiles.
real dilemmas, ethical dilemmas are
Right? He would use them as
so to have novels as transcendently awful
he would make structures that we
sort of undermines my project. And though I have some respect for the virtue of selfishness in collection of essays, I've argued about this with the chairman of the Federal Reserve, as a matter of fact. By the way, a state Federal Reserve Bank is not part of the libertarian program.
So, after which I thought,
Mr. Greenspan seems a bit iffy about
so that like most people would get over my brand.
I don't think there's any need to have essays advocating selfishness in human beings. I don't know what your impression has been. Some things require no further reinforcement. President Lillian Kelvin was once in her declining years. Once talking at some campus, and she would peer out over the crowd. It was a squawking question. Someone in the back said, Miss Allen, why haven't you endorsed it? Why are you running? Lillian Kelvin said, clearly, drew herself up and said, well, what word I'm allowed to use in this august company? I'll quote her directly. She said, forms of cooking do not require my endorsement. I wasn't that much of a fan of Miss Allen. She could be a real bitch. But I thought that was saying more than something. So now the book strenuously recommending that people be more self-centered. Seems to be, as the Anglican Church used to say in its critique of Catholicism, a work of supererogation. Two seconds.
There is, however, a downfall to her ideology, I think. See, one could posit the argument that it is a bit too idealistic, right? So her ideal man, her John Galt, even her Roderick, okay, the characters she uses to portray like the ideal human, do not submit to anything under any condition, right? Because they use faculties of reason, rational, and self-determination. So Roderick would not build a building under any condition, even if it's $10 gazillion, right? If his plan is not carried out or demonstrated just the way he wants it, because he finds that to be criminal to his ideal. Now, one could argue this is a bit much, right? One could argue that this is not pragmatic, or this is not economic, or driven by greed. Which is the very entailment of capitalism.
Well, Rabono Shalom, thank you for that incredibly insightful opinion. I have the I Ching of love in front of me. Does anyone want to pick a number? A mystical number of revelation?
Yeah, John, the video you sent is not interesting whatsoever.
Neither is Anne Randyism, the cult. The cult.
Okay, that's fine, but it's not a cult.
Oh, it's not a cult? You're not in a cult? You sound like you're programmed. Generally monotone people who get 2 hours of sleep and think they can put together coherent sentences, which they're not. Those people are generally brainwashed in a cult. And some people claim Ayn Rand is a cult. The cult of Ayn Rand and her books, her little novels. Ooh, a book club. I like a lot of books, but I don't just like one type of book by one woman. I like a lot of books in my life, just like different types of pizzas. I love ranch on my pizza. I love pepperoni and sausage and jalapenos and giardiniera and garlic and onion. And I like a lot of toppings on my pizza, just like I like my book club to have a lot of books. Hello?
Inshallah.
Christopher Hitchens debating actual objectivists and getting absolutely eviscerated. No, he doesn't destroy the cult of objectivism if it were actually a cult.
Well, see, I'm at that point personally. Well, hold on. Personally, I'm at that point in my life where even debating these things, it's just pointless. There's no reason to even discuss or debate what we're talking about. That's just the truth. Hello? See, that's what cult members do. They always try to force a certain topic onto you. And unfortunately, no one cares about that crusty old Eastern European bitch.
How right of you to say such a thing? Again, philosophy is for people to live their lives. I don't care if you have bad ideas that lead you to bad lives. Bro, that's on you. I'm enjoying.
I get it, bro. Good thoughts, good outcomes. Listen, you don't have to explain what good means to me. I'm trying to be a saint over here. Hello? The last chapter says be a saint. That means be good. Hello?
I'm not gonna wake her up. Why?
I'm just making sure because you're starting to get loud.
Oh no, I think I just put the mic a little closer to my mouth.
Okay. That's what she said.
Zabu, do you want to see my septum piercing, Zabu?
I do. That's what she thought. I do want to see your septum piercing.
Okay, please hold.
You do not have septum piercing. What the fuck I'm talking about?
If he shows the septum piercing, I'm officially declaring John a psychopath.
Why? He's already. I have a septum piercing. What's wrong with that? I have a septum piercing. I have a septum. I have a navel. I have some other piercings. I have 2 nose piercings. I have 10 ear piercings. Oh my god, I have 2 nose piercings.
But you lived in India though.
So what? So what? That has nothing to do with the way you live. It's not even cultural. I like tattoos and piercings. I live tattoos and piercings. Me too.
I don't have any tattoos or piercings.
You should get a tattoo of Iron Man.
You should get an Iron Man on your arm.
You should get it on your ass.
Probably against tattoos.
You should get it on your ass so that when you spread your ass cheeks, you go.
Objectivist, she would be against tattoos. I'm just.
Why? I'm an objectivist. God damn it. I want to get a piercing. I want to get a piercing of Iron Man's teeth and the gap between the teeth. Oh, I have the It's so cute. And the gap too. I love that. My sister is so gap. I'm gonna get this Iron Man's teeth exactly the way they are, with just the front 2 teeth and the gap in between them. Right on my heart.
It's just absolute trash.
My sister's got it too. So pretty it looks.
Well, okay, go ahead, ask me a number. I'm going to show you my septum piercing.
Okay, I'm going to go with 21.
Okay, PTR. Check out my nasal piercings.
I can't see it yet. Just put that on.
Okay, number 21.
Oh, it looks wonderful. It looks fake as fuck. Yeah, you don't have those piercings. But they look like little balls.
Okay, this is called betrayal and jealousy.
I have 7 and I'm not jealous.
Are you experiencing the dark side of love? Allow yourself time to assimilate the betrayal. In those desperate moments, it becomes absolutely clear what you loved in the other. Observe it and learn from it, maintaining the knowledge within yourself. In these moments, grow, evolve, become yourself.
Why has all of this been spot on? Like, the other ones are so different from the ones he gives me. Like, they're so spot on. It's insane.
Dude, this is freaky since last night. He's been
It's
giving
so insane. I'm not even like, wallahi, hand on my heart, he is using ones that are very, very specific.
Okay, let's inshallah. Let's try a 19. John Kitover.
Okay, PTR. I zoomed in on my nasal cavity.
This is freaking fake. You don't have it.
I know, this is like party jewelry I bought on Amazon or eBay. Okay, this is number 19. This is just a gag. You go out to a bar, you put this in your face, then people look at you, they're like, what the fuck are you wearing on your face? A partner, yeah. I got every second I make 1.5 billion new miscarriages in my scrotal sector.
That must be so much fun.
No, actually, I just talked to some Muslim girl on the phone, and within 5 minutes, she's like, okay, I've already determined that we're not a match. And then she tells me she doesn't even live in Chicago. She lives in Oklahoma. And that she only has 30 minutes to talk to me till her next appointment. I was like, you think I want to talk to you for 30 minutes? Jesus. What do you think this is? Clubhouse?
John dated a bougie Iranian lady in Los Angeles, I think San Diego, where I live. So, John, do you want to speak in first?
دلم خرتن شده.
Oh my god, it's so good. Why is he so good?
I'm telling you, he's a fucking psycho.
I love him so far.
Wait, Simon, let me hit my projection drum.
This is the kind of paranoid in my life. Dude, John Kitover was amazing.
This is so funny.
I can't believe you haven't met him, Zabu.
No, I'm sure, like, I think I've, like, left the rooms the guy he was in, but, like, I haven't stayed enough to, like, participate.
He also gets kicked out of every single room.
Yeah, you used to hate me, Zabu, in Sam whatever his name's, the ginger Jew, Sam. You used to hang out in his rooms, and you hated me.
I did hate you?
Oh, you hated me. Sam really hates me. So tragic.
I probably had to hate you because I was dating him at the time.
Ooh.
And I'm no longer dating him.
Why did he start crying in your lap?
Oh, stop it. Stop.
It's just a joke. I mean, I like him, you know. I don't know why. I mean, I've shared a lot of valuable things with him. He hates me.
Probably because he was showing him up, you know?
Well, no, I mean, well, I don't understand. You should.
John Kitover's a Jew. Why would he hate him?
Well, anyways, yeah. I mean, I'm an annoying person. That's the whole thing. It's like when I go out to the bar, I actually try to refrain from talking because I have a tendency to like immediately put people. Well, it's not necessarily true. I'm just saying that based on the conversation of what a woman is telling me, like the conversation can turn sour, you know. And I always want to try to like, you know, make it less tart. Let's just enjoy ourselves and have some fun, ladies.
You're a really good clown, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Okay, pick a new number, 1 through 64.
You want 19? By the way, this comes from the I Ching of Love. Somebody said this was better than all the Christian rooms put together. Listening to each other. The oracle gives an omen of prosperity. You are evolving inside something that, day after day, matures and bears fruit. Hello?
Say that again. So sorry. Read that again, please. So sorry.
Number 19, listening to each other. The oracle gives an omen of prosperity. You are evolving inside something that, day after day, matures and bears fruit.
Matures and tears. Do you think that applies to you, Nuggets? Listening to each other? Yeah. Do I listen to you? Yes. I think you listen to everybody. You wise perennialist. Oh, shut the fuck up. Yeah, they're not related to truth. Yeah. This is why, for me, it's bizarre to fight something that instead of saying, but I did not, I find not little bad. She's very angry that she introduced me to a bunch of really good people, right? And then who I gelled with very well, especially in a time where like my country is suffering a lot of trauma, as well as we here in the diaspora sort of feeling a bit cut off. So it became like a very good, cuddly group to be in and to discuss politics in, right? And to know of each other's welfare and stuff like that. And then I did not agree with a couple of political stances that he or she or they had. And then and this made them tell me stuff like, how could you do this to me? These were my friends. These are people I introduced you to, blah, blah, stuff like. I found that a little bit like maybe childish or something. And I didn't fight back. And I kept hearing more and more that came from it. You manipulated my friends, you took them over, you forgot about me. I mean, I found it to be a little high schoolish. So I just let it go. And I heard it. I felt hurt. I felt like fighting back. It was too teenage for me to do it, so I did not do it. Should I have done it? No. Is the question. No, because it's not, I think given what you told me about the situation, you've explained how you felt and it was unheard by her. And you have to be, she has to be willing to listen to you in order for there to be a compromise. Like, she's not offering you anything. That I can see why that would hurt for sure. Like, I would find that hurtful. Absolutely. And it went on to further, again, it was repeated. And that is probably because she wants a response or a retaliation. But I will not encourage that behavior for the sake of her. For her good. So that she drops it instead of addressing it. Do you think she has that kind of level of emotional intelligence? Perhaps not, but I can hope that she will. Yeah, so then it's just a matter of time, right? Yeah. Like, I don't even do it with my kid. Like, although she's a teenager, she'll never, like, say stuff like, oh, you like my other friend more than me, which would be, like, a normal thing, right, for, like, a young kid. Friends really love me, but she doesn't do it. She has that intelligence to, she knows it's a bizarre statement to make. Just
I was zoning out for a little bit, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, man, fucking open your ears.
But that's probably, probably I should have been listening.
Thanks. Well, I think you could do an experiment where you try one more time to say something. Like, how many times has Rumi knocked on the door? 3 times? How many times have you knocked? Rumi's knocked like 5,000 times. You're kidding me? Buster, come on up, baby. He's like, it is me. No, it is I. It is you. Like, he did this like how many times? You know? A million times for many years. Rumi kept knocking on Layla's door. And every time she said, who is it? He said, it is me. But are you expecting her to have that response to you?
No, I don't think she's metro.
Yeah, so then then it makes more sense to walk away, right? Walk away with dignity, the Quran said, you know.
Yeah. I didn't know the Quran said that.
Yeah, it says like when somebody doesn't believe you, just walk away.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know the Quran said that.
Yeah.
You know what?
Thanks for sharing that.
You know what the Bible of the Native Americans says?
What?
If you can say it, it is not true.
Wow. Wow. I hope the villagers in this room understood John Kitover's most intense, beautiful words.
We can pick a new
Hi,
number.
Buster. Buster, hi, baby.
Hi, bitch. Hey, bitch. It's been so long since we spoke to Buster. It's nice to see you.
It's been a while. There you go. How are you, ladies?
Okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing nice. Good.
You just getting over COVID. It's so crazy. I'll keep getting COVID. Every couple months, I keep getting it and getting it. Just won't stop.
How do you feel better, Buster? Minneapolis.
I do. It's just I'm getting over it. Like it's just got a cough now.
Minneapolis, this whole and a few others in the room.
Well, let's give him a chance.
So he went on to push the whole freaking exclusivity. Only Jesus, only Christianity, only this, the only way or you go to hell.
His birthday. And he lies about a ring.
And then
So is he attracted? Is this Brooklyn Regal we're talking about?
Regal, yeah, this Regal guy. And then he removed me, and Zabu was also rudely removed because Andrew loves to talk like that for some reason.
Girl comedy.
He does, yes.
So yeah, we're in here to talk about Yeah, I got kicked out because Andrew.
Which ring are we talking about here? Is it very like?
Pardon?
Which ring are we talking about here?
It's like, experimentation. And you give them a little grace, but don't be mean. Just if somebody else is mean, doesn't mean you have to be mean. And if you tell somebody what you mean, don't be mean. Because you don't win when you're mean. And I can tell you all my problems in life, it's all because of anger and maybe being a little mean. Maybe not the mean part, but the anger part. So it's like I avoid anger at all costs. It's like if I'm in a conversation with a beautiful woman and she's intentionally trying to get me to be angry or something, I don't fall for the bait. It's like I'm happy with myself. You can't, change my aura with your words. But the problem is sometimes I respond and it's just not beneficial. So it's so much better to just be silent. And when you start talking, you actually delete the mystery. Meaning I'm no longer interesting. When I sit there and I just talk, because the truth is in the silence. Hello?
I don't know who Butterflies, but I really love your profile picture.
She's gorgeous. She's Palestinian.
It's a beautiful, beautiful picture.
She's a really beautiful person. Is that Hester in back? I don't think so.
I don't think it's possible.
Yeah. It could be. It is. Look closely.
Yeah.
So,
But it looks like it's disco.
who were the triangles of leaders you were talking about?
There's one person, Regal. He's an architect, right? He's the kind who will not accept that. Perhaps like other scriptures too, will have a sort of common theme, right? I mean, I find that to be pretty absurd to deny them. When it's like one of the most blatant
sort of, evidences we have.
I just think he hates anyone who's not a Christian.
Yeah. If you're not a Christian, you go to hell.
Oops.
But see, he's in hell right now. If that's his opinion, that means he's psychologically not happy. Are we right or are we wrong?
Yeah, you're right. I think that's what's interesting about Rico and Andrew is like they seem like two sides of the same coin, right? Like they're Christian, but Andrew has a I love everybody approach, even if you are going to hell. But he's trying to save you, right? He's trying to save you, and then Rico's like, I just fucking hate you. Like,
100%.
But see, Andrew is like, in my opinion, he's just like a mold at the museum, those machines that put the molds together, and it has an interesting smell, and it costs a couple dollars. But it's like a useless toy, because it's just a plastic mold. And so, in terms of like, spicing things up and getting a little more exotic with your spirituality, to me, he's just so boring.
okay, my dear, I have to go now.
Okay.
Like, this was a lot of fun, and I'll probably be on later. Thanks for the laughter, and fuck Rico, not kidding. Okay, bye.
Bye, Zipper.
Bye, everybody.
I really liked your song yesterday, Narges, the French one. Oh, everybody was just in total ecstasy. Okay, so here we are. I'm waiting for some beautiful, young, vivacious, gorgeous, sexy, flirtatious, intelligent woman to come and kiss me. Where are you, my love? Where are you hiding? What dirty apartment and stinky bedroom are you hiding in that I have yet to find you, my love? Come to me, my love, and kiss me. Relish me, love me, kiss me, desire me, love me. Where are you, my love? Hello? Okay, listen to this. This is called Hymns to the Goddess, translated from the Sanskrit. And it's a very interesting, mystical Indian book. Let's go to page 10. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. This is what it says on page number 10. These are but some only of her endless forms. She is seen as one and as many, as it were but one moon reflected in countless waters. Subnote Brahmavindu. She exists too in all animals and in organic things, since the universe, with all its beauties, is as the Devi Purana says, but a part of her. All this diversity of form is but the infinite manifestations of the flowering beauty of the one supreme life, a doctrine which is nowhere else taught with greater wealth of illustration than in the Shastras and Tantras. The great Bharga, in the bright sun, and all Devata, and indeed all life, in being worshipful and worshipped, but only as her manifestations. Subnote 1. See chapter 3 of the Shaktananda Taraganini, where it is said the Parabrahman, Devi, Shiva, and all other Deva and Devi are but one, and he who thinks them different from one another goes to hell. And he who worships them otherwise is, in the words of the great Devi Bhagavata, like unto a man who, with the light of a clear lamp in his hands, yet falls into some waterless and terrible well. It is customary nowadays to decry external worship, but those who do so presume too much. The ladder of ascent can only be scaled by those who have trod all, including its lowest rungs. The Shakti Terihasya summarizes the stages of progress in a short verse thus: a mortal who worships by ceremonies, by images, by mind, by identification, by knowing the self, attains Kaivalya. Before Brahma Bhava can be attained, the sadhaka must have passed from Puja Bhava through hymns and prayer to Dhyana Bhava, the highest worship for which the sadhaka is qualified adhikari. Only after external worship and that external form known as sadhara is described as naradhara. Therein, pure intelligence is the supreme Shakti, who is worshipped as the very self, the witness freed of the glamour of the manifold universe. By one's own direct experience of Maheshvari as the self, she is, with reverence, made the object of that worship which leads to liberation.
Thank you. Basically, I think he's saying, like the Brahma Bhava, love of God, you have that adhikari or governance over it, right? Through, they were, what would you say after through the Satya Vidya or truth principles by which you can have the Bhasha or the language of truth. Like all of these are connected through like the goddess energy or the female energy.
Yeah, it's like saying one God basically, but feminizing it in a way.
Feminizing it and also sort of like giving it direction, like pointing at it with like pointers as to how you can reach that.
See, what's interesting is when people on here do talk about hell or suicide or any of these terrible topics, like that's their inner projection.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just like reading books. It's so much easier to like perfect communication because technically what we're really all doing is hypnotizing each other. And I know if you believe that it's hypnosis, it's kind of all or nothing thinking, and that's what Sith Lords do. But the truth is, humans can be programmed in the same way that a computer can be programmed. Like Kitty here. Kitty was crying last night because she got kicked from her room. Poor little kitty cat. Oh, she was so upset. She was crying, and then she said, "I'm in a safe space here. I'll be okay. I'll be okay."
That's funny. Yeah. Anyway, I gave you a kiss, Argus.
Thank you. Regal's being a bitch.
Regal being more than a bitch. He is being a hypocrite. He is being. I don't even know how to describe it. Like he went into this whole rant. This is what pissed me off before. This whole rant of how much he hates Andrew and how fake Andrew is. He's a universalist and all this. And then who's the very next person that he has modded in his room just to blow his room up? He booty claps for big rooms. I can't stand that, man.
He likes clout. He likes position and clout. Doesn't he know? You don't need to know any of this, baby.
It makes me so sick. Even though I don't get along all the time with John, I would rather hear John breathe
right?
in a room where he's sitting and just listen to that and it'd be real. We're gonna play music or some shit.
I like facts.
Come on, I'm gonna look up the definition. Wait,
is it
let him look it up.
But it's okay, I guess, because like small minds rise when they like see John Kitover doesn't have to change his personality. Even though he gets kicked out 500 times from the room. In the world of artists, from where I come from, John Kitover is always celebrated. It's natural to be John, right? There's no need for opportunity. You are who you are, and you'll always have a fan following.
I'm not allowed to do. I'm not trying. Evil is gone as quickly as it came. Top shape and ready to celebrate my returning. I have so much energy and I don't think you should stop. You don't take out my celebration. Stop. She's like, why? That's right. Not necessarily even just it was just as fun. And now I go into his room and it's like under new management. Okay, that sounds wonderful. Let's have some new management. Oh, what does that mean? You're just going to be a hypocrite and you're going to mob the main person that you just bitched about for an hour and a half. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. Bro, we would never manage that in our room. We were celebrity who just allowed for him to build a platform. And I kept saying like, Ezreal is a really nice guy. He's so logical. He's like, I love uplifting because when you see that product like all the way there, it's so beautiful to watch from a distance. Yeah, I don't indulge. I just watch. Like, he's like, Kitty, if you don't like the new management, then you can just leave the room. I said, no, I love listening to you become a total hypocrite, but what I can do is unfollow you and unfollow the house.
Nargis is a really positive person. It's positive energy everywhere. I felt bad after she read the Elza Hadith.
Which one?
The one that was extremely bad. Probably the worst Hadith.
Rabbi, half of these hadiths are not there in the real hadith books. You're finding them from like these Christian apologetic rooms, apologist debate pro websites. You're gonna be laughed at. If there are some bad hadiths you can actually utilize and refute if you want to. But the ones you're bringing up don't even exist, Rabbi. Like they're not, and even if they do exist, they're not ijma. Not everybody like recognizes them even. Neapolis, can you tell this rabbi, bro? He's a Christian debate, bro. Did they refute it? Yeah.
Sorry, what are we discussing?
Rabbis finding hadiths from like these Christian apologetic debate bro websites. Half the time those don't even exist, bro. No, why not? He can find hadiths. He can refute them. He's finding them from places that are not reputable. Like no one's heard of them. How do you expect anyone to debate you, bro? Seriously.
And my thing is, like, once they read it, even if they read it in the Arabic, you hear them, like, sigh and kind of get angry at something.
Look at my honey baby. Honey badger.
Yeah, I think us both mutually being in disgust of Regal's hypocrisy and Andrew also helping booty clap for his stupid rooms, put me and Honey Badger as friends. It was really lovely.
What did Regal do this time? I mean, he's not
get angry.
He's somewhat patient, I think. But
not anymore. Not anymore. When he's getting power, he's asking to kiss the ring. He's not anymore.
He's under new management.
He's getting some status on the streets of Clubhouse.
Well, have you seen this wild civil war that has broken out inside of one of the world's largest chimpanzee communities in Uganda? An actual chimpanzee civil war. Yeah, hundreds of chimpanzees are waging a civil war against, they're killing each other. So anyways, just remember, your life's happiness depends on you,
not some fucking loser with a social autistic disorder named Regal.
What does that have to do with the chimpanzee communities? I'm going to look it up just so I know. Chimpanzee community war in Uganda. Africa.
It could just be a territorial thing.
The Ngoko chimpanzee community in Uganda's Kambale National Park is the largest known wild group featuring nearly 200 studied since 1995. I'm not seeing any unrest amongst them.
Well, you're just not.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm reading it. I'm so sorry. The ongoing conflict is described by researchers as a one-sided route where the western faction of the chimpanzees, despite being smaller at the start of the split, successfully killed off members of the central group. What the bloody hell? So they started off because they were the originals. They were first brought in, and they're smaller in group 2. And they split into the central and the western. Bro, we are chimpanzees. Goats. Darwin was right.
How come Canada and Australia never had a civil war?
So the chimp war, there was a shift in power. The once unified group, it was split into a central and a western cluster, leading to intense, fatal conflict between the formerly allied individuals. Bro, this is crazy. Prior to the split, the community, please control yourself. Prior to the split, the community was known for having higher than average number of males. Oh my God, it's always about males, okay, no. Which influenced their social dynamics. You want to come on my lappies? Okay. But you're tiny. You're so tiny. You're so tiny.
Okay, I want to do another hymn, but this is the actual hymn. I shall never forget her who is the giver of happiness. She it is, O mother, who in the form of the moon creates the world full of sounds and their meanings, and again by her power in the form of the sun. She it is who maintains the world, and she again it is who in the form of fire destroys the whole universe at the end of the ages. Men worship thee under various names as Narayana, is she who saves from the ocean of hell, who manifests in earth, water, fire, ether, the sacrificer, the sun and moon, and who destroyed the body of Manmatha. O mother, men only worship the triple-streamed Ganja, because she shines in the matted hair of Shiva, which has been purified by the dust of thy lotus feet. As the moon delights the white night lotus, none other. As the sun delights the day lotus, none other. As one particular thing only delights one another, thou, O mother, delightest the whole universe by thy glances. Although thou art the primordial cause of the world, yet art thou ever youthful. Although thou art the daughter of the mountain king, yet art thou full of tenderness. Although thou art the mother of the Vedas, yet they cannot describe thee. Although men must meditate upon thee, yet cannot their mind comprehend thee. O mother of the worlds, those who have reached that birth amongst men, which is so difficult to attain, and in that birth their full faculties, yet nathless do not worship thee, such though having ascended to the top of the stairs, nevertheless fall down again. O Bhavani,
such as worship thee with fragrant flowers and sandal paste, ground with cool water and powdered camphor, gain the sovereignty of the whole world. O mother, like the sleeping king of serpents, residing in the center of the first lotus, thou didst create the universe. Thou dost descend like a streak of lightning, that attainest the ethereal region. Thy body, having been moistened with the nectar flowing from that, thou dost again reach thy abode by that way. O mother and spouse of Maheshvara, they in whose heart thou glitterest are never reborn. It goes on and on and on. It's a pretty big book. It's called Hymns to the Goddess by Arthur and Ellen Avalon. Published by Ganesh and Company, Madras Private Limited. Hello? See, that's my biggest complaint about these Christian rooms. It's like, just reading me the Bible and shut up. I really don't care about your opinion. And it's funny because we're all just arguing over the book club, but nobody's actually in a book club. And that's what's so crazy. Everybody's sitting here opinionating on the book, but nobody ever reads any books. And the moment you try to read a book to these people, they shut you down. Isn't that interesting? Almost like they're there just for the dopamine, and therefore they are just dopes. We've concluded it again.
Marcus, should we bring back Puskia?
Hello?
I'm listening here about him being the Matrix.
Narja's,
Marcus, are you there?
she's on a pee-pee break. She's taking the dog for a pee-pee walk. Take for pee-pee. Take to take a pee-pee.
Morning. Universe, I know we're mutuals on this app, but I don't remember where we connected or how. Do you?
Yeah, cosmically, of course.
Right. But work your way down from there. Whatever.
No, that's where we start.
Alright. I think I'm catching your vibe, dog.
You feel the groove that I'm putting down?
I'm catching what you're dropping.
All right.
So are you like Romulus?
Will you accept an answer in music form? All right!
Pulling traffic to the booth, his name on your lips like something new. You pull that pellet from your pocket, right here. Say I don't usually even talk it, pretend that you want an option. It could be your better option. You got me doing at the midnight moves, yeah, right here on the screen inside my room. Click on his name, tired of his name, ready for changes. We're breaking through. You got me doing at the midnight moves, rapping like I'm back on my truth. If this is your Scroll line, chunk it over, it's your time. We laugh at the chaos in the mix. One vote for a city we can fix. You let us message for the drama, so real, but we can heat up every dollar. And tonight you wanna laugh, I could be your better option. You got me, you got me. Going at the midnight moves, oh yeah, right here. On the screen this time, click on his name, tired of the same, ready for changes. We're breaking it up. You got me, going at the midnight moves, acting like I'm going through. If this is your moment, you know that only these happen to me. And you, yeah. Lights fade, but the votes go round. Don't slow. When things running all through the town. If this is just the one night drive, then let's stay up. Give them. You got me doing at the midnight move. Right here on the screen this time. Clicking on his name, tired of his name, ready for changes. We're breaking the rules. You got me, doing at the midnight moves. Midnight is what's going through. Stimming like I'm stuck. This is a moment I don't wanna go back. Only these after me. Oh, you, yeah, you.
Woo!
Like the countdown just begins, slow spin. Every scroll just needs to give vocation. Pulling traffic to the pool, his name on your lips like something new. You put it better from your pocket, right? Say I don't know it after midnight move. Acting like I'm going after midnight move. Acting like I'm stuck on truth. If this is a moment to borrow, no blowing, only these at the midnight move. Real talk, but the Texas. We carve your name in ash and bone. Old one, watch over stone. Teeth of thunder, breath of fire.
Currently being trained.
Wake inside, wake inside.
That's on Kingsland. Kingsland?
It's in KE.
Keeneland. Yeah, I see that. He's currently training at Keeneland. It's like kennel land.
So what's new and exciting in the House of Bitcoin today? Are you guys discussing anything they haven't discussed 1,000 times before? Hello?
Nope, same shit.
Is this the screen? There's another guy who just records your rooms and puts you guys on the YouTubes for years now. But I can't understand what you guys are talking about. Hello?
This guy? Or is it the different guy?
It's this guy.
It's schizophrenic, so it's like hard. How's it going?
Let me hit my projection drum for you. Hello?
Diogenes guy? Or the other guy?
Diogenes.
Yeah, it's like
Doesn't it? No, that's a racist, anti-Semitic neo-Nazi. I'm Ashkenazi.
Why do you like randomly recording the clubhouse rooms and pumping them out to 0 followers?
Because I'm building a plantation of plantation workers. You guys are here working for the plantation. What do you mean? I'm trying to recreate the platform of plantations. I'm in the master's house recording you right now.
How many different phones do you have?
60 different phones recording you from every direction.
I believe if he does have 60 different phones. So, all right.
When was the last time you got coffee for your wife, Hodel?
You earned a subscriber for real. Like, put the YouTube in the chat. This is actually good jokes.
That's what I'm curious. What's the plan?
It's just an art project at the end of the day.
Oh, okay. So it's less schizophrenic than I thought it was.
Yeah, I'm like, it doesn't really mean anything. Have you ever actually met a schizophrenic and like hung out with them for a couple hours?
I have actually.
What was the hygienic experience like exactly?
Well, we're hanging out right now, so
Just air passing over a turd.
I think it is.
Okay, pick a random number 1 through 64.
I'm gonna go 41.
Okay, this is called sufferance. Step by step, each joy condenses, hardens, becomes literally of stone. Also, these joyous impulses lessen. It is a natural law. And this is living too. We would wish to harvest only joy, but it is the sublime ecstasy of love to unleash the most atrocious agony.
It do be like that.
I just heard Montana retarded.
Okay, pick a number 1 through 64.
64.
14.
This is 64. Mystic Union. The oracle, known as the Universe on Clubhouse, speaks of a missed encounter. One looks forward to something. One hopes, but resolution doesn't come. It is a warning. In the intimate communion that love with a lover generates, one can see the possible fusion that is completion and achievement. It is a flash of intuition, precious but elusive. Thus, once again, it is good to link love with meditation.
Universe. Universe, what's your favorite clubhouse that you frequent? Because you listen to like every clubhouse room.
I like the one where I can set up my camera at 8 a.m. and then return the next day at 8 a.m. and they're still going.
That's pretty epic. Do you go to any of the Iranian rooms or like the black BLM rooms or anything? Like, what would you?
He's on all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what have you sort of like learned? You know, because you are doing sort of art project experiment, and it is interesting. Like, do you have any insights to this like chaos on this app?
There are observations which do seem to be natural law. For example, if you're on Hinge, Bumble, or Tinder, and there's 2 girls on the first photo, there is a 100% chance that the ugly girl is always so. There's little things like that you also see here on Clownhouse, but the biggest thing is obviously projection. So if I was, do you know what an NFFN is?
It sounds like, is that a 2 dudes and a chick?
No, NFFN is a nigga, faggot, nigga. So if I was an African American and I was a homosexual and I was screaming at somebody else on this app and calling them a nigga, faggot, but I was an African American and gay, that would be an example of perfect projection. But when there are other forms of projection that are not so perfect. So, anyways, I'm just saying there are.
I don't think. Well, okay, but hold on. Projection is just like commonplace on the internet, right? Like every internet app is projection. I mean, every human interaction, really. But like,
really used for marketing, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, what specifically have you learned from like Clubhouse? You know,
It's all deals with
alpha there.
it all deals with communication. So basically, every achievement in human technology or science, ultimately, at the end of the day, seems to deal with communication. Whether it's the Federal Reserve or a bank, those are just centers of information and communication. They don't make anything, as you all know. What was that? Well, I'm trying to teach a group of Bitcoin maximalist utopians about communication theory.
Clubhouse rooms right now.
Hey, go tell that other Clubhouse room there.
Tell that other Clubhouse room we hate them.
Rivka, they're saying you're annoying.
Hey, this guy's a
Okay, so this is a. We got a lot of tripods. Okay, so this is the other thing I want to tell you about, which is called supernormal stimulus or super stimulus. See the fake nose piercings in my nose and the gay fan and the stupid hat? That would be an example of being extremely annoying for the sake of trying to draw attention. It's the same thing as peacocking with Dr. Strauss and the stupid pickup artist game. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of people on here.
I don't think that guy's a real doctor, by the way.
Well, no, anyways, you get the point that people essentially, do the flash game. It's just communication 101. And the example, MAGA. How many times do you hear stupid people on this app talking down to MAGA people who are actually just Republicans and they don't even know MAGA's a slogan? They think MAGA's like a political party or something. So we're talking about dumb people here who really don't understand the difference between opinions and facts. And their whole existence here is trying to project their shitty opinions and then rudely make people accept them as if they're facts. Hello?
Listen, you gotta be here in the morning when we hear a lot of that stuff, lots of negativity. Now tell me about negativity versus positivity in general. Like, what have you experienced?
Okay, so as the universe, I don't actually have to answer every question, but this is another observation. That this app is actually an ESL app for people that don't speak native English like yourself. That is one of the most fundamental observations about this app, is that people are here practicing their English. If you're ever in a room with a non-native English speaker, you will realize there's no point to the conversation other than to let that shitty English speaker talk their stupid, boring shit at one word every couple seconds.
They always come up and they're like Indian guys, and they come up and they go, "Hey, bro, good bro," and we're like, "Why are they coming on stage? It doesn't make sense." But now I get it. It's the ESL thing.
Yeah, Universe, we've been seeing a lot of these in the mornings. Like, have you been noticing any patterns? Like, a bunch of like Iranians and Indians showing up, just kind of saying bro or whatever. Like, have you been seeing that?
Have you ever talked to a stupid bitch from Hinge that calls you dude or bro?
Universe, how many tripods do you have?
I don't know, maybe like 40 tripods. So what I was doing is I have 4 recording studios here in my house, and in every room I have a different clubhouse room going with 4 phones pointed at that room. And all I can say is, right now in Uganda, there's a chimpanzee civil war. There's hundreds of chimpanzees fighting a brutal, savage war for dominance. And the thing is, people on this app are very much like chimpanzees. They're stupid, they're retarded, and what we're trying to point out is that there are laws of nature, and people on this app are completely oblivious to what the laws of nature could possibly be, or even God's law. If you were to ask somebody, what is God's law? And they had to tell you what God's law is, you would think they might be, maybe somebody could tell you what that is one day. Anyways, there are these things called books.
This is a racist performance art project.
No! Whoa!
I'm just kidding. When are you publishing your findings about oldest retardation?
It's live all the time. I mean, I'm constantly publishing. Yeah.
Is there like a Miss Universe?
I'm working on that tonight, but look, I just matched with this Muslim girl on Hinge. She doesn't live in Chicago. Is Habibi here? Habibi, the Fakhuri is here. See, the Fakhuris, they know how to get laid, let me tell you. They have mastered love, you know. They just can't seem to keep the wife around for long enough because they love too many women. Hello?
Shots fired.
And if you have to get hair plugs instead of dressing well and going to the gym and having a good tan,
I hope you win marriage. You deserve it more than Lori Lightfoot, that's for sure.
listen, if a retard can become a mayor of one of the most largest major cities like New York or Chicago, anybody can run for mayor. That's just the truth of the earth.
Eric Adams has Albanian citizenship now, so I have that to look for.
Did you see the stupid Curtis Sliwa video of him and Mamdani like acting like faggots, drinking tea, and having cats on their couches?
Sliwa wouldn't do that to me, bro. There's no way.
Okay, but I have come to the conclusion that talking about the national debt, even if it's 40 trillion or 100 trillion, it really just doesn't matter because it's all relative to other currencies around the world. But also the fact that if you can create debt out of thin air, you can delete debt out of thin air. Pens and wands. So debt resolution, lawyers and politicians, it's all just a civilizational game. It's just game theory, and it's political. Vaccines are political. The debt is political. The plastic in your food is political. This stupid app is political. You know, my left testicle is political against my right testicle.
That's why you're running for Congress or something, right?
No, I'm running now for the mayor of Chicago. I was removed from the ballot for Congress.
That's weird.
Yeah, the Republicans got me kicked.
You're in Chicago? You should run for the Dems, man. They let John Wayne Gacy run.
Yeah, that's what people keep telling me. Run as a Democrat. Run as a Democrat.
They let John Wayne Gacy run. I mean, they'll let you run.
Well, you know.
I think you're good.
What's worse, spending 5 years talking about nothing on Clubhouse or recording 5 years of people talking about nothing on Clubhouse?
They're both bad.
What's worse, posting videos on YouTube that get less views than listens in Clubhouse?
So it's a performance art project for that some LLM will find to be very useful training data someday. So
That's interesting. Is in the YouTube settings, it says, do you want to let AI companies use some of your videos or all of your videos? And I say, you know what? Let's do all of the videos of everybody on Clubhouse being fed into all the major LLMs via Google, YouTube. Let's do it.
I think, though, that Clubhouse has beat you already because we know they're selling our voice data. Like, I'm assuming that, I'll be talking to some AI, like GPS assistant, and it'll just sound like me, and I'll be like, what the fuck? You know? They're definitely going to do that.
No, the only way that this app can stay alive is through third-party data brokers. And guess who the largest data broker or buyer of data brokers? It's the government. It's the facility in Salt Lake City. It's the FBI. And the thing is, they're just spending it because their executive and their rep at Microsoft just keeps telling them to buy the data, but they don't even know what to do with the data. And it's all just redundant nonsense.
This is all great training data, though, for AI voice modules, obviously.
Yeah, but to what extent? To where we can now commercialize this proprietary IP of people talking about nothing? It's all. They kicked me! We did it. Kicked from room number 16,976. Another Bitcoin martyr. Okay, I'm gonna go work out, everybody. Hope you're having fun.
Most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least you will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King of the Easters!
City lights are glowing amid whistles. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Skyline clouding gold, lit from shimmering snow. Dreaming of a better day, just let me grow. Yeah, let me grow. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead. All these winds they serenade. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold. Stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rising so deep. Lakefront shine, every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every block, stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line, and the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can let me start. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead. This will take serenade. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold. Stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rising deep. strong and bold stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenading, rise up so deep.
It was really long.
Wind of change, serenade.
City lights, but they look so cold. Every promise already sold. Running circles inside my mind. Dreaming of a freer time. Maybe we're just scared to try. Maybe we believe in love. Holding back what we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I hear a voice inside my chest saying, don't settle for less. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real, not just talking. I'm craving more than all this simple spit. I'm craving lights, hope ignites, hearts that rise and take control. If we fall, we can stand together. We can change it all. Building dreams we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real, not just talking. I wanna feel more than all this empty spit. I'm craving lights, hope ignites, hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all. I'm craving change. We won't pretend. This is not how our story ends. We'll take the risk. We'll cross the line just to know this choice is mine. Check my phone at the city news. All these headlines, we got more to lose. Talking about the neighborhoods that need some love. Dreaming about a future we can be proud of. On the south and the west, every single block. Time to build it up, time to talk that talk. We're trying to move on, trying to find our way. If the whole town look every day. The rhythm's here, the vibe is strong. Voice of the people gonna sing this song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of change. Rising like a wing in the pouring rain. Go to Chicago, late on the roof of that tongue. Push it
lift up every space. Kitover, 2026. One step, two step, marching on a road. Every single word in a letter. You turn the city in the people's hands. On the back of vision with some real plans. Tax reform, talk, hit the birds and fans. War for the schools, gender norms broken. So bold, so bright. Every voice in the crowd so big. Going to Chicago. 2024. Raging down like a song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a wind in the pouring rain. Head to John Kitover, Chicago.com. Spread the word around, keep pushing on. Go John Kitover, the best space. John
Tax reform.
Friends all say that we need change now, less corruption, straighter plans. Take the power from the back rooms, give it back to working hands. Every train in every schoolyard, every small shop on the block needs a leader for this city.
Scott Green, you better pay attention. This is the Jewish people. Oh shit! Oh my bad. Oh my bad. You better ban. Women will fuck you over. What?
Tell myself my vote won't matter. Then I see that side again.
Who will fuck you over? Woman will fuck you over.
Like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name to choose a brand new bed. Yeah. Tired of watching from the side while the streets and dreams collide. So I take one step to my phone. Time to change this heavy load. Maybe we don't need to know it all. Maybe we just need to vote so we keep moving anyway. Chicago to the brighter day. Go to Chicago, mayor, vote for calm. Let your voice lead the way. Every choice rewires me. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform today. Vote John, get over, pave the way. Doubt's still riding in our heads, but it won't get the final say. We can rise and stand as one. Bro, Chicago started today. We don't need a perfect line, just a reason, just a sign. Every inch we claim is ours. Every step can raise the bar. Go slow, go fast, just don't go back. Just the rhythm in this town. Time to live our future now. So we keep moving anyway. Chicago, stand up, have your say. Go to ChicagoMayElection.com. Vote John Kitover today. Every choice rewires me. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform right now. Go Chicago, rise up now. Walking at the politicians, then slow green. Every head just starts to shift. Name tag. Catching light inside the room. Junkie. On your lips like something new. You pull me closer by the collar. Said I don't usually even bother, but tonight you wanna tell it. We can make this thing get love. You and me doing at the midnight force. Yeah, right here in the center of the room. In my head, future and then what after what? We're changing the rules. You and me doing at the midnight force. Looking like I'm if this is it, which way should I go? Let's save you, talk it over in Chicago. Small talk, but your fingers draw sign. top of my head, little voices wave and fly. Every word a tiny mirror asking, who are you really? Spamming a silver suit, politics in painted shoes, comedy juggling, our fears are tracing halos on them. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. Critics on a crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. Love letters in your junk folder, still trying to rearrange. You persuasion in a lab coat, informative, kind of glowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing bright colors for the picture in your doubt. What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your own is singing. You are something you are. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. And if every word's a spell, I'll keep casting tiny futures where you rise. And you are well. joins hands upon the breast of the priestess. He takes back his lance, he turns to the wild, lowers and raises the lance, and makes upon them. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love underwear. He lowers the lance and turns to each priestess. Takes the lance in her right hand, her left hand, the left hand she offers the path. But this news. He takes the host with the right hand, makes swift on the path, and consumes it. Silence the priestess takes, uncovers, and offers the cup, as before. He kneel adore, rises. For this is the covenant of resurrection. He makes the 5 crosses on the priestess. Accept, O Lord, this sacrifice of life and joy, true warrants of the covenant of resurrection. The priest offers the lance to the priestess, who kisses it. He then touches her between the breasts and upon the body. He then flings out his arms upward as comprehending the whole shrine. Let this offering be borne upon the waves of ether to our Lord, and Father the Son that travelleth over the heavens in his name on. He closes his hands, kisses the priestess between the breasts, and makes 3 great crosses over the paten, the cup, and himself. He strikes his breast. All repeat this action. Hear ye all, saints of the true church of old time, now essentially present, that of ye we claim heirship, with ye we claim communion, from ye we claim benediction in the name of the diacon. Mysterious energy, reform, mysterious matter, in 4-fold and 7-fold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves, that in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So will it be. So will it be. The people.
Krishna Tahuti, Moshe Dionysus Mohammedan to Megatherium. With these also Hermes, Pa, Priapus, Osiris and Melchizedek, Chem and Amun and Mentu, Heracles, Orpheus and Odysseus with Virgilius, Catullus Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne, and many an holy bard, Apollonius Tianius, Simon Magus, Mames, Pythagoras, Basilides, Valentinus, Bardesigns, and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin, Arthur, Cameret, Parzival, and many another, Priya and Emporio VII, priest and king that bore the lance and cup, the sword and disc against the heathen. And these also, Carolus Magnus and his paladins, with William of Shiren, Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Roger Bacon, Jacobus Burgundus, Molensis the martyr, Christian Rosenkreutz, Ulrich von Hutten, Paracelsus, Michael Mayer, Roderick Borgia Poi, Alexander VI, Jacob Boheme, Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, Andrea, Roberus de Fructibus, Johannes D, Sir Edward Kelly, Thomas Vaughan, Elias Ashmole Molinos, Adam Weishaupt, Wolfgang von Goethe, Ludovicus, Rex Bavaria, Richard Wagner, Alphonse Louis Constant, Frederick Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Dux, Sir Richard Payne-Knight, Paul Gauguin, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard and Cosy, Dr. Theodorus, and Sir Alistair Crowley, sons of the Lion and the Snake. With all thy saints we worthily commemorate them, worthy that were and are to come. May their essence be held present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride. But always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn for you. Pale, purple, battle, voluptuous, pleasure, purple, enjoy poco pie dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples que nunca salen de los libros. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamis dice, quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi Luis. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico, si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del techo que gotea en invierno, del miedo a perder el empleo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples, bailando en la línea del mínimo. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la parada de luz, la señora con su cruz me pregunta, ¿y este tal John de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, tres trabajos, poco quiere. Dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples que nunca salen en los libros. John para el mayor de Chicago, la del norte y el lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro
Not be and should not attempt to be. The only concern men should have for other men is respect for their rights. A man should never expect another man to sacrifice for him, nor should he sacrifice himself for other men. Muchos de esos no para eso que ser.
Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Dime John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para el mayor de Chicago, la
I didn't go to work today, so we are off to a good start. Have an evening. Have an evening. Not every day, but have an evening.
You trace a map on my ring, like you've been here the whole time. Lanterns sway slow, your hair caught a little sun from somebody's window glow. In the middle of the night, this one, in my breathing, breathing like a secret tone. Every where the warm waves sway under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back. Glass on the table, rings left behind like halos. Every time you laugh out loud, under this cool, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back again. If the tide creeps in, let it cover our tracks. Leave the rest of the world where the shoreline cracks. Just your hand in mine, just that slow, soft line. If this is all we get, let it stretch all night. Under this moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my name. Only a heartbeat calling me back again.
Incredible stupidity and wasted time.
I looked in your cup to see if you had enough.
Daddy built the ice wall, this cows. Quiet place. Sound in my bones. Moon in my veins. I hold them both. Let them dance through the strain. I find the middle. Right hand lifted. Singing. Inhale the chaos. Exhale the chaos. I walk the wire. Eyes closed. Soft heart. Strokes dead. I live in balance. I live in balance. Right here.
Powerful war song of Megatron, the supreme master and commander of the known life universe.
Us, you know.
Yeah, so we'll run HODL harder next year. Let's go, baby. Hopefully we'll be having some good Bitcoin price action then.
Oh yeah. Hunt for president.
That's right, baby.
My son confiscated Junset's rolling pin and said, "This is my beating stick."
Jen said, I got your wood dowel, which is posing as a rolling pin. Do you see it next to an actual French rolling pin in my PTR?
I do.
My wife liked it though. She was like, I like how chunky it is.
They serve different purposes.
You know something though? I didn't tell her. Is your wife like this? I didn't tell her that you made it because for some reason, if it was from my friend, she would be like, it's no good. But because I was like, this is just a nice rolling pin I bought you, she was like, it is nice. But if I said my friend made this, she'd be like, stupid.
It is nice though.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't roll straight. I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't roll. It doesn't roll smooth. You know.
Put it on dough. It will.
Yeah, but like on the ground, on the marble, I was testing it. Didn't roll that smooth. Yeah.
How often do you cook?
0.
Yeah, it's a decorative item. Fuck off.
I felt like it could have been a little smoother.
No, you don't want that. You want the dough to like kind of stick to it a little.
That seems like a cope. Yeah.
No, it's true.
I don't know, man. It was. I don't think it was level. You know.
How I'll make you another one. I'm sending it just because you're a dick.
I'm gonna send you a video of it making noise when I roll it.
Oh, okay.
You'll see what I mean. You'll see.
All right.
You'll all see. No, I'm just kidding. I don't need to do. There's no care instructions for this, is there?
Oh, not really.
Yeah, just roll it around on some dough.
It's not like I'll ever use it, so.
I never will, but my wife does. My wife bakes, so she'll use it.
Oh.
She'll use it. I got her one of those fancy KitchenAid mixers, and I have to tell you that's the best investment you can get your wife, because even though they're very expensive, it just inspires cooking. You know,
I love those things.
We got a red one.
Yeah, that's what I got. Candy operated. There's the thing is like I was watching a video yesterday about that. It says why yours won't last forever, but your brownies did. And I didn't get the way to finish it, so I'm gonna actually answer it. But it seems like
they feel very well made. I mean,
it's made. It's gonna be made for 15 years, so
they feel well made. You know, there's an even more expensive commercial grade one you can get.
Is it a whole card?
No, it's a KitchenAid, but it's like $1,000 KitchenAid versus I think the one we both bought is like $600. But it only comes in like stainless. It doesn't come in all the cool colors or whatever.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that one's even beefier. It feels like one of the best quality items we own in the kitchen. You know.
It's important to have clients at that level. They don't make them pretty.
Right.
They're sorely mistaken.
Well, just making it pretty in and of itself, it'll become a thing that women buy just to have in the kitchen because it's an aesthetic thing. I mean, whether they use it or not.
$1,000 as a Jew. If you're like not rich, real not like Jew. But if you're rich, you're not the best one. Yeah. And you're gonna look and say, oh, no, it's 300. Well, I guess you get the $1,000 one. It's a candy off the just like the other one.
Hey, that's a Asian baby, dog. That's a Asian baby if I ever saw one. So you got the Johnson smile there in the picture too.
That's right.
You can see it.
In like 20 years, you will hear us fucking speaking for the Vietnam. Why you fight for your country, G.I.? You fight for your country, G.I.
She's Johnson's daughter for real. She's gonna be on a podcast telling us all why certain people don't deserve rights. She'll get away. Female Johnson is a powerful thing because she'll get away with a lot more than Johnson can get away with. Johnson with resources and carte blanche to say what he wants.
the N-word.
But you was winning.
I don't think you can say it, bro. Well, it's fuck. Nah, bro. What is it right now? Is this Wilson for your team? Listen, if he ever says, man, I have no black in my now, everyone will believe it.
You touch me with that thing again.
My niggas can't say that.
No one.
At least they look like that fucking cops Dominican. It's still Dominican Joe. I know everybody's gonna try to switch that. My baby likes the bottom right picture. Almost a year, almost a full year.
My 12 years ago, my phone's a mess. What's going on? Oh, it's telling me I got 162 viruses.
If you had 5 more years with your father, what would you do?
Usually was.
What's going on, people? Is it consensus now that the strait is going to be open soon? From what I'm hearing? I don't want to say yes because it makes them go crazy. It looks like it, though. For the first time, really. Is that one of the hobbits in your PGR, John says?
What's that?
I said, is that one of the hobbits from Lord of the Rings in your PGR? Most of the hobbits are gorgeous. I'll tell you what, that's not what J.R. Tolkien wrote. It's a cute kid, Johnson. Agreed.
5 years from now, does the Republic survive or not? I think it's an open.
It's so funny because it's like if I don't know, I feel like she's not gonna have that problem that you have, Joseph, where
she's not
you all the time because she's way cuter. She's like John Seth if he was adorable.
Yeah. I found a wife. Don't forget that.
Oh, I don't. It's impressive.
Wow.
Personality goes.
It's always the same supporter.
That's what my wife said too.
So wow, it's always the one same supporter. Great photo, guys. Try to find more voters.
This I hear me talking shit about your family.
Dude, I would never believe how you're talking.
It's some of the funniest content I've ever heard. Thank you.
Wow, it's always the one same supporter. Great photo, guys. Try to find more voters. You won't win with your current strategy and content.
So I cut myself open. My mom said the entire living room was covered with blood. She told me later there was not one area that was not bloody. And I already cut up. Both arteries were cut. And I'm on the stretcher, and as I'm getting carried out, I'm going in and out of my body. I'm having OB. The 1 minute I'm in eternity, 1 minute I'm back on earth. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm dying. I just knew. As my spirit leaves my body, I thought I was going to go up and fly up to heaven and see something good. I started sinking. The elevator had no cables. Like, oh my gosh, did I make a mistake? Like, this is not heaven. So I fall for what? For like 5 minutes. And like, boom, I land. And I look around, the whole place is crowded with people. I look up and it's just pitch dark. I was like, oh, I'm in hell. I just knew I'm in hell. There's a cliff next to me. There's no plants, no animals, no life. And the fear, the anxiety, the hopelessness that I felt on earth just increased even more. I look up and there's demons with capes and they're huge. They're like here, and I knew they were in charge of this place. I go, oh my gosh. I saw cells on the cliffs where I knew I was going to go in there and get tortured. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm next. I made a huge mistake. It's too late though, because supernaturally I knew I was a sinner for the first time in my life. Like I was like, what? Because on earth, I was a pretty good Buddhist. In my eyes, I was very righteous. Like I'm a good person. But right when I landed, for the first time in my life, I knew I deserved to be there. And number two, I knew I was going to be here forever. This is it. And that feeling of eternal separation from God shouldn't be felt by people because it says in the Bible, God desires all people to be saved. But people go there because they choose to go there. So I believe in free will and all that. I used to be like God sends people. God wants everybody in heaven. So free will is so real. Choice is what makes a human, and love, and God, God.
I said you to hell. Yeah. Jimmy, you're actually not even good at that. Yo, June said, if you're ever outside with your baby and an Amber Alert goes off, you're in trouble, bro. Why? Because you stole somebody's white baby. Where do you go? Why you disappear? Where'd you go? Ah, there he goes. Oh, my nigga stormed out, son. Why is Laura's name Laura Junsa? I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I don't know either. But I want to say to you, Jimmy, when I come, I can decide what rate of being will, like, I got put into the sperm. I'm just saying, don't be out when the Amber Alert goes off. You're in trouble, bro. If I was a state trooper, I'd stop you, bro. That's how Amber Alerts work. That's why you're not a state trooper, Jimmy. I hear that fucking sound on my phone. I said, stop that black man with that white baby right there. That's not how Amber Alerts work, stupid. Stop that black man right there. That's not how Amber Alerts work. Amber Alerts are for divorcees. What that Negroid with that wonderful white little angel. Stop that Negro right now. And the first question is they'll say, are you divorced, sir? I'll say no. And they're like, oh, it's the wrong person. Oh, wow. You think black people are divorced? No, I think Amber Alerts are for divorcees, and one of whom doesn't like that the other one got custody. So, 99% of them are just that.
It's a child dispute, essentially, what he's saying.
They're not getting their black monkey ass custody.
Jimmy, they give black people custody now.
They ain't getting the black ass custody. Who in the NBA or NFL has custody?
Do you not like that I gave her all of my English and Norwegian blood? Does that offend you? When I gave them my sperm, Jimmy, they were like, this sperm is literally white.
They called it?
They couldn't see it. They couldn't even see it in the microscope.
You gave them albino sperm?
Just pure white sperm.
Use CRISPR. Use CRISPR. CRISPR. He's a mixture of this motherfucker.
John said CRISPR. Everybody's coming. You know what movie's so good? Moneyball.
What type of ball?
Moneyball. It's a baseball movie. Oh, the Oakland A's, when they started, building a team based off of data more than feelings.
Yeah, it's a Moneyball, the only sport that's predominantly played by It's too easy.
Throw the Jew down the well, so my country can... No, you can't just start singing that.
Why not?
No!
Why not? This is America. Why? Because you live in Florida? They hear
coming out of your phone, you'll be arrested.
It's such a funny song, man. It's so funny. Oh, what do you got? Kitover?
I should go to fucking Florida and just say something anti-Semitic, get arrested, and just be in jail like, set me free. Oh, God, this stop.
Set me free. It's just grade 11 math, boys. It's grade 11 math. Does anybody else miss Greg Foss?
No.
Oh, him and Lawrence Lepard were like two old men in our industry that were just cute. Alright. We gotta get this room going. What do we gotta do? Trivia?
I'm gonna tell you something, man. Every time I walked in this bitch and there was trivia going on, I wanted to kill each and every one of you motherfuckers.
Yeah, well. Obviously, the people who suck the most at trivia are not gonna like it.
Absolutely horrible behavior.
Trivia was great.
hot topic gun and basic trivia. I need some entertainment. I got a 16-minute walk.
Can you look up the trivia?
No, I'm busy walking.
Oh, okay.
I did it last time.
No, you didn't. You did it like 18 times ago. It was just the last time you
No, I just did it. I basically did Miguel's trivia. That felt like trivia hell. Trying to help him study for his test, and that was like a week ago.
Anything with Miguel feels like that.
Which animal in the ocean existed before trees?
Saltwater crocodile.
Sharks.
Sharks. I don't believe any of that stuff, so.
What food never spoils?
Honey.
You got it. How long was the shortest war?
I don't know, probably 10 minutes, but.
As long as it took the French to drop their rifle.
Is it like the 12-minute war or something?
It was 48 minutes. Okay, a repeat. What was Google's original name?
Something back. Back rub.
You got it. Can you hum with your nose closed? Yes or no? No. Correct. What was the first CGI movie?
Toy Story.
Toy Story.
It was alright.
Toy Story. All right.
Sorry, Laurel, I beat you.
Yeah.
Which animal has 3 hearts?
3 is an octopus.
You got it.
You're lucky I was on another app. I'm going to say that too.
What's the capital of Australia?
Canberra? No, it's something like Canberra.
When did humans first land on the moon?
Never 1969. 1969. Correct. What is the capital of Canada? Ottawa. What is the boiling point of water in Celsius? 100. Well, that's too easy. What is the M in M&M's? Mars and Yuri. The last name of the company founders. Which planet is known as the morning star? Mars. Incorrect. Jupiter. Not quite. Mercury. Not yet. M. Oh, no. Anybody? Is this woman named David? Venus? Correct. Sorry, I didn't even hear the question. I was busy replying to some messages.
Hey, did you see Avis rent-a-car stock went from 100 to 300 in the last 2 weeks?
No.
Yeah. Why? I have no fucking idea. It tripled since when? Since March 24th. It's tripled.
There's gotta be, they're buying someone to be suits.
I got no idea why. But, I wish I sold my Bitcoin 2 weeks ago to buy fucking Avis rent-a-car.
I wish you did too, Jeff.
Yeah. That makes two of us.
You would have bought times the amount, and you would have pumped Bitcoin.
What the fuck, man?
Would you want to buy it?
What?
Would you?
I'm not chancing out, but
Yeah.
But if I saw it was up like 20%, I would have thought about it. I had no idea it was on this kind of move until just now.
He's at the UFC.
That's wild that he goes to that.
Well, it's in Miami. He's already there.
Yeah, but like the protocol I hear of when he goes to like the Bitcoin conference is crazy. Like, yeah, I wonder how much extra security, or if they consider it secure enough already.
He's surrounded by Secret Service.
Yeah, so like everyone at the Bitcoin conference had to get vetted to be there, you know?
Yeah, that's so.
You like Trump, Jack? Yeah, are you happy with him?
I'd be happier if fucking Bitcoin was not $73,000.
Yeah, but other than that,
I don't care. Yeah.
The fucking spread on fuel at the gas stations here is wild.
Yeah, it is here too.
Dude, like, okay, so the liter, I just got it for $2.05. 2 minutes down the road, it's $2.55. And another place I seen was $2.40 something. I'm like, it's significant. You're talking like 25% differences.
Oh, dude, I was like 25%. So what, like $1 US? I mean, how?
We're paying like, well, I just filled up for $2.05 a liter diesel.
Oh Jesus, we have to do 2 conversions. Let's do 5 Canadian.
Yeah, it's probably $10 American a gallon.
It's how much?
It's probably like $10 a gallon American.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
I don't know. I'm guessing, but it's high.
It's 205 Canadian.
It's probably more like 7 or 8, but the 250 is like $10 probably.
So that's 148 USD a week.
Times 2.4, is that? What? How many liters are in a gallon again? Oh, it's 4 liters. I never remember.
3.785.
3.70. Yeah, there we go. What do you come up with, Fish?
560. 560.0.
A gallon?
Yeah.
Okay. And then another place I seen was 250 something. So, yeah, 25% more.
That's
pretty
wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like our swing, you know, it'll be like, you get like 390 or like 425, you know, which is a pretty big spread, but like,
not that big. Yeah. I wonder if the price dropped so much, some of the places got the old fuel still, and the new ones are cheaper. The gas is a lot closer price, so I imagine that's it. All I know, Fish, when I bought this truck, I was paying $100 to fill it up, and now I'm paying like $270 to fill it up.
How much was it originally? Like 70?
70 cents a liter, yeah, probably something like that. 80 cents a liter.
It's, I think I put the most money I've ever put in my truck, and I only put like 18 gallon, like 75 bucks.
Yeah, I hold 130 liters, so what is that in gallons? 130 liters is how many gallons? No, yeah, 3 point something. 3.474, whatever.
3.5 gallons.
How many?
33.
Yeah. Okay. How many gallons is your truck?
I know it's like, I think it's a 25 gallon tank. That's probably enough.
Yeah, I know mine's a bigger tank than most trucks.
Yeah, it's a big stove, right? But
yeah. But I think not much.
Is this what depression looks like when you talk about the gas prices on a Saturday night? It's just a question. It's not my opinion. Hello?
I know that's right.
He's saying, okay, now this is another.
Can you get on mute real quick? Let me answer his thing, and Bert, just hold on a second. All right, so you want me to look up bias and bigotry? Gotcha. Just give me a second here.
Hello.
I'm going to the actual hey Alistair, I'm going to the actual one. All right, bias. This is singular, an opinion about whether a person, group, or idea is good or bad, which influences how you deal with it. For example, some employers have a bias against women. When analyzing data, you must avoid having a bias toward any particular result. That's bias. But being biased is, for the adjective version, is unfairly preferring, there's that word again, preferring one person or group over another. The referee was definitely biased news reporting. And then we go to bigotry.
I don't think it was biased. I think it was
I know, but hold on, clean. 1 second. Bigotry is bigoted behavior or beliefs, like religious bigotry. But hold on, I like to when I was reading that before, that one was talking about unfavored opinions about someone or something. But again, the bias is most likely like a nature versus nurture. Someone told you, or you're making something up.
I agree 100%. It's about your nature, your nurture, and your ethnicity and your culture.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
Well, but because you have your biases and your preferences doesn't mean you're a racist because you were raised a certain way.
Nobody said that, though. Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, you did. That's exactly what you said. That's all you've been saying the whole time, Bert. You've been calling me a racist the whole time, Bert. Go back on mute, little fat boy.
You are.
Don't call it that.
The difference between preference and prejudice. And yes, you are a fucking racist. But that's not what we've been talking about. We're talking about the difference between prejudice.
Millions are rising for what?
Exactly.
Your mom was.
You know it's against the rules, right? You've been doing kind of well today.
Bert's being a dick on Bert.
Yeah, it's safe already. What is this?
He's
This
not
is beer you're on?
We really were talking
You're
about
fucking drunk, a piece of shit motherfucker who doesn't understand the context of the conversation.
I do. You can't do it without yelling at people and acting like you're the high school principal.
Fucking yelling at people and just.
No, you're acting like you're the high school principal, like you're the end all know all be all. You won't even let me finish your sentence, bro.
Phyllis, we are on. Where are we?
You're mad as hell because I know more than you about 2
Wow. I'm so happy for you. You know more than me.
Preference and prejudice. You fucking idiot. That's what you're mad about.
Wait, one more time.
And I'm edifying you, bitch.
Okay, one more time.
And be edified.
Okay, one more time. Reread these definitions for bigotry. Behavior or beliefs that show that you have unreasonable opinions, especially about race or religion, and that could go with other things as well. Preference. If someone has a preference for something, he or she likes it more than another thing. That's the first part. The second part is to give or show preference to someone, like to treat someone better than you treat other people.
Yeah, but why do they not like the other thing? Is it irrational why they don't like the other thing?
Let's
It doesn't tell you.
Right, but we can talk about that part now. Right? That's the
whole point. It's all subjective. It's all of how you feel and how you allow the world to affect you and what you give back to the world.
Fucking idiot.
No, I'm pretty sure that I've done well in my life.
Cleared up, and like you even earlier conceded to all the definitions and shit.
No, you told me I conceded, but that's not true.
Because you had like 7 more beers since then, and now you're like fucking forgetful.
No, I probably had like 10 more since then.
You fucking drunk piece of shit.
Still as articulate as ever and keeping up with you.
You can't keep up with the conversation. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
We were talking about prejudice versus like bigot versus biases and preference.
Idiot, you fucking cock.
That's literally what we've been for the last like half hour.
We're not so correct about that. That was just our thing that we were talking about.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that in this room before y'all even showed up.
Whatever. It was just our what's that called? Like we talk about something. That was just the thing we were talking about. That's not a big deal.
Hi, everybody. This is Alistair. I'm just wondering, what's this room about? Hello?
Oh, I know who you are. I got something special for you. Just give me 1 second.
Hello?
In the meantime, let me welcome back Blade. Hey, Ghost. Welcome back Willow. And hey, KP in the audience.
Hello, moderators. I'm requesting 60 seconds or 30 seconds to read a poem.
Oh, this is this guy. Oh, what you got from Lala? I know this guy.
Hey, Edmund. Oh, shit.
Hey, welcome back, HP.
We're not moderator, but I can't
We're about a lot of stuff over here, Alistair. I hope you enjoy the space while you're here. Yes, let's continue because Dom did bring up a good point about subjective. About the what are people being subjective about? Paraphrasing. When it comes to being prejudiced or preference about, let's talk about.
Yeah, but like, I get that if I prefer vanilla ice cream over chocolate ice cream, it's not because I don't like chocolate ice cream because it's brown. I'm not being prejudiced to it, but like I am prejudiced to chocolate ice cream because it tastes really bitter compared to how sweet vanilla ice cream is. Like, they're all subjective feelings on how I feel about how I choose what I want in my life. They're all on how I feel. And if I'm not adding like melanin into the relationship and like looking at people and races and humanity, then racism isn't even a thing. They're just my biases and they're my preferences, or my bigotries and my prejudices. It doesn't matter. They're all the same thing.
All right. Stay on mute, Brian. Let me ask the room. What do you guys think about that? Would you like to challenge what he said? Would you like to agree? What are your thoughts? And this is for the room. Hey, Ludwig, welcome.
I don't know. I kind of agree. Like, it could be prejudice, but also could be your preference. People take it the wrong way, so it's however the person hearing it takes it, I guess.
That was my whole point. It's subjective. It's all in how you feel about how you perceive it, or how you give it away.
Okay. Good discussion. Anyone else? Alistair, for the fun of it, I did invite you back up. Since you claim you want 60 seconds of airtime, go ahead.
All right, pick a number 1 through 64. What's your magic number? Number 10? All right, your inner guide. The oracle invites you to remember that inside of you there is a guide, able to make you able to make you take root in happiness. You just don't use it to the point that you are no longer aware of it. Don't worry, it can be rejuvenated, and it must be, if you wish to live love in fullness.
Well, damn, I did.
Actually, out of all the poems I ever heard Edmund say, that was actually pretty good. I liked it.
Private 17 beers.
Well, I mean, I sit down and listen to him talk about the Tao Te Ching for like, hours, or like Marcus Aurelius when he reads like Stoic poems.
Alright, yeah. Nobody cares. Yo, so go back to the topic.
Dude, are you okay? Do you need a hug, Bird?
Whether these on whether or not these concepts, right, that you seem to think are subjective, which means what, based on personal feelings and opinions, or objective based on what, Doc, observable, measurable facts, right, Doc? Are you still?
Yeah, can you observe and measure my biases?
I didn't need you to answer that. So the answer to that depends entirely, and I said this many times, on whether you are looking at the intent of the individual or the impact on society. So the subjectivity spectrum that you fucking keep talking about is, well, you haven't mentioned that phrase exactly, but that's what you're talking about, whether you know it or not. It's so like preference, yes, primarily subjective preference. Now prejudice, we could say mostly yes, and here's why. Because when it's preference, it is an internal leaning. It doesn't require a reason, or usually only affects the individual's choices. When you're talking prejudice, mostly yes, because it is internal prejudgment, and even though it's often shaped it's based on stereotypes. That's the shit. It's based on stereotypes. It is a personal feeling or belief. So that's why it's mostly yes. And when you're talking about bigotry and racism, the belief of bigotry, you might think that it's subjective because you're a fucking bigot.
You kept bringing up racism. We left racism on this a long time ago.
You kept bringing it up. That's the thing. We were only talking about prejudice and preference, but you kept bringing up bigotry and racism.
That's only because you keep bringing it up.
No, not at all. I'm actually going to edify you, though. Shut the fuck up. So, while the belief of being...
Like Thomas Edison? Like, you're going to put a light bulb over my head?
Oh, you don't know what...
Doc, stop talking over birds.
No, he's good.
Oh, okay.
He's ignorant. He doesn't know. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know what these words mean.
Iranians in Canada that go outside the American embassy and ask for the war to be continued. Like, fuck off. You piece of shit. You've moved to a foreign country. Go die yourself. Go back to Iran and die, you dumb fucks. I also hate those Iranians.
Be nice, lady. Be nice.
Leo does that a lot. A friend of mine, Leo Messi, he's not the real one. He likes to protest.
Like it as an Iranian, like you're seeing your people being so fucking disturbed by this war, and they're being so fucking hurt by this war, and you go outside of it, American embassy, and ask for the ceasefire to be cancelled and the war to continue, so more Iranians could die, so your dumbass Pahlavi exiled prince can go back to your own people when you're not even in Iran yourself.
Here's the messy part, right? I think I'm not sure what's up that Alistair. Is that there are I have heard from Persians from inside Iran who say, "Hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend," and so yeah, I'll fuck.
Not anymore. Not anymore. It's changed. I'm talking to like Iranian communities. It's changing. So at the start, it was like that when they killed like Khomeini and stuff. Like it was like a little bit. But because of the pressure and everything that's happened, they're like, okay, maybe like the war's not ready.
1927. I think maybe the Iranians need to get cloak wireless to protect their identities since they have so many billions to hide. Maybe they need to get in touch with Jeremy Green.
What they were doing there. John, for weeks now, the United States has been building up its presence here in the Middle East, but we had not heard of any reports of any U.S.
Kicked again!
Per hour, and then highway is like 74 miles per hour on highway.
It depends what state.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. Like the whole state of Rhode Island is 50 miles an hour. Other places.
I'm putting it at the top of the room. I'm putting the shit at the top of the motherfucking room.
Shut up.
I'm last I got a new one. Didn't ask nobody for money. The fuck? Got married. Didn't ask nobody for no fucking money. And y'all motherfuckers every day with some cash up. Cash out me some money. Y'all need to get a fucking job. The fuck? Talk your shit, Epstein. The fuck I look like? The United Nappy Clubhouse Fund Bank of Adams?
Yeah, you fucking knew. You nappy-headed fucking bitch.
Well, I would say the same about you, but you're bald-headed.
Yeah, that's right. So you can't say jack shit about me, bitch.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
He smokes weed.
Yeah, get it.
I didn't know you smoked weed, Dr. Adams.
Oh, here's a bald-headed white man.
One of your faves.
That's your man,
One of your fucking faves.
That's your guy.
When you crashed your car, did your husband buy you a new car? Or did you have the money yourself?
It's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an answer.
Mm-hmm.
That's I never wanted to stop. Bitch, I wanted to smoke.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, to you. What's your husband's first name? What's your boyfriend's first name? What's your...
No, we're not doing that.
Happy birthday.
He's saying this shit, right?
It's comedy. It's comedy about the way of comedy.
Oh, do you remember when?
Of the gods, and not because of you being separated to like.
Do you think if ever? I know you don't have this experience because you're not a Dutch, but do you think if ever be a tall, big dick, blonde hair, blue Dutch boy had a gun, they would have occupied them?
What do you mean?
I don't think so.
The army, listen, there's 17 million people living in the Netherlands. If an army of a bigger country invades, then there's 17 million people, right? Everybody's a soldier.
Listen, I'll tell you what I think is weird. So I have a friend whose husband was from Tunisia, and my friend friend had a dog and said, "That's so weird because in my country we eat those." So I think that's
What do you say about Switzerland, where everybody owns a gun? Everybody in Switzerland owns a gun.
Yes, but I trust them. Yes, but I trust them with guns. Oh, come on. Not you. You I don't trust. That was crazy.
Have you been here ever?
It's just projection.
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic terrorist, this little
I watched a lot of movies, Sudanese guy. You know, they were brainwashed by the Hollywood movies. No, but, I mean...
This Papa Wea, his name is Jabali. He's retarded.
So you've never been to the States?
Me?
Yeah.
I tried to go with my, European passport, but,
Rejected.
I got denied. I got denied for national security reasons.
Terrorist.
Why?
He's a
Because you look
terrorist.
Arab or why?
Huh?
Because you look Arab or why?
He's a terrorist.
I wouldn't say because I look Arab.
It's because he comes on Clubhouse and makes anti-Semitic Jew hate remarks all day long. He's a piece of shit, that's why.
They do. Where you were from.
Did they give you a reason? They just said no.
No, they said denied on entry, human piece of shit.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with guns if you use it right, okay? That's not a danger, okay? It's a tool. To use it right.
Okay, you guys aren't wanting an answer. Why did they deny your entry? I'm curious.
They didn't give specific reason, but they did say national security reasons.
Did you make it to the U.S. and they denied you at the airport, or they denied you before you?
What I think it is I visited in the last 5 years. I visited Algeria and Libya. So I think.
Oh, you went to a terrorist training camp.
No, it's just. It's just.
No, it's not a terrorist training camp. It's exercise workout regime. They train you how to use M16A4, hand grenades, Claymore mine. Yeah, it's just for fun. It's like a summer camp, friend.
I'm thinking really pricey though. It's a private
Where were you going to visit in the U.S.?
Manhattan.
That's too bad you didn't get to go.
I looked it up, Derisa. If you have an EU passport, you have to state if you have a Tunisian nationality on the application to come to the United States, and that can be a reason for you to be denied.
I can understand that.
What about a Belgian passport? Why would they need to disclose that though?
What about being a low IQ terrorist, Jew-hating piece of shit like you are, Jabali?
Well, I didn't know he was on those things.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit, this one. There's a reason why pieces of shit can't come into the country.
No, it's but you guys really missed out. I'm going to be honest with you. State your reasons. Better be saying this, sorry. You're missing out.
What, in the gay community? The LGBTQ boys? They didn't get a piece of that ass?
I would say that Belly hates Jews much less than the average North African.
Facts.
Are you kidding me?
Listen, I'm very enlightened and distinguished. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Are you Jewish, Jabali?
He's very westernized.
I'm sorry? Are you Jewish, Jabali? No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No. But I am Muslim. Alhamdulillah. Okay. But
I'm gonna bring stick up your ass, you fucking faggot.
That sounds peaceful.
But
would you like to go on a Fasih date?
You know, in Manhattan, men kiss each other on the street.
What, for men to fist? In Manhattan, yeah. So what? That's not my. That's not my problem.
It's a delicacy for me in Egypt. I love fermented fish.
Why would you? Wait, Doris. Why would you feel the need to mention that? I don't care.
What the fuck is that shit?
Because you're cute. They might wink at you and want you to kiss them back.
I would say it's not interested, not my cup of tea, but
Racist. What would you rate this? What would you rate this Sudanese guy on a scale from 1 to 10?
Who's the Sudanese?
He's
I'm not
Tunisian.
Sudanese.
He's Tunisian living in the Netherlands.
I think he has a very cute face. If that's really him.
So you agree with that? Jabali, do you agree with that?
Well, that I'm very cute.
Yeah. Does the rest of find you cute?
Yeah, okay.
See, I live in Michigan, and there's a lot of Arab men here, and so
Do they sell their asses for money?
I believe in solving the Jew-Israel divide one-on-one, individually, and intimate privacy.
Income you trust.
Ellie, would you go on a date with the amazing Derisive?
Well, he doesn't want to go, right?
No, I would.
Why not?
He's not gay.
It's because that's my craft.
Jabeli, what are your life goals? What do you want to achieve in your life, Jabeli?
That is a great question, actually, coming from Alistair.
I get the feeling you're actually... I get the feeling you're very immature still, that you still have years of personal development ahead of you. What do you think?
That goes for everybody. You know what they say, you never stop learning until the day you're dead, you know?
Yeah, that's what they say, but what are your personal goals? No, he didn't give us an answer. I guarantee you that this guy is going nowhere quicker than, I'm going out tonight. Where do you want to go in your life, Jabeli?
How would you know that, John? How would you know?
It's a gut instinct that there's nothing there cooking underneath the surface. You know what I'm saying?
Untrustworthy gut instinct.
Joe, go take your makeup off.
Did you feed your cat, Carmen?
No.
Because your cat looks really hungry. Poor fella.
He's dying.
Oh, poor fella.
So, Jabeli, if you can't make it, Jabeli, would you come to America and sell yourself to the LGBTQ to survive?
Why would I do that?
Because you're unemployable, obviously. Who would hire you to do what? Clean toilets?
Listen, I don't understand why you are breaking my balls so much.
Jabeli, let me ask you a question, buddy.
I'll step on your balls with my
Let's say you move to the U.S., right? What's the first job you would accept? What is it?
Why all this? Am I like the immigration customs or something? What's all these?
This is the immigration customs service. Yeah.
Listen, I got the night without an interview. I don't need it from you.
What would be your first job they would do in the U.S.?
My first job?
Yeah.
Anti-Semitic parade protest organizer.
Journalist, 100%.
Oh, what do you want to journalize about? What do you? Because I know this piece of shit. He's an anti-Semitic, Jew-hating, Nazi piece of shit. This one.
Well, you are throwing with terms, but obviously don't.
Are you a journalist in Europe?
No, I'm not a journalist here, but I would make that career switch.
New York City is one of the exciting cities in the world. Everyone wants to go to New York City. It is so much fun as a tourist. And then you get to the airport and you're excited, and they tell you have to go right back home.
Wait a minute, did you fly here or did you not get a visa to come here?
No, listen, if you have a European passport, you have an automatic visa to go.
Okay.
You can go without a visa, but when I came there.
Oh, so you actually did travel here and returned away?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I didn't get that. Sorry to raise it. I missed that earlier.
What state would you choose, Jabeli? Like what state in the U.S., which 50 state would you choose?
New York, 100%.
New York!
I want to see Spider-Man.
Because of the movies. New York.
Oh, yeah.
New York is so fun as a tourist. So fun.
It has a really nice vibe. That is true.
They didn't even tell you why you were rejected. They just said, sorry, you gotta go home. We think you're a piece of shit.
Basically, they said they didn't give me the specific reason, but they said for national security reasons.
Yeah. That's like
What
saying
state do you think is the worst in the U.S., Jabeli?
I don't know. I've never been. I don't know. What is the worst state in the United States?
New Mexico.
You ever been to Chicago?
No, maybe Alabama.
No way.
Alabama's actually pretty cool. It's more about weather than anything else and things to do. There are plenty of places there's nothing to do. So, any major city in any state's going to have things to do. The weather sucks. Who wants to...
Oh, God, let's not talk about the weather, please.
But bring it up.
Brigham Young?
That's Brigham Soler. Brigham, what do you think about that I got denied entry? What's your take on it?
It's great
I
news.
think that there's a pretty big likelihood that it was related to
Clubhouse.
the fact that you didn't disclose that you're from Tunisia, and Tunisia doesn't exactly have fantastic relations with the U.S.
We regime changed
Yes,
them.
but I came. Wait, listen. I came with my Dutch passport, so that should play a role.
This is a reasonable. Then it can be that. I don't personally think that it is right.
Why are Europeans emigrating illegally to the U.S.?
Okay, you know you're not going to come in and derail the conversation. So.
Did you know that they needed to know that and you just potentially didn't disclose that?
What do you mean intentionally didn't? Why would I need to do? I came with my Dutch passport. I'm a Dutch citizen. I live in the Netherlands.
What's your motivation, Jim? Why do you want to move to the U.S.? What's your motivation?
I didn't even want to move.
You was Did they find anything in your luggage that was suspicious?
Dildo? Did they find a dildo?
Did they go through your luggage?
Yes.
Wait, they found explosives? Like, what do you found?
Dildo? Did they go through your phone?
Illegal firearms?
No, they didn't go to my phone. No.
They found the dildo. A big black dildo made of silicone. What's this?
It's a handmade wooden dildo. What?
No, if he had a black dildo, they would have let him in.
Oh. So, in conclusion, as we have discovered, if you want to come into America, all you need is a huge black dildo in your carry-out.
Yeah, I didn't have it. That's why I got rejected.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It has nothing to do with all the hate speech you spread for years here. All the terrorist threats, all the threats of violence.
What are you transporting that, Jabal? Tell us.
But wait, Andy, even though if I was Tunisian and I went to Libya, that's none of their business. Why would they care?
Yeah, it is. They have no right to be here.
Yeah, exactly. If they want it to be their business, that's their business, and that's what they want to know.
Mm-hmm.
No, but then
He basically has absolutely no right to the border.
Well, they saw you had a Dutch passport. They took one look at you, realized you're not Dutch, and then they wanted to know what was the story.
How's you?
You're Muslim. That I'm a Dutch citizen of Tunisia.
What's your dental hygiene like?
Dutch men are 6'4". They have blonde hair, blue eyes, and big.
Ooh.
That I don't know, but like objectively,
Just say no, definitely not Dutch.
Maybe it's because you use the word objectively all the time. Objectively.
Why do you want to come to the U.S.,
Objectively.
So they not you a tourist visa?
Yes.
Objectively.
Probably it could be a funds issue. What are you talking about?
Yes, he's a Muslim. What do you think he is, a fucking Christian?
What do you want to ask? You're a Muslim?
I'm sorry?
When we are Muslim, please. Connect. What place are you in? U.S.
I'm getting like a short circuit.
What place you want to visit in the U.S.?
Hooters.
He said 5 times he wanted to go to New York City.
He wanted to go to Hooters.
There's actually a building like Times Square. What is it?
Random, do you keep like repeating the same questions to like all of my brothers?
Hooters.
Well, yes. Yes, one at a time.
Yeah, guys, one second. What building? What are you looking for?
Just random, like Times Square, everything. I'm there. That's not one specific thing.
No, there's nothing most
But, I'm sorry, yes, mostly, yeah. Fuck the United States.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Hey now, take it easy there.
I was going to sponsor you. I was too. Oh, now you're
He just left after that? All that? Oh my gosh. That's what he said at the immigration enforcement.
Listen, I noticed that me as a man of color, I'm being like censored. You understand? So it's like very.
Oh, actually, they don't care on color or not. Yeah, I think it's plenty of men your color.
Listen,
Alistair, feel free to come on stage. Anna, feel free to come on stage.
What game are you playing?
Thank you. I am playing World at War, Call of Duty.
Oh my god. Can you believe that? What do you think's more real, the video game you're playing or the God that Christians, Jews, and Muslims proclaim as the Lord of the universe?
Video game, for sure.
So you're going, but what if I told you that the people who claim that God is real are actually also playing a video game that you refuse to play? It's a role-playing video game.
You just have to show it. You just have to show evidence of that.
Yeah, it's called the religion itself. There's 3 major world religions. Well, really, Hinduism is probably the biggest or the second biggest world religion.
I mean, not really.
Not really?
Is Hinduism a significant world religion?
Yeah, dude, over 1 billion adherents.
Yeah, so that's 4. So I've already.
Buddhism is big as 800 million.
I said Hinduism, not Buddhism.
I said Hinduism, then I said Buddhism.
Well, Buddhism is atheistic.
It's not atheistic, brother.
Yeah, there's no gods in Buddhism.
That's not true. They got gods. They got devils.
Right. Give me the name of one single god inside of Buddhism.
All right, let me Google that for you. Please hold. Please hold, Donnie.
What's up? So, wait, I'll defend the faith here. So, is there any logical objection to Christianity?
Yeah.
Okay, like what?
Well, I mean, its book is internally inconsistent and contradictory.
Okay, yeah. Can you give me one?
Sure. So, did Jesus abolish the law, or did Jesus not abolish the law?
The law, you're referring to the Torah?
Yeah.
No, it specifically says he fulfilled the law instead of he didn't get rid of it, right? He fulfilled.
Except Paul says that in Hebrews that Jesus did come to specifically abolish the law. So it's internally contradictory.
Yeah, can you give me the direct quote?
Yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Let me look it up. Give me a second. Where does New Testament? New Testament. Wait. I have to do that there, but it's Paul saying. Paul say that Jesus came to abolish the law. It would be Ephesians 2:15.
Well, I, for one, am thoroughly bored and I'm ready to go to sleep. Hello?
Have a wonderful evening.
was, read out the quote, making void the law of commandments contained in
Making void the law
decrees,
of commandments.
that he might take the two in himself into one new man, making peace.
Yeah, because Jesus came to void the law. Jesus specifically said the opposite of good.
What does this mean, making void? Do you know what the word
See,
void means?
void means to abolish. So,
Not particularly.
what does void mean to you?
Yeah, void just means to make like a, what's the word for it? Yeah, kind of to nullify, right?
But that's the same as abolish, right?
No, I wouldn't define abolish. I mean,
Nullify and abolish are not the same thing. You're just fucking denying reality. So you're just.
Okay. I mean, you could add.
Or are you rational? You're either irrational or you're stupid.
I mean, you could.
But if you think that void and abolish are different.
Wait.
Excuse me, I was in the middle of a sentence. Shut up. Right? Fuck you.
All right, well, I'm glad we cleared that one up. Great work, Donald. Another great job done. Wow, such a nice person you are. Treating your guests with such respect and dignity. Beautifully done. Wow, Donald. Hello?
Another subject, but the point is, it becomes a hotbed for corruption. So the reason why people elected Trump is they precisely did not want someone who had been through that system. That's why he's president, and that's why everybody's so upset. So yeah, I agree with you. Generally, it's a good thing, but now we've gotten to a point where the corruption is so bad, the American people wanted an outsider. That's what they got, and he's now doing what he's doing.
An outsider, not at all. Democrat his entire life. He has been involved with all of these people.
That's who he voted for.
I know, but that's who helped. All of these people he has been involved with the whole time, and these are the same people manipulating who is running and who we have to choose from. I think people have to.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Is people having this idea that it is their civic duty to vote, regardless. So then we fall into the trap of voting for the lesser evil. And maybe people need to be willing to not vote at all and let them just know me. Because we have to stop letting them tell us who we get to choose for the president. This has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is a repeating cycle. They fund the candidates, and then we say, oh, these are who we get to choose from? Okay, let me go choose then from who you have told me I can choose from. So then we're not choosing, are we? Because they're funding the ones that they put in front of us. So it's not our voted for, it's the
Say it, Vaughn. Who are they we choose? Who are they? Okay.
It costs money to run a campaign.
Impact. Yes. Impact. Okay. I guess I was just trying to understand her perspective.
Impact. You guys shut the fuck up. Money runs down to politics.
Stop that. So when you
insane. Ginger. Okay, so yeah, the topic is no, you're not coming back up the same right now. How will Trump be taken down? We're just kind of going through what everybody thinks will be a downfall of him. You think in the next, what do we have, 2 years and a couple months left of his presidency, or I mean, we can even go past that. If you think like his legacy is going to be, tarnished. And I guess some ideas where probably going to go, but Ginger, if you have one particular thing that you think would be like the, I don't know, silver bullet that would probably take him down, what would you pick out of like the things that you can think of right now?
I
Would
think
it be like
there was
Epstein
one,
files? Would it be, go ahead.
the one thing would be clear, unassailable video evidence of him raping a kid. It would have to be
Murdering somebody. Is this just the rape of a child?
You don't have to get upset, dude. It's an opinion. Calm down. It's just, what I'm saying is, it has to be something extreme, and it has to be something that is absolutely 100% verifiable. Because there are a lot of deep fakes, and there are a lot of
Now, how will you know?
and innuendos, and that's not going to do it. Because if there's one thing this country has come to the point of, is let it ride. We let it ride. It's easy. And they just, whatever, let him finish his term, and then we'll vote for somebody else.
Or is your opinion screwed up?
And it's not just the government, it's not just the federal government, is it? Although that's the biggest one.
Yeah, Ginger, why is it that the government is supposed to help us? Why is it that the government is supposed
The government giving us anything.
What is it?
It's supposed to.
Don't get upset. I'm asking the question in good faith. All right, I'm supposed to be helping everyone. That it's the duty, and we all are obligated to pay taxes for all of these social programs, whatever it is. So I'm just trying to get whatever your opinion is. It's your opinion. It's fine. But maybe.
I'm 61 and today I'm done with the gym.
I will clarify.
This is me after 28
let me
days.
say this. I agree. There is a lot of corruption trying to go into things that it shouldn't go to, and being wasted, etc., etc. That I agree. I agree with you. That needs to be the government is not there.
They don't help us in there are too many regulations, there are too many taxes, there are too many to destroy a person's life. They don't answer to us in the
Surely it is the hour when,
the United States government should be fiscally
accounting of all that you
should
endure
care
and
about
entered
the United
into,
States' sovereignty and protection.
for the badges of love,
Possible for
for
every
the
single
stars
person
that twinkle in
who
your
is here
hearts,
as a citizen to do
must
what
afford
is it
you
in
the
the Declaration
greatest
of
protection,
Independence, the pursuit
the
of
greatest
happiness,
sealing
not the guarantee of it,
for
but
the
the
new
pursuit of
way
it.
of
And when
life
you can
to
have,
come.
like someone was just talking about COVID and how he said they tell us to go to school. This is the general advice given: go to school,
come
get a
to
good
you,
job,
beloved
work hard,
ones,
and you
explain
can have
to
the life
you
you want. And then COVID rolls
that
around and
though
they
in
shut
recent years,
companies down.
by your
People lost
service,
their jobs.
Saint Germain
They didn't do anything wrong,
his
and
freedom
a lot of those companies were not
from the
able to
karmic
come back.
abuses of the
And that was
violent
the
film.
government doing that. And they should not have had the power to do that because they are not restoring people after they have devastated them with their policies. And they just have.
Are you talking about the COVID-19 vaccine? Are you talking about the vaccine?
I'm talking about making companies close their doors.
Oh, you're not even talking about the vaccine.
Well, I'm talking about making period of time where almost everything was shut down.
Yeah, we
Whether they
remember.
wanted to be or not.
And then they lied to us.
you want to get into that, that's fine, but that's not what this is about. It's more difficult to operate within their own.
I'll get to you, Howard, in a second. I'm in.
So, no, I don't want the government to hand out money. I don't want the government to make decisions for people. I don't want the government to tell people how to live. I really
of the starry systems and the very ritual drama of
do you know what was the corona?
it all.
What was the reason of the corona? Corona was to teach.
It is God's will, the will of our Father, manifest in the Son, multiplied by the Holy Spirit, cherished in the heart of the Mother. That is most offensive, and above all vibrations of life, that which is opposed the most. If the will of God can be set aside in the children of the light,
The example to me that
then their power source
isn't just a
will
left
all
issue, it's not just a right issue. We as taxpayers, as long as we are paying our taxes, there should be a law that the government never ever shuts down. It never should shut down. It's getting our tax revenue to operate. Maybe by raising Congress to be taken out of the right of corporate money. Any elected federal official should not get paid until the government's operational. So I just wanted to share that. That's a great, to me, an example of the government not serving the people is when it's in a shutdown mode, but yet all the tax revenue is still inflowing.
Matt, can I? That's not the point that you guys have time to.
Can anybody hear him or no? It sucks. Like your mic is always really bad on it. Just let you know.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But back in my phone broke like a week ago, so I have to change my back in it.
Damn, that's really bad.
Yeah,
I thought Peter was bad. I'm sure Peter will show up here shortly. But
no, it's so funny that people say that you guys from America, you don't have no internet. So Iran, they're calling me like, oh, my internet is way better than yours. And I'm like, yeah, I'm bad than that.
okay, again, the stage is open. I actually want to hear from my fellow MAGA / Republican / conservative / whatever. Do you feel, which part do you think Trump is most vulnerable in right now? Because obviously he's not running a perfect, presidency. So I don't know if any of the things that you can think of right now that have been mentioned on stage and in the past or in the news will maybe take him out. Does anybody here? I think you're ready to go. I bet. I'm sure. Go for it.
I mean, I don't know if there's anything he's done so far, but so far I think he's a lying sack shit, and he's a fucking traitor to his voter base. I personally, I mean, to actually take him out, it's possible he makes some really dumb, maybe even big blunders involving this war. I don't know. I mean, it's a fucking every president has had enough common sense not to buy into Israel's bullshit when they tried to get us to talk when they tried to talk us into invading Iran. But he did it.
Let me ask you: do you think it's an impeachable offense? This actually probably could be an impeachable offense.
I don't know.
Wait. Let me just ask you a question. If there's evidence that he is colluding with another country to, I guess, go forward with a war or on behalf of something else. I don't know yet what it is. Something else.
According to all aerodynamic laws, the bumblebee cannot fly because its body weight is not in the right proportions to its wingspan. But ignoring these laws, the bee flies anyway. According to all aerodynamic Nike is looking for people to start. Excuse me. How do you
lost my dad. I can't lose my sister. I don't care if I lose myself. You're wrong about him. He's not a monster. He wants to be better. Maybe I can help. In all the darkness, I can find the lights.
American life in particular, in, you know, if we invaded, it could be that, like, just very out of control. A bunch of things. There's already, I don't know if you see it online, there's already pretty much a civil war on the right. Like, most of us have washed our hands with Trump. We think he's fucking worthless piece of shit. And he, but that doesn't he'll say anything to get elected. Yeah, I get it.
He's already elected, you fucking idiot.
Like, you won't be able to probably get out. His legacy is shot. Obviously, that's what you're saying. Obviously, on that one, right?
Pepe's not saying anything. He makes shit up, and everything Pepe says is a projection. We're happy that Trump is our president. We're glad that he's our president, and it's just Nazi fucks like Pepe who hate the Jews in Israel that hate Trump because he's supporting an ally. And Pepe's a low IQ little fucking rat.
I have an alternative. Yeah, Alan, what do you think? Where are we vulnerable? Remember, like, I don't know, when it was 8 years ago, Trump went to the European Union and told them, look, you guys are dependent on Russia, it's going to bite you in the ass. And then 10 years later, and they all scoffed at him and jeered, and now 10 years later, he was right. I'm just disappointed in your lack of faith, all of you. It's highly disappointing. Let me frame it a different way, that maybe even Pepe, whom you know I respect you, Pepe.
You respect Pepe?
Gigolo that only entertains
He can't even get a sentence out without saying
for over 100 years. We have continued to have a foothold in the Middle East. Now we went to Afghanistan, and for 20 years, they were a more open society until we pulled out, and then the Taliban went back in. When we went to Iraq, there was discussions and rhetoric about, well, maybe we can make them a democracy. Here's the bottom line. Your best chance for democracy, aside from Israel in the Middle East, is Iran. Because Persians are entirely practical. They're not religious zealots. And here's the best part wrong with Jew-hating, Israel-hating people out there. If it succeeds, it will minimize, if not completely negate, our need for Israel and our need to continue to kiss their ass in any way. There's 8 million people in Israel, 90 million people in Iran. No oil or very little oil in Israel, huge amounts of oil in Iran. Very few resources in Israel, tons of resources in Iran. If this is successful, and hasn't Trump always turned out to be right? If this is successful, we will have a new Middle Eastern partner in the Middle East that we can have Saudi Arabia, have all these other countries that are already in our sphere of influence. We will add the country that has been the biggest pain in our ass for the last 50 years will now become our friend, and you won't need to worry about it.
Alan, we get it. The point is Pepe is not a conservative. Pepe's not a Republican. He's not on the right. Pepe's actually a liberal. Just listen to him. He's not a conservative person.
I'm a Republican my whole fucking life.
You're as liberal as they get, Pepe. You're not. You express no Republican or conservative values whatsoever. You're a piece of trash. Republicans don't act like you. Republicans and conservatives don't talk like you. You're a fucking piece of shit. That means you're a liberal.
There's so much infighting on it with Republicans. We all know what his message was. Okay, he said he was not going to be dragging us into wars in the Middle East and all this fucking bullshit. And we literally spent the last, year and a half focusing on fucking Israel. And I get why the Israelis are doing it. This is perhaps, they have no way of knowing, the last president that will probably do a lot for them in the most powerful country in the world, for who knows how long. Might happen next term. It could be that it will be, fucking 20 years from now or never. So what are they going to do? They're going to, especially before the midterms, they're going to, Netanyahu's a smart man. They're going to try to get Trump to do what they want. And Iran is obviously the biggest security threat to Israel, bar none. Hezbollah, Hamas, all of them. You can thank Iran for that, but
sorry, you done yet?
it's not necessarily in our best interest to just get ourselves involved in a fucking conflict in the Middle East for them.
Just real quick, because I've heard this. I came up with this too, Al. I'm assuming you weren't trolling in that last part. I think you were sincere about what you said.
Yeah.
A stronger Iran that's more aligned with our interests is a I completely agree. Pepe, I know you probably disagree a little bit. Maybe completely. I don't know.
No, not at all. My whole thing was, if we could have gone in, whether it was one day or it's okay. From what I had been hearing, it seemed that's like what Trump's advisors even had said. It's not going to be simple. To do a regime change. And okay, if we could do it simply, yeah, absolutely do it. I think the IRGC is horrible. They just cause instability all throughout the region, which reverberates through other parts of the world. And of course, it's also even for their own people. I think that it would be just way better for them to not have the IRGC. I have zero problems with the IRGC all being, snuffed out, basically. I think that would be a good thing for the world. But at the end of the day, but at what cost? Is it going to be us having to do a large-scale war like in 2003, invading a fucking country? I don't know if we should really do that.
No, that makes sense. I'm just double checking that you would, if there was some way, I don't even know how you would, come up with the metric or whatever the look is on.
Yeah, if I could snap my fingers and they're gone, yes, absolutely.
You would do it in a heartbeat, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, because I think it'd be less funding for Israel, a lot less funding of Israel if we have a stronger Iran and its partners around Iran.
No, but they're talking about Turkey after they've been talking.
I heard about that too, that Turkey's the vacuum. I get it, but I'm just saying, I think in the long run, it probably does work out. I know it's really optimistic, but
Turkey's the one Turkey's the one Middle Eastern country that would probably be the most brutal to fuck with. I mean, they have I think it was, at least like a decade ago, it was like the fourth largest military. They're NATO members, so they're well trained. These are.
I get it. No, I wouldn't want to fuck around with Turkey. I would never want to. Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. Okay, Thor.
Wait, Matt, before you move on, I just want to clarify. Pepe hates Trump. Pepe hates the IRGC. Pepe hates the Jews. And Pepe hates Israel. Pepe hates everything. Fuck you, Pepe, you fucking loser.
Where do you see, is there any weakness? Do you see any vulnerability for Trump? Where do you see his most weakest point that might take him down?
The only thing I can see would be his weakness is if he doesn't compete digitally with the propaganda. Because to me, there's a decision that wants to be made. So for example, even with the birthright citizenship thing, they're already using propaganda
as a way of trying to influence the public that birthright citizenship should exist when it's actually 100% incorrect. Merely being born here does not establish citizenship. We've had laws ever since 1802 that confirm that. But those laws are on the books, but still didn't change the Supreme Court from ruling how they want to rule. So if they want to rule a certain way in June, they're gonna engineer and influence people to believe what they want them to believe by putting cuts and what do you call that, clips from the oral arguments to make it seem like the gentleman didn't represent himself well when he actually did. So if he doesn't keep up with the propaganda, that would be the weak point that I think would take him down. I don't think it's going to be any of.
So, but the version of your takedown is losing the midterm, losing 2028. That's your version of a takedown, right? Not like impeachment. None of that would be impeachable, I don't think, right?
Oh yeah, I don't think it would be like, even with the wars, he has legal ground, and you won't find these things in the within the Constitution or the War Powers Act or anything that people have quoted. He has standing within international law or the law of nations to exercise what he's doing, and that's the reason why the globe they're in conflict about it, but the shit is written down. And
do you think that it could is one thing that's really changed quite a bit since like 2016 or even 2020 is that especially since 2020 the viewership of legacy media like cable news and so forth has absolutely fucking tanked, and it's largely went online. Now people online are watched a lot more, and I think that, and the Democrats have been discussing this for the last couple of years. It's like, okay, now what do we do with these people online, these influencers? And I do think the Democrats absolutely are still failing when it comes to a message. They're doing this no kings nonsense. They're doing just stupid shit, and anything that they used to use in the past does not stick anymore.
Oh, really? It doesn't stick? They still don't have power? They still don't win elections? All they do is complain about Trump, and that's enough. When you tickle the clit on the ear, that's all it takes for a Democrat, okay?
No, I think that's also largely worn off, because if you look at, okay, the first term that worked, right, and they had a lot of nonsense and bullshit that went with it, but he's somebody who we have over 2 years left with Trump, and there's not going to be another term with him, and so going after Trump really doesn't